The snow begins to fall just as the light begins to fade. It is not a heavy snow. It is a dry, fine dust that drifts down from a pale gray sky. There is no wind to push it. It simply settles layer upon quiet layer, covering the hard ground. The world here is vast. It stretches out in every direction, a landscape of white and gray and muted brown. There are no straight lines. The earth rolls gently, rising into low hills and dipping into shallow valleys where the shadows gather first. A silence holds the land. It is a deep, ancient silence that absorbs the sound of the falling snow. If you were to stand here in the center of this great plain, you would hear only the sound of your own breathing. The air is cold. It is a sharp, clean cold that sits still against the skin. It smells of ice and dry grass. It smells of the deep earth that has been frozen for 1,000 years. On the horizon, the great wall of ice glows with a faint blue light. It is the edge of the world, a cliff of solid water that rises up to meet the clouds. It has been there longer than memory. It does not move, or at least it does not seem to move. It waits. It watches the seasons turn slowly, one by one. The sun reflects off its surface, creating shifting patterns of light that dance across the miles of frozen ground. In the middle distance, a herd of heavy shapes moves slowly across the tundra. They are mammoths. They are mountains of fur and muscle, walking with a steady, rhythmic pace. Their coats are thick and shaggy, matted with the dust of the plains. The hair is long, hanging down almost to the ground, swaying gently with every step they take. They are the color of dried earth, dark brown and reddish black. The leader of the herd pauses. She is vast. Her tusks curve outward and upward, long sweeping arcs of ivory that gleam dully in the fading light. She lowers her head. Her trunk, thick and muscular, reaches down to the snow. She brushes the white powder aside to find the tufts of coarse grass hidden beneath. The sound of her chewing is rhythmic. It is a slow, grinding sound, calm and steady. The others stop as well. They are a family. They stand close together, their bodies forming a wall against the cooling air. They do not hurry. There is nowhere they need to be. The day is ending and they are here, and that is enough. Steam rises from their backs, curling up into the gray sky. Their breath comes out in white clouds, appearing and vanishing in the stillness. One of the younger ones leans against its mother. The mother shifts her weight, a subtle movement that rocks her massive frame. She rumbles low in her throat. It is a sound more felt than heard, a deep vibration that travels through the ground. It is a sound of comfort. It says that the herd is together. It says that the night is coming, but they are safe. The light continues to change. The gray of the afternoon deepens into the blue of early evening. The shadows stretch out across the snow, long and thin. The contours of the land become sharper, defined by the contrast between light and dark. A small stream, not yet fully frozen, cuts a black line through the white valley. The water moves sluggishly, thickened by the cold, winding its way around smooth stones and patches of ice. Near the bank of the stream, the ground rises to a small shelter. It is not much, just a natural overhang of rock protected from the open plain. Underneath the rock, the ground is dry. A small fire burns there. It is a modest flame fed by dried moss and twisted branches of dwarf willow gathered from the valley floor. The wood burns slowly. It gives off a thin stream of smoke that rises straight up, undisturbed by the air. Around the fire, figures sit. They are wrapped in furs. The skins are thick, tailored to keep the warmth of the body close. The fur is turned inward, soft against the skin, while the leather on the outside is weathered and tough. They sit quietly. There is no need for conversation. The day's work is done. The walking is finished. Now is the time for sitting. A hand reaches out to adjust a piece of wood in the fire. The fingers are strong, the skin roughened by the cold and the wind. The movement is precise and slow. The wood settles into the red coals. A few sparks drift upward, glowing bright orange for a second before fading into the rock ceiling above. The light from the fire casts a warm glow on the faces of those who sit there. They watch the flames. It is a universal focus. The fire is the center of their world as the sun goes down. It is heat. It is light. It is the thing that separates the small circle of safety from the vast, dark plain beyond. One of them leans back against the stone wall of the shelter, eyes close. The breathing deepens. The warmth of the fire pushes back the chill of the evening air. Outside the circle of firelight, the world is turning blue. The sky is a deep, rich indigo. The first stars are beginning to appear. They are faint at first, just pinpricks of light struggling against the remaining twilight. But as the minutes pass, they grow brighter. The air is so clear, so free of dust and moisture that the stars seem to hang low over the earth. The mammoths have moved on, but not far. They have found a place where the wind is blocked by a low ridge. They stand sleeping or half-sleeping, upright and solid. Their heavy eyelids droop, their trunks hang loose. Occasionally an ear flicks, brushing away a snowflake. They are statues of patience. They have stood like this for thousands of nights, and they will stand like this for thousands more. The silence of the night deepens. The wind, which had been resting, begins to stir very slightly. It is not a gale, just a breath. It moves over the snow, causing the dry crystals to whisper against each other. It passes over the tufts of dry grass that poke through the white blanket. The grass stems rattle, a dry, hollow sound that is barely audible. Back at the shelter, the fire has settled into a bed of glowing embers. The sharp flames are gone, replaced by a steady, pulsing heat. The light is dimmer now, a soft red glow that illuminates the sleeping forms. They are huddled together, sharing warmth. The furs rise and fall with the rhythm of their breathing. It is a peaceful scene. It is a scene of survival, yes, but also of rest. The earth itself seems to be sleeping. The ground is hard as iron, locked in the grip of the frost. Deep beneath the surface, the roots of the plants are waiting. They are dormant, conserving their energy, waiting for a sun that is months away from being warm enough to wake them. But there is no rush. The plants know how to wait. The trees, stunted and small in this harsh climate, know how to wait. Far to the north, the lights begin to dance. The aurora, green and violet curtains of light unfurl across the northern horizon. They move slowly, shifting and twisting like smoke in a draft. They are silent ghosts walking the sky. The light reflects off the ice sheet, turning the white cliffs into a shimmering wall of color. It is a spectacle for no one and for everyone. It happens whether eyes are watching or not. A snowy owl glides over the plain. Its wings are wide and completely silent. The feathers are soft, designed to cut through the air without a whisper. It flies low over the snow, scanning the ground. It is white on white, a ghost moving through a ghostly world. It lands on a rock, folding its wings with deliberate slowness. It turns its head, swiveling to look back the way it came. Its yellow eyes blink once, then stare out into the darkness. The cold strengthens as the night advances. The temperature drops degree by degree. The snow hardens. The surface of the stream freezes a little thicker. The ice crystals on the rocks grow larger, forming delicate fern-like patterns. Everything is crystallizing, becoming sharp and brittle. Inside the shelter, the embers shift. A small piece of wood breaks apart, revealing a bright red core. The sudden flare of light reveals the texture of the rock wall, the cracks, the lichen, the soot from countless fires before this one. Then the light fades again, returning the shelter to its soft, red twilight. Time feels different here. It does not move in seconds or minutes. It moves in the slow drift of the stars, in the accumulation of snow, in the growth of the ice. There is a sense of permanence. This world feels as though it has always been this way and will always be this way. The Ice Age is not a brief event. It is an era, a long, deep breath of the planet. The humans are part of this stillness. They are not separate from the landscape. They are woven into it. Their lives are dictated by the light and the dark, the wind and the calm. They move when the world allows them to move. They rest when the world tells them to rest. Tonight, the world says rest. One of the sleepers turns, pulling a fur tighter around their shoulder. The movement is instinctive, done without waking. The heavy bison hide is warm and familiar. It smells of smoke and the animal it once was. It is a heavy weight, a comforting pressure that grounds the sleeper to the earth. Outside, the owl takes flight again. It pushes off the rock and dissolves into the air. It flies towards the ridge where the mammoths stand. It passes over them, a silent shadow over their massive backs. The mammoths do not notice. They are deep in their own quiet world, a world of scent and low-frequency sound. The landscape is a study in texture. There is the smoothness of the wind-polished ice. There is the roughness of the lichen on the rocks. There is the softness of the fresh snow. There is the coarse, wiry feel of the mammoth wool. There is the brittle crunch of the dried grass. Even the air has a texture, crisp, sharp, and thin. The stars circle overhead. The constellations are familiar, though they sit in slightly different places than they might in another time. The Milky Way is a bright, clear band of light, a river of stars flowing across the dark ocean of the sky. It is so bright that it casts a faint shadow on the snow. The wind picks up a few grains of ice and rolls them across the surface of a frozen pond. They skitter and slide, making a tiny tinkling sound like glass bells. It is a small sound in a big night. It travels far, carried by the dense, cold air. Near the horizon, a small herd of reindeer stands. They are lighter than the mammoths, built for travel. They are digging in the snow with their hooves, scraping down to the moss. Their antlers are silhouettes against the stars, branching like dry trees. They move quietly, stepping carefully. When they breathe, the steam rises straight up. They are alert but calm. There are no predators near tonight. The wolves are far away, over the hills, sleeping in their own dens. The night is a blanket. It covers the land in darkness and quiet. It is a time for the body to repair itself, for the mind to drift. The harshness of the day is forgotten. The glare of the sun on the snow is gone. There is only the soft darkness and the cold air. In the shelter, the fire is almost out. The red glow is faint now, barely illuminating the rocks. But the heat remains. The stones of the shelter have absorbed the warmth and are radiating it back. The air inside is still warmer than the air outside. It is a pocket of comfort in the vast freeze. The silence is not empty, it is full of presence. It is the presence of the ice, the rocks, the sleeping animals. It is a heavy, grounded silence. It is the sound of the earth resting. The moon begins to rise. It is a gibbous moon, not quite full. It rises large and yellow over the eastern horizon, distorted by the atmosphere. As it climbs higher, it becomes smaller and whiter. Its light transforms the landscape again. The snow turns from blue to silver. The shadows become black ink. The world looks like a photograph developed in silver and black. The light of the moon touches the tusks of the mammoths, making them shine. It touches the frozen stream, making the ice gleam. It touches the entrance of the shelter, casting a pale rectangle of light on the floor, just shy of the sleeping figures. A hare moves across the snow. It is white, almost invisible. Only its eyes and the black tips of its ears give it away. It moves in a series of hops, then freezes. It sits up, listening. Its nose twitches. It smells the cold air. It smells the reindeer. It smells the sleeping humans. It decides there is no danger. It lowers itself and continues, leaving a track of small, paired prints in the snow. The night stretches on. It is a long night. In this season, the darkness lasts for many hours. There is no hurry for the sun to return. The moon makes its slow arc across the sky, a silent timekeeper. The glaciers far away groan. It is a deep, cracking sound caused by the immense pressure of the ice moving against rock. The sound echoes through the valleys, a reminder of the power contained in the ice, but it is a distant sound. It does not disturb the peace of the valley. It is just another voice of the landscape. The sleepers do not stir. Their breathing is synchronized, a slow, collective rhythm. They are deep in the dreamless sleep of those who have worked hard and are now safe. Their dreams, if they have them, are simple. They dream of warmth. They dream of the sun. They dream of the green grass that will come in the summer. The fire is now just a bed of gray ash with a few sparks hidden deep inside. The smoke has stopped. The air in the shelter is still, holding the last of the warmth. The heavy furs do the rest, trapping the body heat, creating a microclimate for each person. The wind shifts direction. It now comes from the north, bringing with it the scent of the sea, though the sea is far away and locked in ice. The air is slightly damper, heavier. It tastes of salt and distance. It flows over the hills, smoothing the snow, erasing the footprints of the hare. The world is self-cleaning. The wind and the snow cover the tracks of the day. By morning, the plain will be a blank canvas again, pristine and untouched. The history of the day is written in snow and then wiped away by the wind. The mammoth calf wakes for a moment. It nuzzles its mother. The mother does not wake, but she leans slightly towards the calf, a reflex of protection. The calf feels the warmth and the solid mass of its mother. It closes its eyes again. The herd is a single unit, a fortress of fur and heat. The stars wheel overhead, pivoting around the pole star. The great bear is high in the sky. It looks down on the bears that sleep in the caves of the earth. The connection between the sky and the ground feels close here. The separation is thin. The cold is a preservative. It keeps things unchanged. Leaves from the previous summer are frozen in the ice, perfect and green, waiting to be released. The bones of animals long gone are held in the permafrost, kept safe from decay. The land remembers everything, holding it in the ice. A meteor streaks across the sky. It is a sudden scratch of light, bright and fast. It burns up in the atmosphere, a piece of rock from deep space ending its journey above the frozen plains. No one sees it. It happens in the privacy of the night. The silence returns, seemingly deeper than before. The only sound is the settling of the snow, the microscopic shifting of ice crystals. It is a silence that feels like a heavy blanket weighing down on the eyelids, encouraging sleep. The landscape is monochromatic, but within the whites and grays there are infinite variations. There is the blue-white of the shadow, the yellow-white of the moonlit ridge, the gray-white of the sky. It is a subtle palette, restful to the eyes. There are no jarring colors, no bright reds or unnatural greens. Everything is subdued, quiet, harmonic. The air is thin and dry. Every breath is a task, but a satisfying one. The oxygen is cold and dense. It fills the lungs, cooling the body from the inside, slowing the heart rate. The biology of the living things here has adapted to this. They are built for the cold. They are built for the slow rhythm of the ice age. The night is the dominant force. The day is just a brief interlude in the long darkness, but the darkness is not scary. It is protective. It hides the small creatures from the predators. It brings the cold that hardens the ground, making travel easier. It brings the sleep that restores the body. The humans in the shelter are motionless. They are suspended in the quiet. Their world is small right now, just the warmth of the fur, the hard ground beneath them, and the sound of their own breath. The vast world outside is there, but it does not demand anything of them. They are allowed to just be. The moon begins its descent. The shadows lengthen in the other direction. The light shifts on the ice wall, finding new facets to reflect off. The world turns slow and steady. The physics of the planet continue their work regardless of who is watching. A deep peace pervades everything. It is the peace of a world before machines, before noise, before the rush of modern time. It is the peace of simple existence. To breathe is enough. To be warm is enough. To be safe is enough. The snow begins to fall again. It is lighter this time, just a few stray flakes drifting down from the stars. They land on the sleeping mammoths, dusting their dark fur with white specks. They land on the roof of the shelter. They land on the vast, empty plain. They add their tiny weight to the heavy blanket of the earth. The cycle continues. Snow, wind, ice, silence. It is a lullaby without words, sung by the earth itself. It is a song of patience and endurance. It is a song of sleep. The river of time flows slowly here, frozen and thick. Moments stretch out. The night feels like it could last forever. And in the comfort of the shelter, under the heavy furs, in the warmth of the fading embers, the night is a friend. It is a soft, dark hand held over the world, quieting the noise, stilling the movement, bringing the deep, restful sleep of the winter. The first hint of dawn is hours away. For now, there is only the moon, the snow, and the silence. The waiting continues. The resting continues. The world breathes in and holds the breath, suspended in the beautiful, cold quiet. The darkness begins to thin, losing its weight. It does not leave all at once. It retreats slowly, pulling back into the shadows of the valleys and the crevices of the rocks. The deep, heavy black of the night turns to a charcoal gray. The stars, which had been so sharp and bright, begin to fade. They draw back into the ceiling of the sky one by one until only the brightest remain, faint pulses of light in the growing dawn. The air is at its coldest now. It is the hour before the sun returns. The cold is a physical weight pressing down on the land. It has seeped into everything during the long night. The rocks are frozen through. The trunks of the dwarf willows are hard as iron. The surface of the snow has formed a crust, a thin layer of ice that seals the soft powder beneath. Inside the shelter, the rhythm of the sleeping group shifts. The deep, heavy breathing of the night becomes lighter. There is a rustle of furs. A heavy bison skin slides a few inches against the stone floor. The sound is rough, like dry leaves rubbing together. Someone shifts their legs, stretching out a cramp. The movement is slow, reluctant to leave the warmth of the huddle. The fire is gone. In the center of the circle, the pile of ash is cold on the surface. It is a mound of gray dust, fine and soft, but deep inside, buried under the insulating layer of ash, a faint heat remains. It is the seed of the fire, kept alive through the hours of darkness. One of the figures sits up. The movement is stiff. The cold air of the shelter touches their face instantly, sharp and waking. They pull the fur cloak tighter, wrapping it around their shoulders like a second skin. Their breath comes out in a heavy cloud, visible in the dim gray light that filters in from the entrance. They sit for a long time, just breathing, adjusting to the vertical world. There is no rush to leave the furs. The morning work is slow. The figure reaches out a hand, finding a piece of dry moss kept near the sleeping place. The fingers are clumsy with cold. They move with deliberate slowness. The hand brushes the cold ash aside, digging gently into the center of the fire pit. There is a faint glow. A tiny heart of red, no bigger than a fingernail, pulses in the darkness. It is fragile. It requires care. The figure leans forward, bringing their face close to the ash. They blow a long, gentle stream of air. The red glow brightens. It turns orange. It fades, then brightens again with the next breath. The ash swirls up, dancing in the faint light. The moss is placed carefully on the ember. Another breath. The moss begins to smoke. It is a thin white smoke that smells of earth and dry leaves. Then a tiny flame appears. It is blue at the base, yellow at the tip. It wavers, unsure of itself. The figure feeds it small twigs one by one. The twigs snap as they break, a sharp sound in the quiet shelter. The fire takes hold. The light returns, pushing back the gray shadows, painting the walls in flickering tones of orange and gold. The warmth begins to radiate outward again. It touches the faces of the others who are still sleeping. They stir. The smell of the smoke tells them it is morning. It is a familiar signal. It means the night is over. It means the cold has been held at bay for another day. Outside, the sky is changing color. The gray is becoming blue. It is a pale, icy blue, clean and empty. The horizon to the east is brightening, a band of pale yellow light stretching across the edge of the world. The sun is still hidden, but its presence is felt. The light reveals the landscape that was hidden by the dark. The plain stretches out, white and endless. The snow that fell in the night has smoothed over everything. The tracks of the hare are gone. The world is a blank page. The wind has died down completely. The air is still. There is no sound of birds yet. There is only the silence of the ice. The mammoths are awake. They have not moved far. They stand in the lee of the ridge, their coats dusted with fresh snow. They look like hills covered in dry grass. One of them shakes its head. The snow flies off, a white cloud that settles quickly. The mammoth rumbles. It is a morning sound, a greeting to the herd. They begin to move, turning their massive bodies towards the open plain. Their movement is slow and efficient. They do not waste energy. They walk in a single file, stepping into each other's footprints to save effort. The snow is deep here, reaching up to their knees. They plow through it, their legs moving like pistons. The leader tests the air with her trunk. She smells the wind. She smells the moisture. She is looking for the scent of water or the scent of willow scrub buried under the drifts. Back at the shelter, the others are sitting up. There is no conversation. The morning is a time for quiet. They rub their arms to generate heat. They stretch their necks. They look into the fire, their eyes adjusting to the light. The fire is bigger now, consuming thicker branches. The smoke rises to the ceiling and finds its way out through the cracks in the rock, carrying their presence out into the valley. A woman reaches for a leather pouch. She opens it and takes out a handful of dried meat. It is dark and hard, preserved for the winter. She breaks off pieces and passes them around. They eat slowly, chewing carefully. The food is fuel. It is necessary against the cold. They eat in silence, listening to the crackle of the wood and the wind outside. The light in the shelter grows stronger as the sky brightens. The details of the rock wall become clear, the scratches, the soot marks, the small niche where a smooth stone is kept. The furs they wear are revealed in detail, the varying shades of brown and tan, the coarse texture of the guard hairs, the stitching of sinew that holds them together. One of the men stands up. He is wrapped in heavy hides, his feet bound in layers of leather and dried grass. He stoops to avoid the low ceiling and steps out of the shelter. The cold hits him instantly. It is a wall of freezing air. It tightens the skin on his face. He squints against the brightness. The snow reflects the growing light, creating a glare that is hard on the eyes. He breathes in deep. The air freezes the inside of his nose. It is clean, pure air. It tastes of nothing but ice. He looks out over the valley. Nothing moves. The river is a winding ribbon of white and gray. The hills are smooth mounds. The sky is vast. He stands there for a long time, scanning the horizon. He is not looking for anything specific. He is just looking. He is checking the world. He watches the light shift on the distant ice wall. He watches a cloud drift slowly across the sun. He walks a few steps away from the shelter. The snow crunches loudly under his boots. It is a dry, squeaking sound. The crust breaks under his weight and he sinks a little with each step. He stops and looks down. The crystals of the snow are large and intricate. They sparkle in the flat light. He crouches down and scoops up a handful of clean snow. He packs it into a hard ball and brings it back to the shelter. He puts it into a skin bag that hangs near the fire. The heat will melt it. Water is precious. In a world of frozen water, liquid water must be made. It is a slow process. Drop by drop, the snow turns back into water. The sun finally breaches the horizon. It is not a warm sun. It is a pale white disk that hangs low in the sky, but its light is powerful. It floods the plain, casting long blue shadows behind every rock and ridge. The snow glitters as if scattered with diamonds. The world turns bright and sharp. The softness of the twilight is gone, replaced by a clarity that shows every detail for miles. A pair of ravens flies overhead. They are black shapes against the blue sky. They call to each other, a harsh croaking sound that echoes off the rocks. Gruck, gruck. The sound carries far in the thin air. They are patrolling. They see the smoke rising from the shelter. They see the mammoths walking in the distance. They see the man standing in the snow. They fly on, their wings rowing the air with steady beats. Inside the shelter, the group is preparing for the day. There is not much to do. The winter is a time of waiting, but there are small tasks. A spear point needs to be retied. A tear in a moccasin needs to be mended. A bone needs to be scraped clean. These are slow, meditative tasks. They occupy the hands while the mind rests. The woman with the needle sits close to the fire. The needle is made of bone, polished smooth and sharp. She pushes it through the tough leather, pulling the sinew thread through. It is hard work. The leather is thick. She uses a small stone to push the needle. Her movements are rhythmic. Push, pull, tighten. Push, pull, tighten. She does not look up. She is focused on the work. The firelight dances on her hands. The young one who had slept against the mother is now awake. He sits near the entrance, watching the dust motes dance in the shaft of sunlight. He reaches out a hand to catch them, but they swirl away. He watches the smoke rise. He is quiet. He has learned that noise is not necessary. He observes. He learns the patience of the winter. The mammoths have found a patch of willow. They use their tusks to sweep away the snow. They use their trunks to rip up the woody shrubs. The wood is frozen and tough, but their molars are like millstones. They grind the wood to pulp. The sound of their eating is a steady crunching. They eat constantly. To fuel such massive bodies in the cold requires constant energy. The leader of the herd stops eating. She stands still, her trunk hanging loose. She closes her eyes. She is listening to the ground. She feels the vibrations of the earth. She feels the movement of a distant herd of bison miles away. She feels the shifting of the ice. She knows the landscape through her feet. The sun rises higher, but not much higher. It moves along the horizon, a low arc. It provides light, but very little heat. The temperature rises only slightly. It is still deep below freezing. The breath of the animals and the humans continues to cloud the air. Near the frozen stream, a fox trots along the bank. It is an Arctic fox, pure white in its winter coat. It is small and compact, a ball of fluff with a nose and eyes. It moves lightly, barely breaking the surface of the snow. It stops to sniff a rock. It lifts its head, listening for the sound of a lemming under the snow. It hears nothing. It trots on, winding its way through the willows. The wind begins to pick up again. It blows the loose snow across the surface of the plain. The snow snakes along the ground, looking like white smoke. It hisses as it moves. It polishes the ice. It sculpts the drifts into new shapes. It erodes the footprints of the man, softening the edges until they look old. In the shelter, the melted snow is ready. The skin bag is passed around. The water is cold and fresh. It tastes of the sky. They drink carefully, savoring the moisture. It wakes the body. It clears the throat. The man who went outside returns. He shakes the snow from his furs before entering. He sits back down by the fire. He warms his hands. He nods to the others. It is a signal that the world is quiet. It is safe. There is no danger on the wind. The day settles into a routine of small movements. The fire is fed. The tools are maintained. The bodies are rested. There is a sense of timelessness. The hours pass without being counted. The sun moves across the sky. The shadows shift, rotating around the stones like the hands of a clock. A herd of horses appears on the crest of a hill. They are small, stocky horses with thick, shaggy coats of dun and gray. Their manes stand up stiffly. They stand together looking down into the valley. They are wild and alert. Their ears swivel. They see the mammoths and ignore them. They see the smoke and watch it for a moment. Then they turn and gallop away, kicking up plumes of snow. They disappear over the ridge, leaving only the churned earth behind. The silence returns. It is a presence that fills the space between things. It is in the gap between the rocks. It is in the distance between the hills. It is a peaceful silence, not a lonely one. It is the sound of a world that is content to be empty. The humans do not feel lonely. They have each other. They have the fire. They have the knowledge of the land. They know that the sun will come back. They know that the herds will return. They are part of the cycle. They do not fight the winter. They endure it. They flow with it. The woman mending the shoe finishes her work. She bites the sinew to cut it. She smooths the leather with her thumb. She inspects the seam. It is tight and strong. It will keep the snow out. She places the shoe near the fire to warm it. She leans back against the rock wall and closes her eyes. She rests. The fire pops. A spark lands on the stone floor and dies. The wood settles. The heat is steady. It is a dry, comforting heat. It smells of resin and ancient sunlight trapped in the wood. Outside, the light on the ice wall changes again. It turns from blue to a brilliant white, then to a soft gold as the sun moves past noon. The ice seems to glow from within. It is a monument of light. The day is short. The sun does not linger. It begins its descent almost as soon as it has risen. The shadows, which had shortened slightly, begin to stretch out again. They reach across the valley, blue fingers grasping at the white snow. The blue hour returns. The gold fades. The gray begins to creep back into the sky. The mammoths turn back towards the shelter of the ridge. They know the day is ending. They move slowly, retracing their steps. The calf walks in the shadow of its mother. It is tired. The snow is deep for small legs. It leans against her leg as they walk. She slows her pace to match his. The birds have gone quiet. The ravens have flown back to their roost on the high cliffs. The fox has found a hole to curl up in. The world is preparing for the night again. The brief window of light is closing. The wind drops. The air becomes still again. The temperature begins to plummet. The cold sharpens. The crust on the snow hardens. The water in the stream freezes thicker. Inside the shelter, the group prepares for the evening. They add more wood to the fire. They bring the water bag closer to the heat. They settle into their places. They have spent the day existing. They have conserved their energy. They are ready for the long wait of the night. The transition from day to night is seamless. There is no jarring change. The light simply fades, dissolving into the air. The blue sky deepens into indigo, then into violet, then into black. The stars reappear, stepping out of the darkness one by one, taking up their positions in the sky. The man looks out of the entrance one last time. He sees the first star. He sees the outline of the hills against the stars. He sees the breath of the world rising as mist from the valleys. He turns back to the fire. He pulls the fur flap down over the entrance, shutting out the vastness. The circle of the world shrinks back down to the circle of the firelight. The vast plains, the ice wall, the distant herds, they are all gone, hidden in the dark. All that remains is the warmth, the faces of the family, and the steady, comforting crackle of the flames. They sit, they wait, they breathe. The cycle of the day is complete. The cycle of the night begins. And the snow begins to fall again, silently covering the world in fresh white, erasing the day, resetting the land for tomorrow. The silence of the cave is different from the silence outside. It is a warm silence. It is filled with the soft sounds of life, a sigh, a shift of weight, the fabric of fur rubbing against stone. It is a human silence held within the heart of the Ice Age. One of them begins to hum. It is a low, rhythmic sound, barely a tune. It is just a vibration in the throat, a sound of contentment. It matches the rhythm of the fire. It matches the rhythm of the wind outside. It is a song for the evening, a song for the dark. The others listen, they do not join in, they just listen. The sound is grounding. It reminds them that they are here, that they are alive, that they are together. The fire burns down to embers again. The red glow returns. The shadows soften. The sleep comes. It comes slowly like the tide. It washes over them heavy and sweet. The day is done. The earth spins on. The ice holds firm. The time before names continues, flowing like a slow, deep river under the ice. The snow has been falling for hours, a steady, relentless descent of white. It has erased the horizon. It has filled the hollows of the land. The world outside the shelter has lost its definition. There are no sharp edges anymore. The rocks are soft mounds. The bushes are hidden bumps in the white carpet. The silence is absolute. It is a thick, padded silence that absorbs every vibration. The snow acts as a heavy blanket, muting the wind, muting the earth. Inside the rock shelter, the air is still and heavy. The entrance has been partially blocked by a drift that grew during the night. The light that usually filters in at dawn is dimmer today, a soft, diffused gray that barely reaches the back of the cave. The darkness here is comfortable. It is not the pitch black of deep underground, but the twilight of a safe, enclosed space. The sleepers are slow to wake. The cue of the bright sun is missing. The rhythm of the morning is delayed. They lie under the heavy piles of bison skins and reindeer hides, listening to the absence of sound. There is no wind whistling through the cracks. The snow has sealed them. It is warmer in the shelter today than it was yesterday. The insulation of the snowdrift keeps the heat of the bodies and the dying fire trapped inside. Finally, movement begins. A hand pushes back a cover. A figure sits up, hair mussed, eyes blinking in the gloom. The breath still clouds, but it is less dense. The fire pit is a circle of gray ash with only a faint warmth radiating from the stones. The first task is always the same. The fire must be woken. The process is slow and familiar, the blowing on the embers, the feeding of dry moss, the careful addition of small twigs. The crackle of the wood is the first sharp sound of the day. It breaks the spell of the silence. The flames jump up, casting long, dancing shadows against the rough walls. The light turns the gray stone to gold. The smell of wood smoke fills the small space, a scent that means safety and home. One of the men moves to the entrance. He pushes against the hanging hide that serves as a door. It is heavy. He pushes harder and the hide swings out, displacing a wall of snow that falls inward with a soft whump. A shaft of white light cuts through the gloom, dazzlingly bright. He squints, shielding his eyes. The world outside has been transformed. It is a landscape of pure white sculpture. The wind has carved the drifts into sweeping curves and sharp ridges that look like frozen waves. The sky is still overcast, a uniform sheet of pearl gray. The snow has stopped falling, but the air is filled with a fine diamond dust, ice crystals suspended in the stillness. He steps out, sinking up to his thighs. He begins to clear the entrance. He uses a broad, flat bone, the shoulder blade of a large elk, as a shovel. He works rhythmically. Scoop, lift, toss, scoop, lift, toss. The snow is light and dry. It flies into the air like powder. He does not rush. He clears a path, packing the snow down to make a walkway. The physical effort warms him. His breath comes in steady puffs. In the distance, the landscape is empty of movement. The herds have moved on or are huddled somewhere out of sight, waiting out the deep snow. But then, a shape detaches itself from the white background. It is a massive, dark form, moving with incredible slowness. It is a woolly rhinoceros. It is a creature of immense weight and solidity. It looks like a boulder that has decided to walk. Its body is covered in a thick coat of dark reddish-brown hair. It has a high humped back, a reservoir of fat and muscle to power its heavy head. Two horns rise from its nose, the front one long and curved, a sweep of dark keratin that reaches up towards the sky. The rhino is alone, it does not need a herd, it is a fortress unto itself. It moves through the deep snow by using its head as a plow. It sweeps its massive horn back and forth, clearing a path, uncovering the frozen grasses beneath. The movement is hypnotic, sweep left, sweep right, step forward. It eats with a steady, grinding determination. The animal is calm. Its small eyes are half closed, framed by long lashes that keep out the snow. Its ears, small and tufted with hair, swivel independently, listening to the silence. It is aware of the man clearing the snow, but it does not care. The distance is great and the peace of the valley is shared. Back at the shelter, the fire is burning brightly now. The smoke spirals up, finding its way out through the cleared entrance, joining the gray sky. The family gathers around the warmth. They sit on the furs, their legs crossed, their hands held out to the flames. They share the last of the water and begin the process of melting more snow. A woman pulls a stone towards her. It is a large nodule of flint, dark gray with a chalky outer rind. She holds a smaller, rounded stone in her right hand. She is making tools. It is a task for the long, snowbound days. She studies the flint, looking for the lines of fracture, the geometry hidden within the rock. She strikes, clack, a flake of flint flies off, ringing like a bell. It lands on the leather mat spread before her. She turns the stone, studies it again, adjusts her angle. Clack, another flake, the sound is sharp and precise. It is a rhythmic percussion that underlines the morning. The others watch or work on their own tasks. There is no need to speak. The sound of the stone tells the story of the work. The flake she has removed is razor sharp. The edges are translucent, thin as glass. She picks it up carefully. This will be a scraper used to clean the hides. She takes a piece of antler and begins to press against the edge of the flake, popping off tiny chips to shape it to make it durable. This is pressure flaking. It is silent work, just a soft grinding and the occasional tiny click. Outside, the clouds begin to thin. The sun is trying to break through. It appears as a bright, hazy spot in the gray canopy. Around it, a halo forms, a ring of rainbow light caused by the ice crystals in the upper atmosphere. It is a parhelion, a sun dog. Two bright spots of light flank the sun, standing like sentinels in the sky. It is a common sight in this cold world, but it is always beautiful. The woolly rhino has moved closer to the frozen stream. It stops to rest. It stands motionless, a dark statue against the white field. Steam rises from its flanks. It lowers its head until its chin rests on the snow. It is not sleeping, just waiting. In this cold, conserving energy is the most important task. Movement costs heat. Stillness preserves it. A flock of ptarmigan bursts out of a snowbank nearby. They are plump, round birds, pure white except for their black tails and eyes. They are almost invisible until they move. They fly low, their wings whirring rapidly, then glide and land again a short distance away. They disappear instantly against the snow. They are ghosts of the tundra. The man who cleared the path returns to the fire. He sits down with a sigh of satisfaction. He takes a piece of wood and begins to whittle it. He is making a fire drill, a tool to start the flames. The wood is dry willow. He carves slowly, peeling away long, thin curls of wood that fall into the fire and flare up instantly. The smell of the fresh shavings is sweet and resinous. The shelter is a microcosm of order. Outside is the wild, the cold, the deep snow. Inside is the fire, the tools, the warmth, the family. The boundary is thin, just a hanging hide and a few feet of rock, but it is absolute. Here there is control. Here there is life. The day passes in a slow, meditative drift. There is no noon to mark the middle of the day, just a brightening of the gray light and then a gradual dimming. The concept of time is fluid. It is measured in the burning of a log, the shaping of a stone, the melting of a bag of snow. The wind begins to shift high above. The clouds on the horizon break apart, revealing patches of deep, startling blue. The sun, now low in the western sky, finds a gap. A beam of golden light strikes the plain. It lights up the snow with a blinding intensity. The shadows of the ridges stretch out instantly, miles long, sharp and blue. The light touches the rhino. The massive animal glows for a moment, its fur turning to bronze. It lifts its head, blinking against the glare. It takes a deep breath, the steam blowing out of its nostrils in two distinct jets. Then the clouds close again and the light is gone, leaving the world in a soft blue twilight. In the valley, the silence deepens as the temperature drops. The fresh snow, so soft during the day, begins to freeze. A crust forms on the surface. If you were to walk on it now, it would crunch loudly, but nothing is walking. The land is settling down. The stream, buried under ice and now snow, is invisible. But if one were to press an ear to the ground near the bank, a faint, gurgling sound could be heard. The water is still flowing, hidden and secret, making its way to a distant sea. Life continues under the ice. Fish hang suspended in the dark water, their metabolism slowed, waiting for the spring. Back in the shelter, the food is shared. It is dried bison meat again, accompanied by a few handfuls of dried berries gathered in the late summer. The berries are small, shriveled, and tart. They burst with a sudden, sharp flavor that cuts through the richness of the meat. They are a memory of the sun, preserved for the dark days. The woman puts down her flint. The scraper is finished. It is a perfect tool, balanced and sharp. She wraps it in a piece of soft leather and places it in her pouch. She rubs her hands together, brushing off the stone dust. Her fingers are callous and strong. They are hands that know how to shape the world. The fire is built up for the evening. Larger logs are placed on the coals. They are precious, carried from the valley floor, and they are used sparingly. But tonight the cold is pressing in hard. The fire must be strong. The flames lick around the wood, finding the cracks, taking hold. The heat pushes back the chill that creeps in from the entrance. The young boy watches the flames. He sees shapes in the fire. He sees the rhino. He sees the herd of mammoths. He sees the birds. He does not speak of them. He just watches them dance and vanish in the smoke. His eyes are heavy. The warmth is a sedative. Outside, the sky clears completely. The clouds are swept away to the south. The dome of the heavens is revealed, a vast, terrifyingly empty expanse of black. The stars are hard and cold. They do not twinkle, they stare. The Milky Way is a slash of white paint across the blackness. The moon is rising later tonight. For now, the starlight is the only illumination. It reflects off the snow, creating a ghostly silver landscape. The world looks like a negative of itself, black sky, white earth. A wolf howls. It is a distant sound, thin and lonely. It rises and falls, a ribbon of sound drifting over the hills. It is not a threat, it is just a statement of location. I am here. Another wolf answers from even further away. Then silence returns. The rhino has found a sheltered spot against a cluster of boulders. It lies down, folding its legs underneath its bulk. It looks like a small hillock. The snow will drift over it during the night and it will not move. Its thick skin and layer of fat are insulation enough. It closes its eyes. In the shelter, the sleeping arrangements are made. The furs are spread out, the bodies huddled together. The heat is shared. This is the oldest comfort, the warmth of another living being against the cold of the universe. The man who cleared the snow checks the entrance one last time. The drift has not returned. The path is clear. He looks up at the stars. He locates the familiar patterns. They are his map, his calendar, his clock. They tell him that the winter is deep, but that the turn will come. Eventually. He drops the hide flap. The darkness of the shelter is restored, save for the glowing heart of the fire. The sound of the wind is just a whisper against the rock. The breathing of the group slows down, syncing with the rhythm of the night. The day of the deep snow is over. It was a good day. No one was hurt. Food was eaten. Tools were made. The fire did not go out. In the time before everything had a name, this is a victory. The Earth continues its slow rotation. The shadow of the planet moves across the land. The cold seeps down into the stones, but it does not reach the fire. The fire holds. The silence is not empty. It is full of rest. It is a regenerative silence. The mind empties of the day's images. The scraper, the snow, the rhino, the berries, they all fade into the soft darkness of sleep. Under the ground, beneath the sleeping humans, the earth is frozen solid for hundreds of feet. But deep, deep down there is heat. And high, high above there is the sun. The life on the surface exists in the fragile space between the two, held in the thin layer of air and luck. But tonight the luck holds. The night stretches out long and quiet. The snow sparkles under the stars. The world waits. The morning arrives with a clarity that is almost brittle. The clouds have vanished entirely, leaving a sky of such intense pale blue that it looks like frozen water. The sun lifts above the horizon, a perfect white circle. It brings light, but it brings no heat. The temperature has dropped significantly during the clear night. It is a deep, shattering cold, the kind that freezes breath into ice instantly, the kind that turns the air itself into a solid presence. The world is suspended in diamond dust. Millions of tiny ice crystals hang in the air, falling slowly, glittering in the low sunlight. They create a veil of sparkle over everything. The landscape shimmers. It is as if the air has become visible. Looking through it is like looking through a pane of old, rippled glass. Inside the shelter, the cold has crept closer to the fire. The circle of warmth has shrunk. The sleepers are curled tight, knees to chests, heads tucked down. The piles of furs are frosted on the outside. The moisture from their breath has frozen on the tips of the guard hairs, creating a delicate rime of white on the dark brown hides. One of the men wakes. He does not move his body, only his eyes. He looks at the rock ceiling. He He sees the frost that has formed on the stone following the cracks like veins of silver. He listens. There is no wind, the silence is profound. It is a silence so deep it rings in the ears, a high, thin tone that belongs to the ice. He sits up slowly, breaking the seal of the firs. The cold air rushes in, touching his skin. He reaches for the fire. The embers are faint deep down in the ash. He nurtures them, adding the last few scraps of wood from the pile. The fire wakes up, but it is hungry. The stockpile of fuel has dwindled during the snowstorm. Today they must go out. The others wake one by one. They sense the change in the air. They know the storm is over. They know the work waits. There is no complaint, it is just the rhythm of the life. They eat the last of the dried meat, chewing slowly, letting the saliva soften the tough fibers. They drink the water that has been kept warm near the stones. Preparation for the outside is a ritual. They check their footwear. The boots are made of reindeer skin, the fur turned inside. They are stuffed with dried sedge grass for insulation. The grass is checked, fluffed, and repacked to ensure there are no gaps. The laces made of leather strips are tightened. The outer layer of fur is wrapped and tied. Every inch of skin must be covered. Frostbite is a silent enemy. It does not hurt at first, it just takes. Two of them will go, the man and the younger woman. They stand, adjusting their cloaks. They take lengths of leather cord to bind the wood. They take the stone axe, a heavy wedge of flint lashed to a sturdy handle. They nod to the others who will stay to tend the fire and work the skins. They step out into the blinding world. The glare is intense. The snow reflects the sun from every angle. They squint, their eyes narrowing to slits. The diamond dust sparkles around them, landing on their eyelashes, on their furs. It is beautiful, breathless, and deadly cold. They walk away from the shelter, following the line of the valley. The snow is hard-packed in places, scoured by the wind. In other places, it is soft and deep. They move with a shuffling gait, sliding their feet forward to test the ground, conserving energy. The sound of their walking is a loud, rhythmic crunching. Crunch, crunch, crunch. It travels for miles in the thin air. Down in the basin of the valley, a herd of musk oxen stands. They are the masters of the cold. They are shorter than the mammoths, built low to the ground like boulders covered in hair. Their coats are incredible, a double layer of warmth. The outer hairs are long and dark, hanging down to the snow like a skirt. Underneath is the kiviot, the soft, dense wool that traps heat better than anything else on earth. The herd is in formation. They are not threatened, just resting. They stand in a loose circle, facing outward. They are statues of patience. They do not move, they do not eat, they just stand. The frost has settled on their backs, turning them white. Icicles hang from the long hair on their flanks. Their breath rises in slow, steady plumes that merge into a single cloud above the herd. The large male at the center of the group blinks. His horns are massive, meeting in the center of his forehead like a helmet of bone. He watches the two humans walking in the distance. He knows what they are. He knows they are not wolves. He judges the distance. He judges the intent. He decides they are of no concern. He lowers his head again, his chin resting on his chest, sinking back into his meditative state. The humans pass the herd, giving them a wide berth. There is a mutual respect here, acknowledgement of space. The world is big enough for both. They reach the banks of the river. The water is frozen solid, a winding highway of blue-white ice. Along the banks, the dwarf willows grow. They are gnarled, twisted shrubs, barely reaching waist height. They have struggled for decades to grow this big. Their bark is gray and rough. They look dead, but they are just sleeping, their sap retreated deep into the roots. The work begins. The man finds a thick branch, dead and dry. He swings the stone axe. It is not a chopping motion, but a breaking one. The frozen wood is brittle. It snaps with a sharp crack that sounds like a gunshot. The sound echoes off the ice of the river. The woman gathers the fallen wood. She breaks the smaller twigs with her hands. Her mittens are thick, but she can feel the vibration of the wood snapping. She stacks the branches in a pile on a waiting skin. The wood is light, dried out by the wind and the cold. It smells of clean, cold dust. They work in silence. There is no need for words. The rhythm of the work takes over. Swing, crack, gather, swing, crack, gather. They move from bush to bush, selecting only the dead wood, leaving the living branches for the spring. They are pruning the garden of the tundra. The sun moves along the horizon. It is a pale companion. It offers light, but the shadows it casts are long and deep blue. In the shadows, the temperature is even lower. The air in the shadows feels thick, almost liquid with cold. A noise comes from the river, a deep, resonant boom. It is the ice shifting. The river is alive underneath. The pressure of the water, the expansion of the ice, causes the surface to crack and settle. The sound vibrates through the soles of their boots. It is the voice of the landscape. It is a reminder of the power that lies just beneath the surface. Farther downstream, where the river widens, the ice is clear. Looking down into it is like looking into a dark mirror. Bubbles of air are trapped in the ice, frozen in columns of white pearls. They are suspended in time, breath caught in the throat of the river. The humans have gathered enough. The pile of wood is high. They bind it tight with the leather cords, creating a compact bundle. The man lifts it onto his back. It is bulky but not heavy. The woman carries a smaller bundle. They turn back towards the shelter. The walk back is slower. The wind has picked up slightly, blowing directly into their faces. It is a light wind, but at this temperature it bites. They lower their heads, burying their chins in their fur collars. They look at their feet, watching the snow pass beneath them. One step, another step, the landscape flows by in a blur of white. They pass the musk oxen again. The herd has shifted slightly. They have moved a few yards to uncover a patch of dried sedge. They are grazing now, pushing the snow aside with their noses. The sound of their chewing is a low, rhythmic grinding. They do not look up as the humans pass. A snowy owl sits on top of a lone, erratic boulder, a massive rock left behind by a retreating glacier thousands of years ago. The owl is a sentinel. Its head swivels 180 degrees. It watches the humans. It watches the oxen. It watches the shadow of a cloud moving across the snow. It fluffs its feathers, doubling its size, trapping air against its body. It is perfectly adapted. It is comfortable. The shelter comes into view. A thin wisp of smoke rises from the ground, marking the spot. It is a beacon. Seeing it brings a feeling of relief. The concept of home is simple here. It is where the fire is. They arrive at the entrance. They drop the bundles of wood. The sound of the wood hitting the snow is dull and muted. They brush the snow from their furs before entering. The transition from the blinding white brightness of the outside to the dim, red interior of the shelter is sudden. Their eyes take a moment to adjust. The warmth hits them. It is faint, but compared to the outside, it feels like a furnace. The smell of the smoke is welcoming. The others look up. There are nods of greeting, no big speeches, just the acknowledgement of the return. The new wood is brought in. It is placed near the fire to thaw and dry completely. The man sits down, groaning softly as he stretches his legs. He unlaces his boots, checking his feet. They are pink and cold, but safe. He rubs them to bring the blood back. The sensation is a prickly heat. The woman takes a piece of the new willow. She breaks a twig and feeds it to the fire. It catches instantly, flaring up with a bright yellow flame. The fresh wood crackles and pops. It has a different voice than the old wood. It sings of the riverbank and the wind. The afternoon wears on. The sun begins to dip. The diamond dust in the air turns from white to gold, then to pink. The sky becomes a canvas of soft pastels. The beauty of the Arctic sunset is slow and lingering. The colors shift imperceptibly. Violet shadows creep up the sides of the hills. The group settles into the evening routine. The tension of the empty wood pile is gone. They are stocked for days now. There is a sense of security. The fire is built up. The light dances on the walls, animating the stillness of the rock. Outside, the temperature drops again. The cycle of the cold tightens its grip. The musk oxen have stopped grazing. They have reformed their circle. They settle down for the night, a dark island in the sea of snow. High above, the first stars appear. They are piercingly bright in the clean air. The constellation of the hunter stands tall, his belt of 3 stars aligning with the distant peaks. He is the guardian of the winter sky. The silence returns to the valley. The crunching of footsteps is gone. The snapping of branches is gone. There is only the wind whispering over the snow, smoothing out the tracks the humans made, erasing the evidence of their labor. In the shelter, the rhythm of breathing slows. The day's work is done. The bodies are tired. The minds are calm. There is no anxiety about tomorrow. Tomorrow will be like today. There will be cold. There will be snow. There will be fire. The man who gathered the wood leans back against a pile of furs. He watches the smoke curl up towards the roof. He closes his eyes. He can still see the bright white of the sun on the snow. He can still hear the boom of the river ice. These things are now part of his memory, part of the map of his world. The fire settles into a bed of glowing coals. The heat is steady. The light is soft. The shelter is a womb of rock and fur suspended in the vastness of the ice age. The world outside is enormous, indifferent, and beautiful. The world inside is small, fragile, and warm. Sleep comes easily. It is a dark, heavy sleep. It is the sleep of the earth itself, waiting for the turning of the great wheel of time. The night stretches out, a long, quiet road leading to the next sunrise, and the snow, the ice, and the stars watch over it, all silent and enduring. The night does not end with a sunrise today. It ends with a shift in the texture of the air. During the darkest hours, a heavy stillness descended upon the valley, heavier even than the snow. The temperature dropped so low that the moisture in the air could no longer stay suspended as vapor. It crystallized. A thick freezing fog has settled over the land. It is an ice fog, a cloud of microscopic needles hanging just above the ground. Inside the shelter, the light does not flood in, it seeps in. It is a milky, translucent light devoid of direction. There are no shadows this morning because there is no direct sun. The entrance of the cave looks like it opens into a wall of white cotton. The world outside has vanished. The horizon is gone. The sky is gone. There is only the immediate white emptiness that presses against the rocks. The sleepers stir. The air inside the shelter is damper today. The fog carries a metallic scent, the smell of pure cold and wet stone. The fire has burned down to a small bed of red ash glowing dimly in the gray light. The smoke does not rise straight up. It hangs in the air, reluctant to leave the warmth of the cave for the heavy atmosphere outside. A woman sits up. She rubs her arms, feeling the chill of the damp air. She reaches for the water skin. It is cold. She takes a sip, the liquid cooling her throat. She looks towards the entrance. She knows this weather. It is the weather of silence. The fog muffles everything. It swallows sound. If a mountain were to fall a mile away, the sound would be swallowed before it reached them. She moves to the fire. She does not add wood immediately. She just stirs the ashes, exposing the heat. She holds her hands over the red glow. Her hands are weathered, the skin mapped with small lines and scars from years of work. They are strong hands capable of delicate tasks and heavy labor. She watches the heat distort the air above the coals. Outside, the world is a mystery. The visibility is less than a dozen paces. The familiar landmarks, the ridge, the frozen stream, the distant ice wall are all hidden. To step outside is to step into a void. But life in the valley continues, hidden within the mist. Slowly, vague shapes begin to materialize in the whiteness. They are ghostly and tall. They move with a quiet, swaying gait. They are the great deer. They are immense animals standing taller than a horse at the shoulder. But it is their heads that define them. The males carry antlers of staggering size. They are vast, sweeping pallets of bone that span nearly 12 feet from tip to tip. They are heavy, weighing nearly 100 pounds, yet the stags carry them with a grace that defies gravity. The antlers are wide and flat, like the palms of giant hands, with long tines curving upward. The herd moves through the fog like ships in a harbor. They are browsing. They are looking for the dwarf birch and willow that poke through the snow. Because of the fog, they are comfortable. They feel hidden. They do not need to scan the horizon for wolves because there is no horizon. They are enclosed in their own small world of white. One of the stags stops. He is close to the shelter, though he does not know it. He lowers his massive head. The antlers dip, the tips brushing the snow. He uses his muzzle to push aside a drift. He finds a patch of frozen moss. He eats slowly. The sound of his chewing is soft, a wet, rhythmic grinding that is dampened by the mist. His coat is thick, a mixture of brown and gray that blends perfectly with the landscape. A mane of longer hair hangs from his neck, frosted with the ice fog. Every time he exhales, a cloud of steam joins the mist, thickening it. He lifts his head to swallow. A drop of water falls from his nose and lands in the snow. Inside the shelter, the woman begins her work. She pulls a large reindeer hide across her lap. It is stiff and dry. It needs to be softened. It is a slow, repetitive task that requires patience. She takes a rounded stone, smooth as an egg, and begins to rub the skin. She works in circles. Rub, rub, rub. The stone creates friction. The friction creates heat. The heat softens the fibers of the skin. It is a quiet sound, a soft shhhshhhshhh that fills the small space. She works systematically, starting at one corner and moving inward. She does not hurry. Her mind drifts. She thinks of the summer, of the herds moving across the green plains, but the thought is distant like a dream. The other members of the group are awake now. They stay close to the fire. There is no reason to go out into the fog. The hunting is impossible. The gathering is impossible. The fog is a command from the earth to stay still. A young man picks up a piece of ivory. It is a fragment of a mammoth tusk found long ago. It is hard and yellow, smooth to the touch. He has a small flint burin, a tool with a chisel point. He is carving. He is not making a tool, he is making a shape. He scratches a line into the ivory, then another. He is trying to capture the curve of a bison's back. He works with microscopic movements. He holds the ivory close to his eyes to see in the dim light. He blows the dust away. The line is faint, but it is there. He runs his thumb over it. He feels the groove. It is a way of capturing the world, of holding it in his hand. Outside, the stag moves on. He steps carefully. His hooves are wide, splaying out to support his weight on the snow. He passes the shelter, just a dark shadow in the mist. The humans do not see him. He does not see them. They pass within yards of each other, separated by the wall of rock and the wall of fog. The fog begins to shift as the day warms slightly. It does not lift, but it swirls. It forms eddies and currents. Glimpses of the blue sky appear overhead, brief windows that open and close. The sun is a pale disk, a coin of white gold trying to burn through the veil. The moisture in the fog begins to freeze onto everything it touches. The branches of the willows become encased in clear ice. The rocks are glazed. The world is becoming a glass garden. It is fragile and sharp. If the wind were to blow, the ice would shatter, but there is no wind. The great deer move towards the river. They know the ice is treacherous there. They move single file, the leader testing the ground. Their antlers sway as they walk, a forest of bone moving through the mist. They reach the willows near the bank. They begin to strip the bark. It is bitter and tough, but it is food. In the shelter, the fire has been fed. It burns steadily now. The smoke is thicker, curling around the ceiling before finding the exit. The smell of the smoke mixes with the smell of the reindeer hide. It is the scent of industry. The woman stops her rubbing. She examines the hide. A patch in the center is becoming supple. She folds it, kneading it with her hands. She twists it, wringing it out like a wet cloth, breaking the stiffness of the fibers. It is hard work. Her arms ache, a dull, familiar throb. She stretches her neck, hearing a soft pop. She resumes the rhythm. Rub, rub, rub. The day passes without landmarks. There is no noon shadow to mark the time. There is only the slow brightening of the mist and then the slow darkening. It is a day of suspension. The world feels small, intimate. A raven lands on the snow outside the shelter. It appears suddenly out of the white. It hops twice, its black feathers stark against the background. It tilts its head, listening. It calls once, a low, gurgling croak. The sound is muffled, dying quickly in the heavy air. It finds a crumb of meat dropped the day before. It swallows it, shakes its wings, and takes off, vanishing instantly into the fog. The stag finds a place to rest. He lowers his body onto a patch of snow. He keeps his head high. The weight of the antlers is immense, but his neck muscles are like steel cables. He rests his chin on a tuft of grass. He closes his eyes halfway. He ruminates, chewing the cud. He is at peace. The fog protects him. Inside, the carver stops. He looks at his work. The bison is emerging from the ivory. It is small, no bigger than his thumb, but it has the heavy shoulders and the sloping back of the real animal. He is satisfied. He puts the ivory and the tool into a pouch at his waist. He leans back and closes his eyes, listening to the sound of the scraping stone. The afternoon begins to fade. The light in the fog turns from white to gray, then to a deep, bruised purple. The temperature begins to drop again. The fog, which had thinned slightly, thickens once more. The ice crystals grow larger. The group shares a meal. It is a soup today made by boiling snow with the cracked bones of a reindeer leg. The marrow melts into the water, creating a rich, fatty broth. It is warm and filling. They drink it from wooden bowls, holding the bowls with both hands to absorb the heat. The steam from the soup mixes with their breath and the smoke. The conversation is sparse. A few words about the wood supply, a gesture towards the hide, a murmur of agreement. They are comfortable in the silence. They are a single organism, a hive of warmth in the cold. As the dark takes over, the fog begins to glow with the light of the moon. The moon is full tonight, hidden somewhere above the cloud layer. Its light diffuses through the mist, creating a strange, sourceless luminescence. The night is not black, it is a dark, glowing gray. The great deer stand up. They shake the frost from their coats. The sound is a soft rattle. They begin to move again, drifting away from the river, heading towards the shelter of the higher hills. They fade away, their massive antlers the last things to disappear into the gloom. The woman folds the hide. It is softer now, pliable and warm. She places it on the pile of finished skins. She is tired. It is a good tiredness, the feeling of a day well used. She settles back into her place near the fire. The fire is the only clock they have. It burns down, is fed, burns down again. It marks the passage of the hours. The flames are hypnotic. They tell stories without words. They mimic the shapes of the animals, the shapes of the wind. The cold creeps closer to the entrance as the fire dims. The frost on the rocks grows thicker. The ice fog outside begins to settle, lowering towards the ground as the air becomes stiller than still. The sleepers arrange themselves. The heavy furs are pulled up. The world narrows down to the sensation of warmth and the sound of breathing. The fog holds the valley in a tight embrace. Nothing moves, nothing hunts. The peace is absolute. Deep in the night, the fog finally begins to clear. It happens slowly. The mist sinks, revealing the tops of the hills first, then the upper slopes. The stars appear, washing the sky in diamond light. The moon, now high and bright, looks down on a world that has been glazed in ice. Every branch, every rock, every blade of grass is encased in a perfect layer of crystal. The moonlight hits the ice and the valley erupts in silent sparkle. It is a world of silver and glass. It is breathtakingly beautiful, a palace of winter built in the dark. The humans sleep through the transformation. They do not see the glittering world. They are deep in their dreams, safe in the rock, warm in the fur. They drift on the river of sleep, carried along by the slow, steady current of the long night. The great deer are far away now, silhouettes on a distant ridge outlined against the stars. They stand watch over the silver valley. The cycle continues. The waiting continues. The beauty of the ice age is a secret kept by the night. The sun rises on a world made of glass. The ice fog from the previous day has frozen onto every surface, coating the valley in a layer of clear, hard crystal. The dwarf willows are no longer bushes, they are intricate sculptures of silver and light. Each twig is encased in a transparent sheath. Each dry leaf that clung to the branch is now a pendant of ice. The rocks are glazed, shining with a wet, slick luster even though they are frozen dry. The light is blinding. As the sun clears the horizon, its rays hit the millions of ice surfaces. The valley erupts in sparkles. Prisms of light scatter in every direction, tiny flashes of red, blue, and green dancing across the white expanse. It is a landscape of impossible brightness. To look at it is to squint, to shield the eyes against the sheer, radiant power of the morning. The air is still, but the silence is different today. It is brittle. Occasionally, the heat of the sun causes a branch to shift or a layer of ice to crack. The sound is a sharp, delicate tink, like a finger tapping against a crystal glass. It is a high, clear sound that carries for miles in the thin air. Down on the plain, a herd of steppe bison is moving. They are massive animals, larger than the bison of later times. Their shoulders are high and humped, towering mountains of muscle covered in thick, dark wool. Their horns are long and curved, spanning wide, black crescents against the white snow. The herd is struggling with the ice. The crust on the snow is thick enough to hold a wolf but not a bison. With every step, their heavy hooves break through the glaze. Crunch, crash, crunch. The sound is loud and rhythmic. It is the sound of heavy machinery working the earth. They stop to feed. This too is work. The grass is locked away under the snow and the new layer of ice. The bison use their heads. They swing their massive muzzles side to side, smashing the crust, sweeping away the broken shards of ice to reach the dry forage beneath. Their breath puffs out in thick white clouds that drift back over their humps. Frost forms on their beards, turning the dark hair white. One large bull pauses. He stands knee-deep in the fractured snow. He looks towards the sun, his dark eyes narrowed. He is not angry, he is simply enduring. He is built for this. His coat is so thick that the snow does not melt on his back. He is a warm island in the frozen sea. He chews slowly, grinding the tough, dry grass, extracting the energy he needs to keep the inner fire burning. Inside the shelter, the light is bright. The reflection from the snow outside floods the small cave, illuminating the furthest corners. The rock walls, usually dark and shadowed, show their true colors, the gray of the limestone, the streak of rust-colored iron, the patch of white calcite. The sleepers are awake. The brightness makes sleep impossible. The fire is small, a modest pile of twigs burning with a clean, smokeless flame. The heat is welcome, fighting back the chill that radiates from the ice-covered entrance. A man sits near the fire. He has a flat stone between his knees. It is a slate pallet, smooth and gray. Beside him, in a small hollow of the rock floor, is a pile of red earth. It is ochre, a clay rich in iron, gathered from a riverbank miles away and dried in the sun months ago. He reaches for a smaller stone, a rounded pebble from the stream. He begins to grind the red earth. Grind, grind, grind. The sound is a low, gritty friction. The dry clay breaks down into a fine, soft powder. It is a vibrant color, the color of blood, the color of the summer sun, the color of life. In this world of white and gray and blue, the red is startling. He takes a small lump of animal fat kept in a pouch. He places it on the stone pallet. He uses the heat of his hand to soften it. He mixes the fat with the red powder. His fingers work the mixture, blending the grease and the dust until it becomes a smooth, thick paste. The smell is earthy and metallic, mixed with the scent of the tallow. He is not making a painting today, he is making paint for himself. He takes a dab of the red paste on his index finger. He draws a line across his forehead, then another line across the back of his hand. The red pigment stands out against his pale, winter skin. It is a mark of presence. It says, "I am here." The woman watches him. She is sorting through a pile of sinews, separating the long, thin fibers. She nods, a silent appreciation of the color. She reaches out and he dabs a spot of the red ochre on her cheek. It is a small ritual, a quiet connection in the morning light. Outside, the day warms slightly, just enough to make the ice slick. A pair of Arctic hares plays on the slope of a hill. They are tentative on the ice. Their furry feet give them grip, but even they slip occasionally. They chase each other, short bursts of speed followed by sudden stops. They are practicing, honing their reflexes, but it looks like a game. They are specks of white motion against the static landscape. Farther down the valley, near a rocky outcrop that catches the full force of the sun, a shape lies on a ledge. It is a cave lion. It is huge, much bigger than the lions of the south. Its coat is pale, a sandy cream color that blends with the dried grass and the rock. It has no mane. It looks like a giant, muscular cat. The lion is asleep. It is sprawled on its side, legs stretched out, belly exposed to the weak warmth of the sun. It is completely relaxed. There is no tension in its body. Its breathing is slow and deep. Occasionally a paw twitches. Occasionally the tip of its tail flicks. It is not hunting. It is not hungry. It has eaten recently, perhaps a reindeer, and now it is digesting. The local animals know the lion is there. The bison know. The hares know. They give the rock ledge a wide berth, but they do not panic. They know the language of the predator. They know that a sleeping lion is just a rock that breathes. They respect the radius of danger, and life continues outside of it. The sun climbs to its highest point, which is still low in the southern sky. The glare on the ice becomes intense. The shadows are etched in sharp, dark blue lines. The world looks like a high-contrast photograph. The man with the ochre finishes his work. He scrapes the remaining paste into a small hollow bone and plugs the end with a piece of moss. He wipes his hands on a scrap of fur. The red stain remains on his skin, a lingering warmth. He stands and moves to the entrance. He looks out. He has to narrow his eyes to mere slits. He sees the bison herd moving slowly west. He sees the sparkle of the ice. He sees the vast emptiness of the plain. He feels the cold air on his face, contrasting with the heat of the fire behind him. He decides to check the perimeter. He steps out, his boots crunching loudly on the glazed snow. He walks carefully. The surface is slippery. He has to dig the edges of his feet in to find purchase. He walks around the side of the rock shelter, checking the drifts. The snow has piled up against the windward side, creating a natural insulation. He reaches out and touches a branch of willow. It is encased in ice. He closes his hand around it. The heat of his palm melts the ice slightly. It becomes wet and slick. He lets go. The ice will refreeze in seconds. The tree is dormant, waiting for the spring thaw that is still months away. He finds a track in the snow, preserved under the ice glaze. It is the footprint of a fox made before the fog froze. It is perfect, like a fossil. He traces the shape with his finger. The pads, the claws, the direction of travel. The fox was moving quickly, heading towards the river. He returns to the shelter. The brief excursion is enough. The world outside is beautiful but inhospitable today. The glare is tiring. The cold is biting. Inside, the atmosphere is soft and red-lit. The group eats a midday meal. They share the remains of the soup, now thickened into a jelly. They eat cold pieces of fat, which provide the energy needed to keep warm. It is not a feast, but it is enough. Hunger is a constant companion, but it is a quiet one today, not a desperate one. The afternoon drifts by. The sun begins its descent. The angle of the light changes, and with it, the colors of the prisms in the ice. The blue flashes disappear, replaced by oranges and pinks. The valley begins to look like it is on fire with cold light. The lion on the ledge wakes up. It rolls onto its belly, stretching its front legs forward, unsheathing its massive claws. It yawns, opening a mouth that could crush a skull. It licks its paw and rubs its face, grooming itself with the meticulous care of a house cat. It sits up and looks out over the valley. Its amber eyes are clear and focused. It watches the bison herd, now miles away. It decides it is not interested. It lies back down, curling its tail around its nose. The wind begins to pick up as the sun lowers. It catches the edges of the ice sheets on the rocks. It makes a whistling sound, a low, mournful note. The ice on the trees begins to rattle. Click, clack, click. It sounds like 1,000 tiny skeletons dancing. Inside the shelter, the woman is braiding a cord. She uses long strips of leather. She works quickly, her fingers flying. Over, under, pull, over, under, pull. The braid is tight and strong. It will be used to tie a bundle or perhaps as a belt. The repetition is soothing. It occupies the hands and frees the mind. The young boy is playing with small stones. He lines them up near the fire. He arranges them by size. Then he arranges them by color. He builds a small wall. He knocks it down. He is learning the physics of the world, gravity and balance in the safety of the cave. The sun touches the horizon. The ice glaze turns a deep, rich gold. For a few minutes, the entire world is gilded. It is a moment of supreme beauty. The harshness of the landscape is hidden under a layer of precious metal. Then the sun is gone. The gold fades instantly to blue. The blue deepens to purple. The cold rushes back in, filling the void left by the light. The ice on the trees stops sparkling. The world becomes matte and dark. The bison herd settles for the night. They find a depression in the ground, a shallow bowl that offers some protection from the wind. They lie down close together. The heat from their bodies creates a microclimate in the center of the herd. They chew their cud, their jaws moving in a slow, circular rhythm. They are content. They have eaten. They are together. The lion leaves the ledge. It moves silently, its paws making no sound on the ice. It disappears into the shadows of the rocks, seeking its own den, its own solitary warmth. In the shelter, the fire is built up for the night. The wood supply is good. They can afford a larger fire tonight. The flames leap up, casting wild shadows on the walls. The red ochre on the man's face glows in the firelight. The group gathers close. They talk quietly. Voices are low rumbles, blending with the crackle of the wood. They speak of the bison, they speak of the ice, they speak of the lion. They tell the story of the day, preserving it in memory. The air inside gets warm. The condensation on the ceiling drips occasionally. Plip. A drop of water lands on a stone. It is a small sound, domestic and safe. The woman finishes the braid. She ties a knot at the end. She tests it, pulling it with all her strength. It holds. She coils it up and places it in her basket. A good day's work. The night fully arrives. The stars are back, as bright and hard as ever. The glaze on the snow reflects the starlight, so the ground seems to faintly glow. It is a phosphorescent landscape, dim and ghostly. The wind dies down again. The rattling of the ice trees stops. The silence returns. It is the deep, heavy silence of the cryosphere. The earth is locked in stasis. The humans prepare for sleep. They loosen their furs. They lie down on the soft bedding of spruce boughs and hides. The fire is banked, the coals covered with ash to keep them alive until morning. The red glow dims to a faint pulse. The man with the ochre closes his eyes. He feels the dryness of the pigment on his skin. It connects him to the earth even in sleep. He breathes in the smoke and the cold air. He is part of this world, not a master of it, but a resident. The bison sleep. The lion sleeps. The hares sleep in their burrow. The birds sleep in the trees. The valley is a dormitory of life resting in the dark. The ice holds everything in place. It preserves the shape of the willows, the curve of the drifts, the memory of the light. The time passes slowly, measured in the slow drift of the constellations. The Great Bear rotates around the pole. The hunter marches across the south. The stars are the only things that move with any speed, and even they are slow. The peace is absolute. There is no fear here tonight, just the endurance of the cold and the promise that the sun will return, turning the glass world back into light. The waiting continues. The breathing continues. The silence holds. The morning light is softer today. The brilliant, shattering clarity of the crystal day has passed. High above the valley, a thin veil of cirrus clouds has drifted in from the west. It spreads across the sky like a layer of spun silk diffusing the sun. The light that reaches the snow is pearlescent, a milky white glow that casts no hard shadows. The world feels enclosed, wrapped in a soft, gray stillness. The ice that coated the landscape yesterday has lost its sparkle. It is still there, a hard shell over the rocks and the willows, but it has turned matte. It looks like frosted glass now, cool and opaque. The air is still very cold, but the biting edge is gone. It is a deep, stable cold, the kind that settles into the bones of the earth and stays there. Inside the shelter, the atmosphere is sleepy. The fire is burning low, a bed of orange embers that pulses gently with every draft of air. The smoke rises in a lazy spiral, smelling of pine resin and old wood. The rock walls hold the heat well. The shelter feels like a separate pocket of existence, cut off from the vast, open plain. The group is awake but moving slowly. There is a sense of heavy comfort in the air. The morning meal is finished, strips of dried meat softened in warm water. Now the day's work begins. It is quiet work. It is work for the hands, leaving the mind free to drift. A woman sits cross-legged on a pile of furs. Across her lap lies a large expanse of bison hide. It is heavy, the fur thick and woolly, the color of dark coffee. She is sewing. She joins two skins together to make a larger covering. Her needle is made of bone, polished by years of use until it gleams like ivory. It is sharp and smooth. She works with a steady rhythm. She pushes the needle through the tough leather. It takes effort. She leans her weight into it. Then she pulls the sinew thread through. Swish. The sound is soft, a whisper of friction. She pulls it tight. Then she starts again. Push, pull, tighten, push, pull, tighten. The movement is hypnotic. Her hands know exactly what to do. She does not need to look closely. She feels the spacing of the stitches. She feels the tension of the thread. The repetition is calming. It is a meditation in leather and bone. Outside, the valley is quiet. The wind is barely a breath. It stirs the dry grasses that poke through the snow, making them nod gently. On the far side of the frozen stream, a herd of animals moves into view. They are saiga antelope. They are strange and beautiful creatures, survivors of the deep cold. They are small, about the size of a goat, with slender, delicate legs. Their coats are a sandy yellow, blending perfectly with the dried vegetation and the exposed patches of earth. But it is their faces that mark them. They have large, bulbous noses that hang down over their mouths. The nose is soft and flexible, a complex structure designed to warm the freezing air before it reaches their lungs. It gives them a gentle, almost comical expression. They look like they are permanently sniffing the ground. The herd moves like a single entity. They trot with their heads low. Their movement is fluid, a ripple of sandy fur against the white snow. They stop to graze. They do not scrape the snow away, they look for the tall plants that stand above the drifts. They nibble at the tops of the sagebrush and the dry stalks of wild rye. The male antelopes have horns. They are translucent, amber-colored spirals that rise straight up from their heads. In the diffuse light, the horns seem to glow faintly. The herd is calm. They are constantly moving, a slow drift across the landscape. They are nomads of the steppe, traveling hundreds of miles in a season, following the food and the wind. Back in the shelter, the man who mixed the ochre is now working on a piece of wood. It is a shaft for a spear. He holds the wood in one hand and a flint scraper in the other. He draws the stone blade down the length of the wood. Scrape. A thin curl of wood falls to the floor. Scrape. He is smoothing the shaft, removing the bark and the knots. He checks the straightness of the wood constantly. He lifts it to his eye, sighting down the length like a surveyor. He rotates it. He scrapes again. The wood is light and strong. It is spruce found in a drift of driftwood along the river. It smells of the forest, a sharp, clean scent that cuts through the smoke. The sound of the scraping mixes with the sound of the sewing. Swish, scrape, swish, scrape. It is the soundtrack of the shelter. It is the music of survival. The sun climbs higher behind the clouds. A halo forms around it, a perfect ring of rainbow light. It is faint, a ghost of color in the white sky. The light is flat. Distances are hard to judge. The far hills look like flat cutouts of gray paper pasted against the sky. The saiga herd moves closer to the river. They are wary of the ice. Their small hooves are sharp, good for hard ground, but slippery on the glaze. They pick their way carefully through the willows. They find a patch of open ground where the wind has scoured the snow away. They crowd onto it, shoulder to shoulder. The heat of their bodies rises in a collective mist. A small bird, a snow bunting, lands on the roof of the shelter. It chirps once, a bright, cheerful note. It hops along the edge of the stone looking for seeds. It finds a pine nut dropped by the humans. It cracks the shell with its beak, swallows the kernel, and fluffs its feathers. It sits there for a moment, a tiny ball of life, before flying off towards the antelope herd. The afternoon deepens. The light begins to fail earlier today because of the cloud cover. The gray turns to a darker charcoal. The air in the shelter cools down. The fire needs feeding. The young boy takes on the task. He selects 3 logs from the pile. He places them in a triangle pattern on the coals. This arrangement traps the heat and encourages the flames to rise in the center. He blows gently on the base. The flames lick up the sides of the wood. The fire brightens, casting warm, orange light onto the faces of the group. The woman finishes the seam. She ties off the sinew with a double knot. She bites the end of the thread to cut it. She unfolds the hide. It is huge now, a blanket big enough for 2 or 3 people. She runs her hand over the seam. It is flat and smooth. It will not chafe. She smiles, a small, private expression of satisfaction. She folds the blanket and places it on the sleeping platform. Outside, the saiga herd begins to settle for the evening. They do not lie down yet. They stand together, facing the wind, though there is little wind to face. They lower their heads. They enter a state of standing rest, their metabolism slowing down to conserve energy. They are a landscape of backs and curved horns. A fox barks in the distance. It is a sharp, high-pitched sound. It is answering another fox across the valley. They are communicating boundaries. The sound emphasizes the silence rather than breaking it. The man puts down the spear shaft. It is smooth now, a perfect cylinder of pale wood. He balances it on his finger. It is straight. He is pleased. He places it against the wall next to the others. It will be hardened in the fire tomorrow. Tonight it rests. The evening meal is prepared. Someone has brought out a stash of pine nuts and dried roots. The roots are starchy and sweet when roasted in the ashes. They are placed near the coals, turned occasionally with a stick. The smell of roasting root vegetables fills the cave. It is an earthy, sweet smell reminiscent of damp soil and autumn. They eat together, sitting in a loose circle. The fire is the center of their attention. They crack the nuts between stones. Crack, crack. They peel the roasted roots, blowing on their fingers as the hot steam escapes. The food is simple, but it is warm. It fills the belly and warms the blood. Outside, night falls completely. The clouds are thick enough to hide the stars. The world is pitch black. There is no moon visible tonight. The darkness is absolute. If you were to walk away from the shelter, you would see nothing but the faint gray of the snow under your feet. You would have to navigate by the feel of the wind and the slope of the ground. But inside there is light. The fire is golden and lively. It illuminates the texture of the furs, the grain of the wood, the smoothness of the stones. It reflects in the eyes of the humans. They talk softly. The voices are low, murmuring. They do not tell grand stories tonight. They talk of small things, the depth of the snow, the location of the antelope, the quality of the wood. These are the things that matter. The woman who sewed the blanket leans back. She is tired. Her shoulders ache from the work. She stretches, reaching her arms up towards the ceiling. She yawns. The firelight catches the red ochre mark on her cheek, now faint and smudged. The cold presses against the entrance. The temperature outside is dropping steadily. The clouds act as a blanket, keeping it from getting as cold as the clear nights, but it is still freezing. The air that seeps in under the door flap is icy. It keeps the air in the cave fresh. The Saiga herd is asleep now. They have lain down in the snow, tucking their legs under them. They curl their necks, tucking their sensitive noses into their flanks to keep them warm. They are small mounds of sand-colored fur in the dark. They dream of endless grass. The humans prepare for sleep. The new blanket is spread out. It is soft and heavy. It smells of the animal and the smoke. It is a luxury. They crawl under the furs. The warmth is immediate. The fire is banked. The flames die down, leaving the steady, pulsing glow of the coals. The shadows in the cave grow long and soft. The rock walls seem to move closer, protecting the sleepers. The silence of the night is heavy. There is no wind to make the ice rattle. There are no birds to call. There is only the slow, rhythmic breathing of the group. In, out, in, out. It matches the breathing of the antelope herd a mile away. It matches the slow pulse of the winter itself. The earth is old here. The rocks of the shelter were formed millions of years ago in a warm sea. Now they shelter these warm, fragile beings in a world of ice. The contrast is stark. One of the sleepers shifts, turning over. The dried grass in the bedding rustles, then stillness returns. The mind lets go of the needle, the wood, the snow. It drifts down into the dark, quiet place of rest. The night stretches on, hour after hour. The world waits, the snow waits, the ice waits. There is no hurry. There is only the long, peaceful endure of the night. The gray ceiling of clouds that held the heat during the night has lowered. It has come down to touch the earth. The air outside is thick with falling snow. These are not the small, dry crystals of the clear days. These are large, heavy flakes, damp and complex. They fall straight down, thousands of them, millions of them, filling the air with a soft white curtain. There is absolutely no wind. The silence is profound. It is a padded woolen silence that muffles the entire world. The snow lands on the rocks and sticks. It lands on the branches of the dwarf willows and builds up into tall, precarious towers of white. It lands on the flat expanse of the frozen river, adding inch upon inch to the covering. The landscape is being erased, softened, rounded. Every sharp edge is disappearing under the accumulation of the morning. Inside the shelter, the light is dim and blue. The snow is falling so heavily that it acts like a shade over the entrance. The world outside is just a wall of falling white. The air inside feels closer, more intimate. The cave feels smaller, a secure pocket in the vastness of the storm. The fire is the only source of vibrant color. It burns with a steady, quiet determination. The logs added earlier in the morning have settled into a comfortable arrangement. They glow with a deep, pulsing orange heat. The flames are short and blue-based, licking the wood with a soft, fluttering sound. FFFFT, FFFFT. It is the sound of the fire breathing. The man with the spear shaft sits close to the heat. He is continuing the work from the day before. The wood is smooth now, scraped clean of all bark and knots. Now it must be hardened. He holds the tip of the wooden shaft over the fire. He does not put it in the flames, that would burn it. He holds it just above the coals in the zone of intense, shimmering heat. He turns the shaft slowly, continuously. He watches the wood change color. It turns from pale cream to a light tan, then to a rich honey brown. The heat drives out the moisture. It tightens the grain. It transforms the soft wood into something hard and durable. He brings it to his nose. It smells of toasted pine, a warm, sweet scent. He rubs the warm wood with a piece of leather burnisher. Rub, rub, rub. The friction polishes the surface. He puts it back over the fire, Turn, wait. It is a process that cannot be rushed. To rush is to ruin the wood. He has all the time in the world. Deep in the mountains, miles away from the valley floor, there is another cave. It is not a shelter for humans. It is a deep limestone cavern winding far back into the heart of the cliff. The air inside is stable, hovering just above freezing. It is pitch black. No light has ever touched the back of this cave. In the dark, a massive shape lies sleeping. It is a cave bear. It is a giant, far larger than the bears of the future. It is a mound of fur and fat and muscle curled up in a depression in the clay floor. It has been here for months. It will be here for months more. The bear is in a state of deep torpor. Its metabolism has slowed to a crawl. Its heart beats only a few times a minute. Thump, thump. The sound is so slow it seems to stop time between beats. Its breathing is a long, slow sigh that expels the carbon dioxide and takes in the cool, damp air of the cave. Beside the mother, two cubs are sleeping. They are small balls of fluff compared to the mountain of their mother. They are pressed against her belly, absorbing her heat. They twitch in their sleep, dreaming of milk and play. The mother does not move. She is the anchor. She is the furnace. She sleeps the deep, heavy sleep of the winter, waiting for the earth to tilt back towards the sun. The snow outside continues to fall. It piles up on the ledges of the cliff, sealing the entrance to the bear's cave even further. The snow acts as insulation, keeping the warmth of the earth inside. The bears are safe. They are hidden. Back in the valley, the saiga antelope have stopped moving. The snow is too heavy to walk through comfortably. They have found a grove of spruce trees, their branches weighed down by snow, creating a dry canopy underneath. The herd crowds into this space. The ground here is covered in a carpet of dry brown needles free of snow. They stand or lie down, chewing their cud. The air under the trees smells of resin and musk. It is a quiet, dry room in the middle of the storm. The snow falls from the upper branches with a soft plop, landing on the backs of the antelope. They shake it off with a ripple of their skin. They are patient. They know the storm will pass. In the human shelter, the woman has put away the sewing. She is now preparing food. She has a flat stone mortar and a rounded pestle. She pours a handful of dried seeds into the depression of the stone. They are seeds gathered in the late summer, small and hard. She begins to grind. Crunch, grind, crunch, grind. It is a rhythmic, gritty sound. She leans her weight into the pestle, using her shoulder muscles. The seeds break apart, releasing an oily, nutty aroma. She adds a few dried berries to the mix. The red of the berries blends with the pale flour of the seeds. She adds a little water and a little fat, mixing it all into a thick paste. She shapes the paste into small, flat cakes. She places these cakes on a hot, flat stone near the edge of the fire. They begin to cook slowly. The smell of toasting seeds fills the cave, mingling with the smell of the hardening spear shaft. It is a domestic smell, a smell of plenty. The young boy is lying on his stomach, watching the snow fall outside the entrance. He is mesmerized by the sheer volume of it. It falls in a curtain that never ends. He reaches out a hand, catching a few flakes. They land on his warm palm and melt instantly, turning into tiny beads of water. He wipes his hand on the fur rug and watches again. He sees a mouse. It is a small, brown field mouse tunneling through the snow just outside the entrance. It pops its head up, whiskers twitching. It sees the boy. It freezes for a heartbeat, its black eyes shining. Then it dives back under the snow, disappearing into its own white world. The boy smiles. The afternoon arrives without any change in the light. The heavy cloud cover and the falling snow make it feel like twilight all day long. The passage of time is measured only by the height of the snowdrift outside and the hunger in the belly. The man finishes the spear. The tip is now dark brown and hard as bone. He tests the balance. He runs his hand down the smooth, warm wood. It is perfect. He sets it aside to cool. He takes a piece of sandstone and begins to sharpen the flint point that will be attached later. Scrape, scrape, scrape. The sound is softer than the grinding of the seeds. The cakes are done. They are crisp on the outside and soft on the inside. The woman passes them around. They eat in silence. The food is dense and rich, providing the energy needed to keep the body warm. They chew slowly, savoring the nutty flavor. The snow begins to change as the evening approaches. The flakes become smaller and finer. The intensity of the fall lessens. The heavy curtain begins to lift. The sky brightens slightly, a paradox of the snowy landscape. The white ground reflects even the smallest amount of light, making the world seem to glow from below. Far out on the plain, the woolly mammoths are undeterred. They are built for this. The deep snow is an annoyance, nothing more. They use their massive tusks like snowplows, sweeping their heads back and forth to clear a path to the grass. The sound of their tusks hitting the frozen ground under the snow is a dull thud. The matriarch shakes her head. A mound of snow falls from her head and shoulders. She rumbles, a low-frequency sound that travels through the ground beneath the snow to the rest of the herd. It is a sound of reassurance. We are here, we are eating, all is well. The calves play in the deep snow. They charge through the drifts, their trunks held high, their ears flapping. They fall over, rolling in the soft powder. It is a game. The snow is soft and forgiving. The mothers watch with a calm eye, continuing their rhythmic sweeping. Night falls gently. The snow stops completely. The clouds break apart with surprising speed, dissolving into the dark. The moon is waiting behind them. It floods the valley with silver light. The landscape has been transformed again. It is now a series of soft, rolling curves. The sharp rocks are gone. The bushes are gone. Everything is buried under 2 feet of fresh, pristine snow. It looks like a bed made with the finest white linens, smooth and unwrinkled. The silence changes. The muffled quality of the snowfall is gone. The crisp, clear silence of the freeze returns. The air is incredibly clean. It has been scrubbed by the snow. In the shelter, the fire is allowed to die down. The work is done. The spear is hard. The food is eaten. The day of the snow is over. The group settles down for the night. The extra layer of snow outside acts as a thick blanket for the cave, trapping the heat even better than before. It is warm inside tonight. The man looks at the spear one last time. In the dying light of the fire, the polished wood gleams. It is a tool of the future, ready for the spring, but spring is far away. For now, it is just a piece of wood resting against the stone. The sleepers breathe in the clean air. They dream of the white world. They dream of the slow, falling flakes. They dream of the quiet. High in the mountains, the bear shifts. She rolls slightly, adjusting her weight. The cubs make small, squeaking sounds, then settle back into the deep fur. The heart beats, thumpy thump. The winter goes on. The moon moves across the sky, casting blue shadows on the new snow. A shadow of a passing owl glides over the smooth surface. It makes no sound. It leaves no mark. The valley is suspended in white and silver. It is a world at rest. The energy is dormant, waiting under the snow, waiting in the roots, waiting in the bones of the sleeping earth. The night is long and the peace is absolute. The sun rises on a buried world. The storm has left the valley covered in a blanket of white so deep that the contours of the land have been softened into gentle, rolling waves. The sharp rocks are gone. The bushes are gone. Even the course of the river is just a smooth, white depression winding through the drifts. The light is blindingly bright. The new snow is a perfect reflector, sending the sun's rays back up into the pale blue sky, creating a world without shadows, a world of pure, illuminated white. At the entrance of the shelter, the snow has drifted high, blocking the lower half of the opening. Inside, the light is cool and blue, filtering through the packed crystals. The air is still. The heavy insulation of the snowdrift has kept the temperature inside remarkably stable. It is quiet. The only sound is the soft settling of the wood in the fire pit, a gentle shift of ash and ember. The man wakes first. He sits up, blinking against the blue light. He wraps his fur mantle tighter around his shoulders. He moves to the entrance. He pushes against the snow. It is packed hard by its own weight. He uses the shoulder blade shovel again. He carves a block of snow and pushes it outward. It falls away silently. He carves another. Slowly, the view is revealed. It is a landscape of serenity. The valley is untouched. There is not a single footprint in the miles of white that stretch out before him. It is a clean slate, a fresh page of time. The air that rushes in is sharp and clean. It smells of absolutely nothing. It is pure, cold oxygen. He steps out onto the platform of rock in front of the shelter. He squints. The glare is intense. He breathes in, feeling the cold air expand his chest. He looks for movement. At first, there is nothing. The stillness is absolute. Then, far down the valley, he sees a disturbance in the white. It is a small herd of wild horses. They are robust animals, short and stocky, with coats the color of dried sand and mayonnaise that stand upright like stiff brushes. They are gathered on a windswept ridge where the wind has scoured the snow down to a thin layer. They are the only patch of color in the white world. The horses are resting. They stand close together, head to tail, forming a knot of warmth. They are grooming each other. One horse nibbles gently on the withers of another. It is a social ritual. The teeth move in a scratching rhythm, massaging the skin, removing loose hair. The receiving horse lowers its head, eyes half closed, lip drooping in relaxation. It is a moment of pure comfort. Their tails flick occasionally, though there are no flies in this frozen season. It is just a reflex, a memory of summer. Their breath rises in a steady cloud above the herd, a collective sign of life. They are calm. They have found a place where the grass is accessible. They have found each other. They are safe. Inside the shelter, the woman begins a task for the morning. She has a bundle of dried sedge grass gathered from the riverbank before the freeze. The grass is long, tough, and golden yellow. She sits near the firelight, the bundle beside her. She is making a mat. She takes a handful of the grass stalks. She twists them together, forming a rope. Her hands move with a practiced, fluid motion. Twist, tuck, pull, twist, tuck, pull. The sound of the dry grass rustling is soft, like the sound of wind in the reeds. Shhh, it is a whisper of a sound. She works the rope into a spiral, stitching it together with thin strips of sinew. The mat grows circle by circle. It will be used to sit on to keep the dampness of the stone away from the body. It smells of the summer sun, of dried earth and warmth. It is a memory of the green world, woven into a tool for the white world. The young boy watches her. He picks up a stray stalk of grass. He tries to twist it, mimicking her movements. It breaks. He tries again. He is learning the strength of the material. He is learning that patience is as important as strength. He watches the firelight dance on his mother's hands. Outside, the sun climbs higher. It does not provide much heat, but the light itself feels heavy. It presses down on the snow. On the south-facing slopes, the very top layer of snow begins to soften just for an hour or two. A wolverine moves across the deep snow. It is a solitary creature, dark brown with lighter stripes along its sides. It moves with a strange, loping gait, its large paws acting like snowshoes. It does not sink, it flows over the drifts. It is a scavenger, a wanderer. It stops to sniff the air. It smells the horses on the ridge. It decides they are too far, too healthy. It moves on. It finds a spot where a rock creates a small hollow. It digs. The snow flies out behind it in a steady stream. It finds something, perhaps a bone left by a wolf pack days ago or a frozen lemming. It eats quickly, cracking the bone with powerful jaws. Then it continues its endless patrol, a dark shadow moving through the brightness. The man outside the shelter has finished clearing the path. He leans on the shovel. He looks at the sun. He looks at the blue shadows that stretch out behind every drift. The shadows are the color of the deep ocean. They are cool and inviting in the harsh glare. He returns to the fire. The transition from the blinding white to the dim red is a relief. He rubs his eyes. He sits on a fur and reaches for a piece of the seed cake left from yesterday. It is cold and hard, but good. He eats slowly. The day passes in a drift of small moments. There is no urgency. The snow has locked the world in place. Travel is difficult. Hunting is difficult. Today is a day for staying put. It is a day for the shelter. The woman finishes the center of the mat. She pauses to stretch her fingers. She looks at the work. It is tight and even. She is satisfied. She adds more grass to the rope. The rhythm resumes, twist, tuck, pull. The sound is hypnotic. It fills the silence of the cave. Down by the river, under the deep snow, the life of the water continues. The ice is thick, a roof over the stream. But beneath it, the water flows black and cold. Small fish hang in the current, their fins waving slowly. They are in a world of perpetual twilight. They wait for the spring, for the light to return to the water. Above them on the surface, the snow is a smooth, unbroken sheet. A raven flies over the river. Its shadow races across the snow, a black cross moving at speed. The bird calls out, "Croc." The sound echoes off the valley walls, bouncing back and forth until it fades into nothing. The horses on the ridge shift their position. They have eaten the grass in one patch. They move a few steps forward, pawing at the ground to clear the snow. Their hooves are hard and sharp. They scrape away the white to reveal the brown. They eat, they step, they eat. It is the slow dance of survival. The afternoon light begins to change. The intense white softens to a creamy gold. The sun is lowering. The shadows lengthen, turning from blue to violet. The texture of the snow becomes visible again, the tiny ridges and wind-sculpted waves highlighted by the low angle of the light. A herd of reindeer appears on the horizon. They are moving single file, a long line of dark shapes trekking through the deep snow. They are following a trail only they can see, a memory map of the land. Their antlers are silhouettes against the sky. They do not stop. They are on a journey. Their clicking knees make a rhythmic sound, a dry castanet rattle that travels on the wind. The humans in the shelter hear the reindeer. The man lifts his head. He listens. He knows the sound. He knows they are passing. He does not reach for his spear. The snow is too deep. The effort would be too great. He lets them pass. He respects their journey. The sun touches the edge of the hills. The snow turns pink. For a few minutes, the valley is a bowl of rose-colored light. It is soft and breathtaking. The harshness of the cold is forgotten in the beauty of the color. Then the sun is gone. The light fails quickly. The blue twilight returns, deeper and colder than the morning. The temperature begins its nightly plummet. The air tightens. The snow freezes hard. Inside, the fire is built up. The woman puts the grass mat aside. It is half finished. It sits against the wall, a golden circle in the shadows. The evening meal is prepared. It is simple fare, strips of smoked meat and melted snow water. They eat together. The warmth of the fire is the center of their universe. Outside is the cold, the dark, the snow. Inside is the heat, the light, the family. The contrast makes the shelter feel even safer. The young boy leans against his mother. He is tired. He has done nothing but watch the day, but the cold air is exhausting. He closes his eyes. He listens to the fire. Pop, hiss. A log settles, sparks fly up. The man tends the fire. He arranges the coals with a stick. He is the keeper of the flame. He ensures it will last the night. He places a large, knotty piece of pine on the back of the fire. It will burn slow and hot. The night arrives. The stars come out. They are brilliant in the black sky. The Milky Way is a river of light flowing directly overhead. The constellations are old friends. They look down on the valley, unchanged since the beginning of the winter, unchanged since the beginning of time. The horses on the ridge have stopped eating. They huddle together again. They lock their legs, standing asleep. Their coats are frosted with their own breath. They are statues of patience. The wolverine has found a den, a crevice in the rocks deep under the snow. It curls up, wrapping its tail over its nose. It sleeps the sleep of the full belly. In the shelter, the humans lie down. The furs are pulled up. The breathing slows. The day of the deep snow is over. It was a quiet day, a good day. The earth turns, the stars wheel overhead. The silence of the ice age holds the world in its hands. The night deepens. The cold is a physical presence pressing against the rocks, but the rocks hold. The fire holds. The life inside continues, soft and warm and waiting. The dawn arrives as a subtle shift in the gray scale. The sky, which has been a dome of velvet black for hours, begins to lighten. It turns to the color of charcoal, then to the color of wet slate, and finally to a pale, milky pearl. There is no direct sun this morning. The clouds are high and thin, a uniform layer that diffuses the light, scattering it evenly across the white world. The shadows are soft and undefined. The horizon is a blur where the white earth meets the white sky. The silence of the valley is broken by a single deep sound. Boom, it comes from the river. The ice, thick and heavy, is expanding as the temperature shifts slightly with the dawn. It cracks deep below the surface, sending a resonant vibration through the valley floor. It is a lonely, hollow sound. It echoes off the canyon walls, rolling away into the distance like distant thunder. Then the silence returns, stitching the wound in the air closed again. Inside the shelter, the fire has burned down to a low, pulsing heat. The rock walls are still warm. The sleepers are motionless, deep in the final cycle of rest. The air in the cave is still, layered with the scent of wood smoke and the faint, sweet smell of the dried grass mats. The woman is the first to move. She sits up, the heavy bison robe sliding down to her waist. She rubs her face with her hands, waking the skin. She listens. She hears the silence. She hears the faint settling of the coals. She reaches for the small pile of kindling kept dry near the hearth. She places a handful of dry twigs on the embers. She leans down and blows gently. The ash flies up in a small gray cloud. A red glow appears. Then a small yellow flame licks up, catching the wood. The light returns to the cave, pushing back the gray morning. Today is a day for the bones. Near the back of the shelter, there is a pile of long bones, leg bones from reindeer and bison saved from previous hunts. They are cold and hard. Inside them is the marrow, the rich, fatty substance that is essential for survival in the deep cold. It is energy in its purest form. The man joins her near the fire. He brings a large, flat stone which serves as an anvil. He places it between his knees. He selects a heavy femur bone. It is smooth and dense. He holds it with one hand and takes a hammerstone in the other. He does not strike wildly. He taps the bone, finding the weak point, listening to the sound it makes. Tap, tap, it rings slightly. Then with a sharp, controlled movement he strikes. Crack, the sound is loud in the small space. The bone splits longitudinally, revealing the core. The marrow inside is pink and yellow, solid with the cold. He uses a small, thin stick to pry it out. It comes away in a long, waxy cylinder. He places it in a wooden bowl near the fire to soften. The work continues. Tap, tap, crack. It is a rhythmic, satisfying process. The pile of white splinters grows on one side, the pile of rich marrow on the other. It is a harvest from the past, gathered weeks ago, consumed now. The focus is absolute. There is no need for speech. The sound of the stone against the bone is the conversation. Outside, the valley is waking up. A herd of steppe bison has moved down from the hills. They are heading for the river. They are massive, dark shapes against the snow. Their breath clouds are thick and heavy, hanging in the still air long after the animals have moved on. They walk in a single file, trudging through the drifts. They reach the edge of the frozen river. The lead female stops. She looks out over the expanse of ice. It is a highway of white winding between the willow-choked banks. She steps out, her hoof strikes the ice. It is solid. She takes another step. Her weight is immense, but the ice holds. The rest of the herd follows. They move onto the river. The sound of their hooves on the snow-covered ice is a muffled, rhythmic thudding. Occasionally, a hoof slips on a patch of clear ice, making a sharp scratching sound. The bison correct their balance instantly. They are sure-footed. They know how to walk on the slick surface. As the herd moves towards the center of the river, the ice protests. It makes singing noises. Ping, twang, high-pitched, electronic-sounding notes that travel through the ice sheet. The bison ignore them. They know the difference between the song of thick ice and the crack of breaking ice. They walk on, a dark river of life moving on top of the frozen river of water. A pair of ravens watches from a dead spruce tree. They are fluffed up against the cold, looking like black ragged balls of feathers. They watch the bison. They watch the smoke rising from the shelter. They are waiting for scraps. They are patient. They preen their feathers, smoothing the barbs, ensuring their insulation is perfect. One of them drops a piece of bark. It flutters down, landing silently in the snow. Inside the shelter, the marrow has softened in the warmth. The group eats. It is rich and greasy, coating the mouth. It tastes of iron and fat. It warms the body from the inside out. It is the fuel that will keep them going through the day. After the meal, the woman turns to a different task. She takes a small leather pouch from her waist. She pours the contents onto a smooth patch of the floor. They are teeth. Fox teeth, wolf teeth, small and sharp. She is making a necklace. She picks up a fox canine. It is white and curved. She needs to make a hole in the root. She takes a drill, a thin stick of hard wood with a tiny flake of flint embedded in the tip. She holds the tooth steady on a piece of leather. She places the drill point against the root. She begins to spin the drill. She rolls the stick between her palms, back and forth, swish, swish, swish. The motion is fast and repetitive. The flint bites into the tooth. A tiny curl of white dust appears. She blows it away. She keeps drilling. It is slow work. The tooth is hard. The flint is hard. It is a battle of materials. Her hands move in a blur, but the progress is microscopic. She enters a trance state. The world narrows down to the spinning stick and the white dust. She is not thinking of the cold. She is not thinking of the hunger. She is thinking of the whole. The man watches her for a moment, then picks up a piece of the splintered bone. He begins to scrape it with a stone tool. He is making a needle. He shapes the sliver of bone, rounding the edges, sharpening the point. Scrape, scrape. The sound joins the swish of the drill. It is the music of the industry. Outside, the light brightens slightly as the sun reaches its zenith behind the clouds. The pearl gray sky turns a shade lighter. The snow reflects the diffuse light, making the valley feel open and airy despite the cold. On a rocky ridge overlooking the valley, a pack of wolves is resting. There are 7 of them. They are gray and white, their coats thick and plush. They have fed recently. Their bellies are full. They are in a pile, a tangle of legs and tails. They are sleeping, but not deeply. Ears twitch, noses wiggle. One wolf wakes up. It is a young female. She stretches, extending her front legs, bowing down, then arching her back. She yawns, her pink tongue curling. She looks at the others. She nudges a large male with her nose. He opens one yellow eye, grunts softly, and closes it again. She lies back down, resting her head on his flank. The pack is a single organism of warmth. They breathe together. They smell of musk and pine and snow. They are the masters of this landscape, but right now, they are just a family sleeping in the cold. The bison herd has reached a bend in the river where the wind has swept the snow away from the banks. They find tall, dry grasses standing brown against the white. They begin to graze. They lower their heads, their beards brushing the snow. They rip the grass up with a tearing sound. They chew. The steam rises from the herd, merging with the mist from the open patches of water further downstream. The afternoon wears on. The light begins to fade earlier than usual. The clouds are thickening. A light snow begins to fall. It is very fine like dust. It sparkles as it floats down. It does not accumulate quickly. It just adds a fresh dusting to the old drifts. In the shelter, the woman breaks through. The drill sinks into the wood beneath the tooth. She stops. She lifts the tooth. There is a perfect round hole in the root. She threads a piece of sinew through it. She holds it up. It hangs perfectly. She smiles. She picks up the next tooth. She starts again. Swish, swish, swish. The young boy is playing with the knuckle bones from the cracked femurs. He stacks them. He knocks them down. He spins them on the floor. They make a rattling sound. He is bored, but it is a safe boredom. He is warm. He is fed. The man finishes the needle. He polishes it on a piece of sandstone. It is smooth and sharp. He tests it against his thumb. It pricks the skin. It is ready. He places it in a specialized bone case, a hollow tube plugged with leather. It is a valuable tool, protected and cherished. The snow outside falls harder. The wind picks up slightly, blowing the fine powder across the surface of the river ice. It makes a hissing sound like sand moving across stone. The bison herd turns their backs to the wind. Their coats are dusted with white. They stand stoically, enduring the weather. The wolves on the ridge wake up as the light fails. They stand, shaking the snow from their coats. They stretch. They greet each other with tail wags and soft whines. They touch noses. It is a roll call. I am here, you are here. They move off the ridge, trotting in a single file line, slipping silently into the tree line. They are not hunting yet. They are just patrolling their world. Night falls, the gray sky turns black. The snow continues to fall for a while, then stops. The clouds break apart again, revealing the deep, infinite darkness of space. And then the lights begins. To the north, a faint green glow appears on the horizon. It grows stronger. It rises up like a curtain being pulled across the sky, the aurora borealis. It is a river of green fire, silent and cold. It ripples and folds, moving with a slow, majestic grace. The light is bright enough to cast shadows on the snow. The valley is bathed in a ghostly emerald light. The ice on the river glows green. The white snow turns a pale, eerie lime. It is a spectacle of silence. Inside the shelter, the man sees the light through the cracks in the entrance covering. He moves the hide aside. He steps out. He stands on the platform looking up. The lights are dancing directly overhead now. They form a corona, a crown of light that seems to descend from the zenith. Ribbons of purple and red mix with the green. He watches with a quiet reverence. He does not understand the physics of solar particles hitting the magnetic field. He understands that the sky is alive. He understands that the night has a spirit. He breathes in the cold air, watching the lights twist and turn. The wolves stop in the forest. They look up. The green light reflects in their eyes. They do not howl, they just watch. The bison on the river continue to chew, the green light playing over their dark humps. The woman joins the man outside. She wraps her fur tight. They stand together, two small figures in a vast, illuminated amphitheater. The silence is absolute. The lights make no sound. The show is purely visual. After a long time, the cold drives them back inside. The warmth of the fire welcomes them. The contrast is sharp. Outside, the cold, green, infinite sky. Inside, the warm, red, enclosed rock. They lie down to sleep. The drill is put away. The beads are put away. The bones are piled in the corner. The day is done. The aurora continues to dance above the sleeping world. It waves and shimmers, a silent lullaby for the ice age. The light reflects off the glaciers, off the sea ice, off the snow-covered plains. It is a display of cosmic beauty, playing to an audience of sleeping animals and a few waking dreamers. The fire in the shelter burns down to embers. The red glow mixes with the memory of the green light. The breathing of the humans slows. They drift into sleep, carried by the silence of the valley. The earth spins. The magnetic field protects the planet. The ice holds the land. The night stretches out, beautiful and cold and full of peace. The green fire of the aurora has faded from the sky. It retreated slowly, pulling its ribbons of light back into the north, leaving the heavens to the stars. The darkness that remains is deep and velvety. It is the darkest hour of the night, the time when the earth seems to stop spinning, held in suspension by the grip of the cold. The constellations have rotated further west. The Great Bear is dipping towards the horizon, its nose pointing down to the frozen ocean far away. The silence in the valley is absolute. There is no wind to stir the snow. There is no movement from the animals. Even the ice of the river has ceased its cracking for the moment. The world is a held breath. The temperature is at its lowest point. The air is so cold that it feels solid, a heavy medium that presses against the skin of the earth. Inside the shelter, the fire has burned down to a faint, pulsing heart of red ash. The stones of the hearth are still warm, radiating a gentle heat that battles the encroaching chill. The air inside is layered. Near the floor it is cool. Near the roof it is smoky and warm. In the middle where the sleepers lie, it is comfortable, a pocket of survival maintained by fur and stone. The sleepers are motionless. They are deep in the delta of sleep, that slow, dreamless state where the body repairs itself. Their breathing is shallow and rhythmic. It is a collective sound, a soft hiss and sigh that fills the small space. The moisture from their breath condenses on the cold rock of the ceiling, forming tiny beads of ice that glitter in the faint glow of the embers. Time passes without measurement. The stars drift. The moon, now invisible, pulls at the tides of the distant sea under the ice. Here it pulls at nothing but the silence. Slowly, imperceptibly, the black sky begins to dilute. It does not brighten so much as it loses its density. The inkiness fades to a dark steel gray. The stars begin to retreat, blinking out one by one, swallowed by the approaching dawn. The process is slow. It takes hours. In the high latitudes, the dawn is a long, drawn-out affair, a slow awakening of the light. The man wakes. He does not open his eyes immediately. He listens. He checks the world with his ears. He hears the breathing of the others. He hears the settling of the charcoal. He hears the silence outside. He knows the weather without looking. It is still. It is clear. It is cold. He sits up, the movement rustling the dry grass of the bedding. He wraps the bison robe around his shoulders. He reaches for the fire. He stirs the ashes with a stick of charred willow. The red eyes of the fire blink open. He adds a handful of dried moss, then small twigs. He blows. The smoke rises, white and thick, then clears as the flame catches. The yellow light returns, painting the walls with flickering shadows. He moves to the entrance. He lifts the heavy hide flap just an inch. The cold air cuts in like a knife. He looks out. The world is blue. The snow is a deep, luminous blue, reflecting the twilight sky. The horizon is a band of pale orange, a thin line of warmth in a cold universe. He steps out. The snow crunches loudly under his boots. It is a sharp, squeaking sound, the sound of snow that has been frozen hard. He breathes in. The air freezes the hairs in his nose instantly. He exhales, and a cloud of steam obscures his vision for a moment before drifting away. He walks to the side of the shelter where a pile of rocks marks a cache. He clears the snow from the rocks. He lifts a heavy stone. Underneath, in a hollow lined with flat slates, is a store of meat. It is frozen solid, hard as rock. It is reindeer meat preserved by the cold. He takes a piece. It is heavy and cold in his hand. He replaces the stone, covering the treasure again. He returns to the warmth. He places the meat near the fire, not in it but close enough to thaw. It will take time. Everything takes time here. The sun begins to crest the horizon. It is a calm, confident rising. The light floods the valley. It catches the tops of the hills first, turning them pink, then gold. Then it slides down the slopes, illuminating the snow-covered pine trees, the frozen willows, and finally the riverbed. On the river, the snow is marked by tracks. During the night while the humans slept, others were moving. A line of small, paired prints shows where a stoat ran, bounding over the drifts. A sweeping mark shows where an owl struck the snow, missing its prey. The snow records the history of the night, a story written in white. A herd of elk stands at the edge of the forest. They are magnificent animals, larger than the deer, with heavy necks and dark, shaggy manes. The male has lost his antlers for the winter, leaving 2 round scars on his head. He looks less imposing, but he is still massive. The elk are stripping the bark from a fallen aspen tree. They use their lower incisors to scrape the wood. Scrape, scrape. The sound is wet and rhythmic. They eat the bark, chewing thoroughly. It is fibrous and tough, but it contains the nutrients they need. They are calm. Their ears swivel, listening to the forest, but they do not stop eating. In the shelter, the meat has begun to soften on the outside. The smell of thawing venison fills the air. It is a rich, gamey scent. The others are waking up. They stretch. They groan softly. The transition from the warm furs to the cold air is always a shock, even though it happens every day. The woman tends to the fire. She builds it up, adding larger logs. The flames roar softly, creating a draft that pulls the smoke up and out. She puts a skin bag of snow near the heat to melt. Water is the first need. The group eats the morning meal. They slice the semi-frozen meat with flint knives. They eat it raw or lightly seared on the stones. It is chewy and cold in the center. It wakes the jaw, it wakes the stomach. After eating, the day's work begins. It is a day for maintenance. The shelter needs attention. The wind and the snow have loosened the packing of stones and brush that blocks the drafts at the entrance. The man goes outside. He inspects the wall of the shelter. He finds a gap where the moss has fallen away. He gathers fresh moss from a rock face where the snow has melted. The moss is dry and brittle. He wets it with a little saliva to make it pliable. He packs it into the crack. He uses a small stick to jam it deep. He works slowly, inch by inch, sealing the home. The young boy is given a task. He is sent to gather clean snow for the water bags. He takes a wooden scoop. He walks away from the shelter, past the trodden path to where the snow is pristine and untouched. He scrapes the top layer away, taking the clean, white crystals from beneath. He fills the scoop. He walks back, careful not to spill. He enjoys the responsibility. He is a provider of water. The sun moves higher. It is bright, but it has no warmth. The air remains frigid. A sun pillar appears, a vertical column of light extending above and below the sun. It is caused by flat ice crystals falling through the air, acting like tiny mirrors. It looks like a pillar of fire standing on the horizon. A woolly mammoth wanders alone near the river. It is an old male. His tusks are crossed at the tips, worn smooth by a century of use. He moves slowly. He is not in a hurry. He stops at a willow bush. He wraps his trunk around it and pulls. The bush comes up, roots and all. He shakes it, dislodging the snow and dirt. He places the whole thing in his mouth. He chews with a slow, rolling motion of his jaw. His eyes are small and amber, framed by long, stiff eyelashes. He watches the humans at the shelter. He knows them. They are small and they smell of smoke. They are not dangerous to him. He ignores them. He is the king of the steppe. Inside the shelter, the woman is checking the winter clothing. She inspects a pair of boots. The sole is wearing thin on the heel. She takes a piece of thick mammoth leather saved for this purpose. She cuts a patch to fit. She uses a bone awl to punch holes in the boot and the patch. She sews them together with sinew. Her hands are strong, the leather is tough. She uses her teeth to pull the needle through the tight spots. She works with a quiet intensity. A good boot is life. A hole in a boot is frostbite. There is no room for error. The sound of the mammoth chewing drifts on the wind. It is a faint crunch, crunch. The man stops his work on the wall. He looks at the mammoth. He watches the giant animal move. He feels a sense of connection. They are both survivors of the ice. They both breathe the same cold air. The afternoon settles in. The light begins to turn gold again. The shadows stretch out, blue fingers reaching across the snow. The temperature, which had risen perhaps a degree or two, begins to fall again. A flock of ptarmigan flies low over the snow. They are white wings against white snow. They land in a patch of dwarf birch. They begin to nip at the buds. They move with jerky, nervous motions. They are always watching for the fox, for the owl, for the hawk. The man finishes sealing the wall. He runs his hand over the repair. It is tight. No wind will get through tonight. He is satisfied. He gathers his tools and returns to the warmth. Inside, the atmosphere is peaceful. The work is done. The water is melted. The fire is bright. The boy is sitting near the fire, stripping the bark off a willow twig. He is just keeping his hands busy. The sun touches the horizon. The sun pillar fades. The sky turns a deep, bruised purple. The first star appears, the evening star, bright and steady in the west. The cold descends rapidly. It is a physical weight. You can feel it pressing against the shelter. The rocks contract, crack. A stone somewhere in the valley splits from the frost. The sound echoes. The group gathers for the evening meal. They have more meat, this time roasted on a stick over the flames until the fat drips and hisses in the fire. They eat with their fingers, licking the grease. The fat is precious. It is warmth. They talk quietly. They plan for tomorrow. Maybe they will go to the river to check for fish. Maybe they will go to the ridge to look for flint. It depends on the wind. It depends on the sky. The woman finishes the boot. She hands it to the man. He puts it on. He flexes his foot. It is stiff, but it will soften. He nods his thanks. It is a good repair. The night takes over. The sky is black again. The stars are back in their places. The aurora is quiet tonight. There is only the starlight and the silence. The old mammoth has stopped eating. He stands still, letting the snow drift against his legs. He enters his standing sleep, a mountain of fur in the darkness. The elk have moved into the deep woods. They lie down on the pine needles. They chew their cud. The shelter is quiet. The fire is banked. The humans curl up. They are warm. They are safe. The cycle of the day is complete. The wind begins to blow, just a whisper at first. It moves the loose snow. It polishes the ice. It sings a low song around the corners of the rocks. It is the lullaby of the winter. The earth spins on its axis, turning its face away from the sun, plunging the north into the long, deep night. But in the dark, the life continues. The heart beats. The fire burns. The waiting goes on. The wind that began as a whisper in the night has settled into a steady, flowing current of air. It is not a storm wind. It is a sculpting wind. It moves across the valley floor with a consistent pressure, picking up the loose, dry crystals of the surface snow and carrying them along. The snow moves like a low, white smoke, staying close to the ground, streaming around the rocks and the trunks of the willows. It makes a dry, hissing sound as it passes, a sound like sand being poured over paper. The sun rises into a sky that is clear and pale, stripped of all moisture by the cold. The light is sharp. It catches the moving drift snow, turning the valley floor into a shimmering river of white light. The landscape has changed overnight. The soft, rounded pillows of the fresh snowfall have been carved. Now the snow is etched with ridges and grooves, hard-packed and polished by the wind. It looks like a sea of white marble, frozen in mid-wave. Inside the shelter, the air is drafted. The wind pushes against the sealed wall, finding the microscopic gaps, creating tiny currents of cool air that circulate near the floor. The fire flickers in response. The flames lean to one side, dancing a nervous jig, then straighten, then lean again. The smoke is pulled quickly towards the exit, sucked out by the vacuum of the wind outside. The man wakes and watches the smoke. He sees the speed of it. He knows the air outside is moving. He sits up, pulling the fur mantle up over his ears. He reaches for the water skin. It has a thin crust of ice inside the neck. He breaks it with his thumb. He drinks. The water is freezing, a shock to the chest that wakes him fully. Today is the day for the river. The meat stores are low, but the river is always there, flowing beneath the armor of the ice. It is a larder that never empties if one has the patience to open the door. He gathers the tools. He takes a long, sturdy pole of spruce wood. Lashed to the end is a heavy point of antler sharpened to a chisel edge. This is the ice pick. He takes a coil of line. It is made of braided horsehair, strong and thin, resistant to the water. At the end hangs a hook, carved from a sliver of bone with a small barb carefully shaped by hours of sanding. The younger woman prepares to go with him. She wraps herself in layers. First, a tunic of soft doe skin, then leggings of caribou fur. Finally, the heavy outer parka, the hood trimmed with wolverine fur. The wolverine fur does not hold frost. It remains soft and dry against the face, a crucial barrier against the wind. They step out, the wind hits them instantly. It is a dry, pushing force. It does not chill the skin so much as it dries it out. They turn their backs to it for a moment, adjusting their hoods, tightening the drawstrings. Then they turn and walk. Walking is easier today. The wind has hardened the snow. They do not sink. They walk on top of the crust, their boots making little sound other than a faint scritch against the packed surface. They walk with the wind at their sides, leaning slightly into it to keep their balance. They head towards a bend in the river where the current is known to be slow, where the water is deep and dark. The river is a wide, white road. The wind has swept the center of the ice clean of snow, revealing the dark, chaotic structure of the frozen water. It is black ice, thick and terrifyingly clear. Looking down, one can see bubbles trapped deep within, layers of white fractures, and the dark void of the liquid water beneath. They reach the chosen spot. It is near a large boulder that protrudes from the bank, offering a small break from the wind. The man puts down the tools. He stands on the ice. He stamps his foot. The sound is solid, a deep, dull thud. The ice is safe. He begins to chop. He lifts the heavy pick and brings it down. Thwack, chips of ice fly up, skittering across the glassy surface like diamonds. Thwack, he establishes a rhythm. He is not trying to break through in one blow. He is carving a bowl, chipping away layer by layer. The woman stands behind him holding the fishing gear. She keeps her back to the wind, creating a small pocket of still air. She watches the horizon. She sees a white falcon diving far in the distance, a blur of motion against the blue sky. It disappears behind a ridge. She waits. The hole gets deeper. The white chips pile up around the rim. The sound of the chopping changes. It goes from a high-pitched crack to a lower, wetter thud. Thunk, thunk. The man pauses. He breathes heavily. Steam rises from his face. He wipes his forehead with his mitten. He strikes again. Suddenly, water rushes in. It bubbles up from the bottom of the hole, dark and slushy. The pressure of the river forces it up. The man uses the handle of the pick to clear the slush. He widens the hole carefully. Now there is a window into the river. The water in the hole is black, pulsing slightly with the current. It looks thick and heavy like oil. The woman steps forward. She uncoils the line. She takes a small grub kept warm in a pouch near her skin. She baits the bone hook. She drops it into the black water. It sinks slowly, the white horsehair line vanishing into the dark. Now begins the wadings. Fishing in the Ice Age is not a sport. It is a meditation. It is an act of stillness. The woman stands by the hole, holding the line in her mittened hand. She does not move. She does not jig the line. She lets the current move the bait. She feels the vibration of the river through the thin cord. She feels the water swirling around the hook. The man moves back to the boulder. He sits down on a dry patch of rock. He watches the woman. He watches the river. The wind rushes over the ice, whistling as it passes the rough edges of the bank. Whoosh, whoosh. It is a lonely sound, but consistent. Further downstream, where the water is faster and the ice is thinner, there is movement. A dark head pops up through a natural crack in the ice. It is a river otter. It is slick and wet, its fur matted down by the water, looking like dark velvet. The otter climbs out onto the ice. It moves with a humpbacked lope, sliding on its belly when it gains speed. It is playful even in this freezing landscape. It shakes itself, sending a spray of water droplets into the air. The droplets freeze before they hit the ice, landing as tiny pellets. Another otter appears. They chase each other for a moment, weaving in and out of the snowdrifts on the bank. They are silent, their movements fluid. They are masters of this environment. The cold does not bother them. Their fur is dense, trapping a layer of air that keeps their skin dry and warm. They slide back into the water with barely a splash. They vanish into the dark world beneath the ice, hunting for the same fish the humans are waiting for. The man watches them go. He smiles faintly. It is good to see life. It means the river is alive. The woman feels a tug. It is subtle, a small heaviness on the line. She does not jerk. She waits. She feels it again, a stronger pull, a living resistance. Now she pulls. She pulls steadily, hand over hand, not giving an inch. The water in the hole churns. A splash. Then a fish is pulled into the air. It is an Arctic grayling. It is beautiful. Its scales are silver and iridescent purple. Its large dorsal fin is a sail of spotted color. It flops on the ice, its body arching. The cold air hits it. The fish slows down almost instantly. The man steps forward. He uses a small wooden club. One quick strike. The fish is still. He removes the hook gently. He places the fish on the snow. It freezes quickly, its colors preserved in the cold. They catch another, a smaller one this time, and then a third. It is enough. They do not take more than they need. The river has provided. The wind is picking up as the afternoon wears on. The sun is beginning to lower, casting long, sharp shadows across the ice. The glare is reducing, replaced by the blue tones of evening. They gather their gear. The fish are stiff and hard now. They place them in a leather sack. The man shoulders the ice pick. The woman coils the line, checking it for tangles. They turn back towards the shelter. The walk back is harder. They are walking into the wind now. It pushes against them, trying to slow them down. They lower their heads, leaning forward. They walk in each other's footsteps, sharing the effort of breaking the wind. The landscape is turning gold and violet. The ridges of the wind-sculpted snow catch the light, creating a texture like beaten copper. It is a harsh, beautiful metal world. They reach the shelter. The smell of the smoke is the first welcome. They step inside, out of the wind. The silence of the cave is sudden and heavy. The roar of the air is gone, replaced by the crackle of the fire. The others look up. They see the sack. They see the success. There are nods. The fish are taken out. They shine in the firelight like jewels. Preparation begins immediately. The fish are gutted with a sharp flint blade. The entrails are set aside. They will be used for bait tomorrow or left as an offering for the fox. The meat is pink and firm. They cook the fish on flat stones placed in the coals. The skin crisps and curls. The smell of cooking fish fills the shelter. It is a different smell than the roasted meat, lighter, sweeter, sharper. It makes the mouth water. They eat. The flesh flakes away from the bone. It is hot and oily, rich in the fats that the body craves. They eat the skin, the fins, everything. Nothing is wasted. The bones are collected carefully. They are fine and flexible. They will be used for needles, for fish hooks, for ornaments. Outside, the wind continues to blow. It is carving the drifts into new shapes. It is polishing the river ice until it is smooth as a mirror. The otters have found their den in the riverbank, an air pocket accessed from underwater. They are curled up together, a pile of warm, dry fur. They digest their meal. They sleep. The sun sets completely. The stars are scrubbed clean by the wind. They burn with a fierce intensity. The constellation of the Swan flies down the Milky Way, diving towards the horizon. In the shelter, the fire is fed a large log. The group settles. The warmth of the food and the warmth of the fire combine to bring a heavy drowsiness. The wind outside is just a noise now, a reminder of the barrier between inside and outside. The woman who caught the fish looks at her hands. The line has left a small red mark on her finger. She rubs it. She remembers the feel of the pull, the connection to the life under the ice. The man cleans the ice pick. He dries the antler point near the fire. He checks the lashing. It held well. The tool is good. The night deepens. The wind begins to shift, turning slightly to the north. It brings a colder air if that is possible, but the shelter is deep. The earth is thick. The cold cannot reach them here. They sleep. They dream of the silver fish. They dream of the black water. They dream of the wind moving over the endless white plain. The earth turns. The ice holds. The river flows in the dark, carrying life through the frozen heart of the continent. The time before names flows with it, silent and deep and enduring. The wind has finished its work. It departed sometime in the gray hours before dawn, leaving the valley polished and silent. The air, which had been a rushing river of noise and pressure, is now perfectly still. It sits in the valley like water in a bowl, heavy and calm. The snow has been transformed. The soft, chaotic drifts of the storm are gone. In their place are sweeping curves of hardened white, sculpted into shapes that mimic the dunes of a desert. The ridges are sharp enough to cut a shadow. The hollows are smooth and deep. The sun rises into a sky of pale, washed-out blue. It is a clean sky, scrubbed of all clouds. The light that falls on the snow is intense and unforgiving. It reflects off the hard-packed surface with a brilliance that forces the eyes to close. But there is a softness to the air today, a subtle shift in the grip of the cold. It is still freezing, deep and true, but the biting edge of the wind is gone. The sun, though low, feels solid on the skin. Inside the shelter, the atmosphere is one of profound laziness. The cessation of the wind has removed the draft that cooled the floor. The heat from the fire has pooled in the small space, saturating the rocks and the furs. It is warm enough that the sleepers have loosened their coverings. An arm is exposed here, a foot there. The fire is a bed of gray ash with a deep red center. It breathes slowly. A small wisp of smoke rises straight up, a thin gray line that does not waver until it hits the ceiling rock and spreads out like a lake. The smell in the shelter is of old smoke, warm fur, and the faint, dusty scent of the earth floor. The woman wakes slowly. She lies on her back, looking up at the soot-stained rock above. She traces the cracks with her eyes. She knows every bump, every fissure. They are the map of her morning world. She stretches, her joints popping softly in the quiet. She sits up and reaches for the water skin. It is not frozen this morning. The water is cool and still. She drinks, feeling the liquid wake her throat. She moves to the fire, but she does not build it up into a roar. She feeds it gently, a few sticks of dry willow, a handful of pine needles. The fire accepts them with a soft crackle. The flames are small and yellow, casting a gentle, flickering light that competes with the blue daylight filtering through the entrance. Today is a day for the body. The frantic energy of the storm preparation is gone. The focus turns inward. The man sits up. His hair is matted from the days of wearing the hood, from the sweat of the work, from the pressure of the furs. He moves to sit in front of the woman. He turns his back to her. She reaches for a tool kept in a special pouch. It is a comb. It is carved from the flat portion of a reindeer antler. It is old, polished to a deep honey color by the oils of many hands. The teeth are long and widely spaced, smooth so they will not scratch. She holds it in her hand, feeling its weight and warmth. She begins to comb his hair. She starts at the ends, working out the tangles with slow, patient strokes. Scritch, scritch. The sound is soft and dry. She holds the hair near the root to prevent pulling. She works her way up. It is a methodical process. She separates a section, combs it smooth, and lets it fall. The man closes his eyes. His head dips forward. The sensation is rhythmic and soothing. It is the feeling of being cared for. The tension in his neck releases. His shoulders drop. He breathes deeply, exhaling a long sigh that mingles with the smoke. The world outside, the ice, the predators, the hunger fades away. There is only the feeling of the bone comb and the warmth of the fire. She finds a small twig caught in his hair, a remnant of the wood gathering. She pulls it out and tosses it into the fire. It flares up for a second, then is gone. She continues. The rhythm is unbroken. Stroke, smooth, release. Stroke, smooth, release. Outside, the silence is broken by a high, thin cry. It comes from the sky. A golden eagle is circling high above the valley. It is a speck of dark brown against the blue. It is riding a thermal, a column of slightly warmer air rising from a sun-baked cliff face. The eagle does not flap its wings. It holds them wide, the primary feathers at the tips spread like fingers. The eagle looks down. Its vision is telescopic. It sees the shelter. It sees the smoke. It sees the tracks of the fox from the night before. It sees a hare frozen in position near a rock. It sees the shadow of its own wings moving across the snow. It tilts its tail, adjusting its course, banking into a slow, wide turn. It is the master of the air, silent and observant. Far below, near the base of the cliffs, a herd of wild asses, the onagers, is moving. They are different from the horses. They are lighter, more delicate, with ears that are long and alert. Their coats are a pale, sandy brown that blends with the dried grass. They pick their way through a field of scree, where the wind has blown the snow away from the loose rocks. They are looking for salt. They lick the rocks, their rough tongues finding the mineral deposits left by ancient waters. They nudge the stones, turning them over. Clack, clatter. The sound of stone on stone is sharp in the thin air. They are nervous animals, always ready to bolt. But today they are calm. The open ground gives them a clear view of any danger. They take their time. Back in the shelter, the grooming continues. The woman has finished combing. Now she begins to braid. She gathers the hair at the nape of the neck. She divides it into 3 thick strands. She weaves them together, over, under, pull, over, under, pull. Her fingers are nimble. She braids tight, creating a strong, neat rope of hair. She ties the end with a strip of soft leather. She pats his shoulder. He reaches up and touches the braid. He nods. It is done. He feels lighter, cleaner. He turns and takes the comb. Now it is her turn. She turns her back to him. The ritual continues. The care is reciprocated. The silence of the cave is filled with the soft sounds of grooming. The sun climbs to its highest point. The light on the snow is blinding. The shadows are short and intensely blue. The air warms just enough to soften the very top layer of the snow crust. The man and the woman decide to go out. They do not take the spears. They take leather bags. They are going to the riverbed, but not to fish. They are going to the place where the wind has scoured the bank, exposing the gravel bars. They step out into the brightness. They shield their eyes. The air is fresh and exhilarating. They walk easily on the hard snow. They head towards a bend in the river where the current deposits stones. The snow here has been stripped away by the gale, leaving the frozen gravel exposed. They kneel on the ground. The stones are cold. They are a mix of colors: gray limestone, black basalt, white quartz, and occasional pieces of red and yellow jasper. They are looking for the colors. They are looking for the stones that speak. The man picks up a piece of chert. It is dark gray, almost black, with a waxy luster. He turns it over. It has a good edge. It will flake well. He puts it in his bag. This is practical. The woman picks up a pebble. It is round and smooth, polished by the water for 1,000 years. It is a deep, translucent orange. It catches the sun. It looks like a piece of frozen fire. She holds it up. She looks through it. She puts it in her bag. This is not for a tool. This is for beauty. This is for the spirit. They sort through the gravel. Clink, clink, scrape. The sounds are small and intimate in the vast landscape. They work shoulder to shoulder. They show each other their finds: a stone with a hole in it, a stone with a stripe, a stone that looks like a bird. The eagle is still circling. It watches them, two small shapes on the gray gravel surrounded by white. They are not prey, they are just part of the landscape. A little further down the bank, a family of river otters has come out to bask. They lie on the ice, their dark fur absorbing the heat of the sun. They are grooming too. They rub their faces with their paws. They roll on their backs, exposing their bellies to the sky. One of them slides down the bank, playing a game only it understands. It chirps, a sound like a bird. The humans hear the chirp. They look up. They see the otters. They smile. The presence of the playful animals makes the world feel less lonely. It is a shared moment of sun worship. The afternoon begins to wane. The sun starts its slide towards the horizon. The light changes from white to gold. The snow takes on a texture of velvet. The ridges cast long shadows that stretch across the valley floor. The bags are heavy now. They are filled with potential. Potential knives, potential scrapers, potential beads. They stand up. Their knees are stiff from the cold ground. They stretch. They look at the sun. It is time to go back. They walk slowly. The return journey is always contemplative. They look at their tracks. They look at the shape of the hills. They feel the temperature dropping, the cold reclaiming the air as the sun loses its power. They reach the shelter. The fire has burned down, but the coals are still hot. The man adds wood. The flames jump up, greeting them. The woman empties her bag onto a flat stone. The pebbles spill out, a cascade of color. The orange stone rolls to the edge. It glows in the firelight. She picks it up. She warms it in her hand. She places it on a ledge on the wall next to the ivory carving of the bison. It belongs there. The evening meal is prepared. It is a stew tonight made with the remaining fish and the last of the dried herbs. It simmers in a leather bag suspended over the fire with heated stones dropped inside. The water boils around the rocks. Hiss, bubble. The smell is savory and rich. They eat quietly. The day has been good. It was a day of peace, a day of small things: the comb, the stone, the sun. The sky outside turns a deep indigo. The stars begin to puncture the darkness. They are sharp and cold. The Milky Way appears, a dusting of diamond powder across the black. The onagers have moved into a box canyon for the night. The walls protect them from the draft. They stand close, their ears twitching at the sound of a falling rock. They are safe for now. The eagle has returned to its eyrie on the high cliff. It tucks its head under its wing. It sleeps perched on the edge of the void, confident in its balance. In the shelter, the fire is banked. The red glow softens the rock walls. The man touches his braided hair. It feels neat and tight. He lies down. The furs are warm. The woman lies beside him. The sound of their breathing synchronizes. The wind does not return. The night is still. The cold settles into the valley, locking the stones in the riverbed, freezing the water in the fish hole, hardening the snow. The earth turns, the constellations drift. The silence holds the world in a gentle, frozen embrace. The waiting continues, but tonight the waiting is easy. The peace of the clean, white world is enough. The dawn breaks over a world that has been seized by the frost. During the deep hours of the night, a silent moisture moved into the valley, not as fog, but as a heavy, invisible vapor. As the temperature bottomed out, this vapor froze instantly upon contact with the solid world. Now, as the first gray light of morning filters through the sky, the landscape reveals itself as a kingdom of white feathers. Every branch of the dwarf willow, every blade of dry grass, every protruding rock is covered in hoar frost. The crystals are large and intricate, growing outward like ferns made of ice. They are fragile and exquisite. A single breath would shatter them, but there is no wind to breathe on them. The air is perfectly still. The valley looks soft, fuzzy, and swollen, as if the land itself has grown a coat of white fur to protect against the cold. Inside the shelter, the air is thick with the smell of wood ash and warm bodies. The stone walls are dry. The heat from the fire, though low, has kept the frost from invading the sanctuary. The transition from the sleeping world to the waking world is slow. There is no urgency to rise. The light outside is not yet bright enough to demand action. One of the sleepers turns. The furs rustle, a heavy, dragging sound of hide against hide. A hand reaches out, finding the cold stone of the floor, then the warmth of the fire pit. The morning ritual begins. The stirring of the coals, the feeding of the tinder, the gentle blowing of air that turns the dull red to a living orange. The smoke rises. It is a thin blue column that lazily seeks the exit. It drifts past the hanging skins, carrying the scent of pine and willow. It is the incense of the morning. The man sits up. He wraps a blanket of soft hair skins around his shoulders. He is quiet. He picks up a small object from a niche in the wall. It is a bone. It is the hollow wing bone of a large bird, perhaps a swan or a crane, found near the river in the autumn. It is light, almost weightless. It is smooth, polished by handling. He holds the bone up to the dim light. He looks through the hollow center. It is a tunnel of darkness. He places it to his lips. He does not blow hard, he just breathes into it. A sound emerges. It is not a loud note. It is a low, breathy whistle. Woo. It sounds like the wind in the chimney of a rock. It sounds like the voice of the owl. The others stir at the sound. It is a gentle wake-up call. It is not a demand. It is a suggestion. The day has begun. Outside, the sun clears the horizon. The angle is low and the light strikes the hoar frost. The valley ignites. The millions of ice feathers catch the light and scatter it. The world sparkles with a soft diamond fire. It is blindingly white, yet soft to the look. The shadows are long and pale blue, stretching away from the sun like calm water. On a high ledge overlooking the glittering valley, a large shape is resting. It is a scimitar-toothed cat. It is a heavy, powerful animal built like a bear in the front and a lion in the back. Its coat is a mottled gray and brown, blending perfectly with the rock, though today it stands out against the frost. The cat is asleep. Its massive head rests on its front paws. Its eyes are closed tight. Its breathing is deep and slow. The most striking features are the teeth. Two long, serrated canines protrude from its upper jaw, resting along its chin. They are not bared in aggression. They are simply too long to fit inside the mouth. They look like tusks of ivory. The sun hits the cat's fur. The animal twitches its skin, a ripple of muscle moving down its flank. It feels the warmth. It stretches one leg, extending the claws, thick hooked curves of keratin, then retracts them. It yawns. The mouth opens wide, revealing a pink cavern, tongue curling. It closes its mouth with a snap, settles its chin back down, and goes back to sleep. It is a creature of the night. The day is for resting. Back in the shelter, the man continues to work on the bone. He has a small flint borer, a sharp stone tool. He is making a new hole in the flute. He presses the stone against the bone. Twist, twist, he blows the dust away. Twist, twist, it is delicate work. If he presses too hard, the bone will shatter. If he presses too lightly, the stone will not bite. The sound of the drilling is a rhythmic scratching. It is a domestic sound. The woman is near the fire, warming a stone bowl of water. She adds a handful of dried herbs, sage, and crushed juniper berries. The steam rises, filling the cave with a sharp, clean fragrance. It clears the head. It opens the lungs. The boy is awake. He sits cross-legged, watching the man. He watches the white dust pile up on the man's knee. He reaches out a finger and touches the pile. It is soft as flour. He draws a line in the dust. Outside, the heat of the sun begins to affect the frost. On the south-facing rocks, the delicate ice feathers begin to droop. They melt, turning into tiny droplets of water that glisten for a moment before evaporating into the dry air. The world is shedding its white coat, returning to the hard textures of stone and snow. A herd of musk oxen is moving through the valley floor. They are plowing through the deep snow, their massive heads swinging side to side. They are covered in frost, looking like walking snowbanks. Their long guard hairs drag on the ground. They stop at a patch of exposed willows. The leader, a large bull with horns that form a heavy boss across his forehead, pushes into the brush. He snaps a branch. The sound is loud in the still air. He chews, his jaw moving in a slow, sideways grinding motion. The others crowd around him. They are a wall of wool and muscle. They are comfortable in the cold. This is their world. They do not wish for summer. The man in the shelter finishes the hole. He blows the last of the dust out of the tube. He lifts the flute again. He covers the new hole with his finger, he blows, the note changes. It is higher now, clearer, woohoo. He lifts his finger, the note drops, woo. He plays a simple pattern, 2 notes. High, low, it is barely a melody. It is more of a signal, it mimics the rhythm of walking. It mimics the rhythm of breathing. The sound resonates in the small cave, bouncing off the stone walls, becoming richer and deeper than it would be outside. The woman hands him a bowl of the warm herbal water. He lowers the flute, he drinks. The liquid is hot and aromatic, it warms his chest. He nods to her, it is good. The sun moves across the sky. It is a short journey. The arc is low and flat. The light changes constantly, shifting from the harsh white of noon to the golden yellow of early afternoon. A pair of ravens flies over the valley. They see the cat on the ledge. They know better than to land near it. They circle once, croaking a greeting or a warning, then drift away on the air currents. They are looking for the wolf pack, for the leftovers of a hunt. But the wolves are sleeping miles away. The valley is peaceful today. The cat on the ledge wakes up fully. It sits up. It is an impressive silhouette against the sky. It licks its paw, grooming the fur on its face. It rubs its ear. It looks down into the valley. Its amber eyes scan the white expanse. It sees the musk oxen. They are too big, too much trouble. It sees the smoke from the shelter. It knows the smell. It is indifferent. The cat stands and stretches, arching its back like a house cat, its tail curling high. It turns and walks away from the edge, moving silently into the shadows of the rocks. Its large, padded feet absorb every sound. It vanishes like a ghost. Inside the shelter, the afternoon is spent in quiet industry. The woman is repairing a basket. The willow withes are old and brittle. She soaks them in water to make them pliable. She weaves a new rim, binding it with sinew. Her hands are wet and cold, but she works steadily. The boy takes the flute. The man shows him how to hold it. The boy blows. All that comes out is a rushing sound of air. He tries again. He puffs his cheeks. A squeak emerges. The man smiles. He adjusts the boy's fingers. He gestures to blow gently, like cooling a hot stone. The boy tries again. A soft, wavering note floats out. He looks amazed. He has made a voice that is not his own. He plays the note again. And again, it becomes a game, a conversation with the silence. The light begins to fail. The gold turns to copper. The blue shadows lengthen until they swallow the entire valley floor. The frost on the trees has mostly fallen, leaving the branches bare and black against the snow. The cold returns with the darkness. It comes quickly, dropping down from the sky as soon as the sun is gone. The air tightens, the snow crust hardens, the river ice groans, a deep, shifting, settling sound. The group gathers for the evening meal. They eat the remains of the dried meat and the fat. They are not feasting, but they are not starving. They are maintaining. The fire is built up for the night. The logs are placed carefully. The man plays the flute one last time. He plays a longer sequence now. Low, low, high, low. It is a lullaby. It is a song for the fire. It is a song for the cat on the ledge and the oxen in the snow. The sound drifts out of the shelter, carried by the faint draft. It disperses into the vast, cold night. It is a tiny spark of human culture in an immense wilderness. The stars appear. They are the same stars that watched the night before. They are the eternal witnesses. The Milky Way arches over the valley, a bridge of light. The sleepers lie down. The boy holds the flute in his hand. He falls asleep clutching it. The man and the woman wrap the furs around the group. The warmth is sealed in. Outside, the silence is reclaimed. The wind is still absent. The only movement is the slow drift of the constellations and the invisible growth of the ice crystals, beginning to form again on the rocks as the humidity rises. The scimitar-toothed cat is hunting now, far away in another valley. The musk oxen are standing in their circle, sleeping on their feet. The world continues its slow, frozen rhythm. The night is long, the peace is deep. The breath of the sleepers rises and falls, a soft rhythm in the dark, waiting for the return of the sun. The fire has slept through the night, buried deep beneath a mound of gray insulation. It is not dead, only waiting. In the pre-dawn silence, the mound of ash breathes. It rises and falls imperceptibly with the thermal currents of the cave. A single, tiny crack in the gray crust reveals a pulse of deep, dark cherry red. It is the heart of the shelter, beating slowly in the stone chest of the earth. The air in the cave is still. It has settled into layers during the long, quiet hours. The floor is cold, holding the chill of the bedrock. The air at sleeping level is temperate, warmed by the bodies and the furs. The air near the ceiling is warm and thick with the scent of the previous day's smoke. It is a stable atmosphere, undisturbed by wind or movement. The light begins to change, but barely. The entrance to the shelter, blocked partially by the snowdrift and the hanging hide, turns from a square of black to a square of deep, dark blue. The dawn is arriving, but it is muffled. The sky outside is overcast, a heavy blanket of stratus clouds that presses down on the mountain peaks. There will be no sun today, only a diffuse, shadowless gray light that reveals everything and nothing. The man wakes, he does not move his body. He opens his eyes and looks at the rock wall inches from his face. He studies the texture of the limestone. He sees the tiny fossils embedded in the stone, the spiral of a shell, the stem of a sea lily, creatures that lived millions of years before the ice came. He knows them as shapes, as textures. He runs a finger over a small, smooth spiral. It is cool to the touch. He rolls over, the dry grass of the bedding rustling softly. He sits up. The air of the cave touches his shoulders. He pulls the bison fur up. He reaches for the fire stick, a charred branch of pine. He pokes the ash. The red eye of the fire widens. He adds a pinch of dry moss. He blows. Foo, the moss glows. He adds a twig. A flame jumps up, small and yellow. The morning has officially begun. The others stir. The woman stretches her arms, her hands disappearing into the darkness of the ceiling for a moment before returning to the firelight. The boy is still asleep, curled into a tight ball, the bone flute from yesterday clutched in his hand like a talisman. The morning meal is prepared. It is water melted from clean snow and a handful of pine nuts cracked on a stone. The nuts are oily and sweet. They require work to eat. The shells are hard, crack, crack. The sound is sharp and rhythmic. They eat slowly, picking the kernels from the shattered shells. It is a quiet activity that allows the mind to wake up gradually. Outside, the light has plateaued. It is a flat, milky white. The snow and the sky are the same color. The horizon has vanished. If one were to walk out onto the plain today, it would feel like floating in a white void. There is no depth perception. A drift that is 10 feet high looks the same as a ripple that is 2 inches high. The man steps out to check the weather. He stands on the platform. He squints, not against the glare but against the lack of definition. The air is still. It is not the biting cold of the clear days, nor the damp cold of the fog. It is a dry, suspended cold. He breathes it in. It feels neutral. It smells of ozone and ice. He looks towards the river. He can see the dark line of the willows, but they look like a charcoal drawing on white paper. He sees movement. Large, dark shapes are drifting through the whiteness. It is the mammoth herd. They are moving closer to the shelter than usual. The deep snow has pushed them towards the wind-scoured slopes near the cliffs. They are massive, silent ships sailing on a white ocean. The matriarch is in the lid. She is a towering figure. Her fur is thick and matted, hanging in long, dark curtains from her flanks. Ice balls cling to the ends of the hair, clicking together softly as she walks. Her head is lowered. Her trunk, a muscular, dexterous tool, sweeps across the snow. She is smelling the ground through the snow cover. She is building a map of the scents beneath the white surface. She finds what she is looking for, a patch of dried sedge. She stops. She uses her forefoot to kick the snow. It is a heavy, sweeping motion. The snow flies. She kicks again. Then she uses the side of her tusk to sweep the loosened snow away. She exposes the brown grass. She wraps her trunk around a tuft and pulls. Rip. The sound of tearing grass is loud in the still air. She stuffs it into her mouth. She chews. The rest of the herd gathers around her. They benefit from her work. They widen the circle, clearing a large area. The steam from their bodies rises straight up, joining the low clouds. They are a heat island in the frozen landscape. The calf is tucked between 2 adults. It is learning. It mimics the kicking motion, but its legs are short and the snow is deep. It manages to kick a small spray of powder. It looks up at its mother. She touches it with her trunk, a gentle reassurance. The calf finds a loose piece of grass dropped by the mother and eats it. Back in the shelter, the woman has begun a task of sorting. She has a large leather bag filled with materials gathered over the last few months. She pours the contents onto a flat stone. It is a treasure trove of small things. There are tendons from a reindeer leg, dried and stiff. There are scraps of fur, too small for a garment but good for patching. There are feathers from a ptarmigan. There are smooth stones. There are pieces of birch bark. She sorts them into piles. The tendons go here, the fur goes there. She picks up a piece of bark. It is curled tight. She flattens it gently. It is brittle. She breathes on it to warm it, to give it some moisture. It relaxes. She inspects it. It is good. She places it in the useful pile. The man comes back inside. He shakes the loose snow from his boots. He sits near the fire. He picks up a piece of flint. It is a core, a lump of stone from which blades have been struck. He turns it over in his hands. He is looking for the angles. He is looking for the next blade hiding inside the rock. He takes a hammerstone. He strikes the platform of the flint. Clack, a flake flies off. It is short and thick, a mistake. He grunts softly. He adjusts the angle. He strikes again. Clack, this time a long, thin blade detaches. It is sharp as a razor. He nods. He places it on a piece of leather. He strikes again. The sound of the napping is the heartbeat of the morning. Clack, pause, turn, clack. The boy watches. He puts down the flute. He picks up one of the waste flakes. He runs his thumb carefully along the edge. He feels the sharpness. He respects it. Outside, the white world remains static. The light does not change. The sun is just a slightly brighter patch in the gray ceiling. Under the snow, in the hidden world of the subnivean zone, life is busy. A complex network of tunnels runs between the ground and the snowpack. The snow acts as an insulator, trapping the heat of the earth. Down here, the temperature is just below freezing, much warmer than the air above. A lemming scuttles along a tunnel. It is a small, round ball of fur. It moves quickly. It finds a stem of grass that has been pulled down into the tunnel. It nibbles on it. It stops. It listens. It hears the heavy thudding of the mammoth's feet far above. The ceiling of its tunnel vibrates. Dust falls. The lemming waits. The thudding moves away. The lemming continues its journey. The mammoth herd moves slowly along the slope. They are methodical. They clear a patch, eat everything, and move a few steps. They leave behind a landscape of churned snow and dark earth. They are the landscapers of the steppe. Their disturbance allows new plants to grow in the spring. The matriarch pauses. She leans against a large boulder. She rubs her side against the rough rock. Scritch, scratch. The sound is deep and heavy. She is scratching an itch that has been bothering her for days. She leans her full weight into it. The boulder, weighing tons, shifts slightly in the soil. She grunts with pleasure, her eyes half close. A raven lands on the boulder above her. It looks down at the massive animal. It hops closer. It pecks at a piece of frozen mud matted in the mammoth's hair. The mammoth does not react. The raven is just a small annoyance or perhaps a companion. The bird finds a tick buried in the fur, frozen and dormant. It pulls it out and swallows it, a small snack. In the shelter, the woman has finished sorting. She takes the pile of tendons. She begins to chew on the end of one. The moisture and the mechanical action of her teeth soften the fibers. She separates them into fine threads. These will be used for sewing. It is a task that requires strong jaws and patience. She chews, pulls, separates. Chews, pulls, separates. The fire needs tending. The boy takes the initiative. He gathers the wood chips and bark scraps from the man's flint work area, the small debris that accumulates. He sweeps them up with a wing feather. He feeds them to the fire. They flare up quickly, bright and hot. The afternoon arrives without fanfare. The gray light dims slightly, thickening like soup. The temperature begins to drop again. The suspended cold becomes heavier. On the edge of the forest, where the spruce trees stand black against the white, a solitary figure emerges. It is a giant deer, a megaloceros stag. He is even larger than the elk. His antlers are colossal, a spanning rack of bone that reaches out 6 feet on either side. He carries his head high, balancing the immense weight. He walks with a high-stepping gait to clear the snow. He stops at a willow thicket. He turns his head sideways to fit his antlers between the branches. It is a practiced move. He knows the width of his crown perfectly. He strips the bark from the willow. He is calm. He is a king in exile waiting for the open grasslands of the summer. He breathes out a massive cloud of steam that hangs in the air. He looks towards the mammoth herd. He watches them for a moment, then returns to his eating. The man in the shelter puts down the flint. He has made 5 good blades. He wraps them in a piece of soft skin and puts them in his pouch. He stretches his legs. He looks at the woman. She holds up a skein of thread. It is white and strong. They nod, a productive morning. The light outside begins to fail. The white world turns blue again. The definition returns to the landscape as the shadows deepen. The flatness of the day gives way to the contours of the evening. The mammoths turn back towards the lower valley. They have eaten enough for now. They move in a line, stepping in each other's footprints to save energy. The calf walks in the middle, protected by the bulk of the adults. They fade into the blue twilight, becoming gray ghosts, then dark shadows, then nothing. The stag retreats into the forest. He finds a place where the tree canopy is thick, keeping the snow off the ground. He lies down, carefully arranging his head so the antlers rest on the ground, taking the weight off his neck. He sighs. Inside the shelter, the evening meal is simple. A broth made from the marrow, bones, and dried herbs. It is hot and filling. They drink it from the wooden bowls. The warmth spreads through their bodies. The fire is built up. The yellow light pushes back the shadows. The cave feels secure. The rock walls are solid. The roof is sound. The man picks up a piece of charcoal from the fire's edge. It is cool. He turns to a flat section of the wall where the stone is light-colored. He draws a line. It is a curve. He draws another. He is drawing the curve of the mammoth's tusk. He adds the dome of the head. It is a simple sketch, black on gray. The boy watches, he recognizes the shape, he points. Mammoth, his mind says, though he does not speak. The image captures the spirit of the animal, it brings the giant inside the cave. The woman adds a piece of wood to the fire. It is a piece of resinous pine, it snaps and sparks. The smell of the burning resin is sweet. The night descends completely. The clouds are still there, hiding the stars. It is a pitch-black night. There is no moon, no starlight, no aurora, just the dark. The world outside disappears. There is only the shelter. The silence is deep. The wind has not returned. The valley is locked in a vault of cold air. The sleepers prepare for the night. They loosen the furs. They arrange the grass mats. The boy places the flute next to his head. The man wipes the charcoal from his fingers. The woman banks the fire, covering the coals with a layer of ash to keep them sleeping until morning. They lie down. The darkness of the cave merges with the darkness of the world. The breathing begins. Slow, steady, rhythmic. Under the snow, the lemming curls up in its nest of dried grass. It is warm, it sleeps. On the ridge, the snow begins to fall again. Light, dry flakes that drift straight down in the breathless air. They cover the tracks of the mammoths. They cover the tracks of the stag. They cover the world in a fresh, clean sheet. The time passes slowly. The earth rotates in the dark. The ice age continues its long, slow dream. The fire in the cave pulses, red, gray, keeping time with the hearts of the sleepers. The dawn arrives as a slow infiltration of gray light into the black valley. The heavy clouds that covered the sky during the night have not moved. They hang low, a ceiling of slate that touches the tops of the highest ridges. The air is still and damp. The snow that fell in the dark has stopped, leaving a fresh, powdery layer over the hard crust of the previous days. It is a soft world this morning, muffled and dim. Inside the shelter, the darkness retreats into the corners. The fire, buried deep under its blanket of ash, is just a memory of heat. The stones of the hearth are cool to the touch. The air inside is chilly, carrying the scent of cold stone and old smoke. The sleepers are curled tight, preserving the warmth of their bodies in the center of the fur pile. The man wakes first. He lies still for a long time, listening. He hears the absence of wind. He hears the deep, rhythmic breathing of the woman and the boy. He hears the silence of the earth. It is a heavy silence pressed down by the low clouds. He moves his hand, finding the edge of the bison robe. He pushes it back. The cold air greets him. He sits up, his breath forming a faint cloud in the gray light. He reaches for the kindling. The wood is cold. He places the twigs on the ash. He finds the ember deep down, a tiny spark of life. He nurses it. He feeds it air. He feeds it wood. The fire wakes up, casting a pale yellow light that struggles against the gray day. The woman stirs. She opens her eyes. She sees the fire. She knows the day has begun. She sits up, wrapping a shawl of deer skin around her shoulders. She moves closer to the flames, holding her hands out to catch the first waves of heat. Her hands are rough, the skin thickened by work and weather. She rubs them together. The sound is dry and soft. Today is a day for small work. The weather is not inviting for travel. The light is flat, hiding the contours of the land, making walking treacherous. It is a day to stay close to the rock. The man reaches for a collection of materials he has gathered over the weeks. A pile of birch bark rolled into tight cylinders, a hollow stone bowl, a handful of charcoal dust. He is going to make pitch. It is a slow, sticky process. It is the chemistry of the Stone Age. He places the birch bark rolls into a larger depression in a rock near the fire. He covers them with a flat stone, leaving a small gap. He piles hot coals around the rock. He waits. He is distilling the essence of the tree. The heat will force the resin out of the bark. It will drip down, a black, sticky tar. The smell begins to fill the cave. It is a strong, sharp scent. It smells of burning wood, but sweeter. It smells of the forest in summer, concentrated into a thick liquid. It cuts through the stale air of the shelter. The boy wakes up. He smells the tar. He knows what it is. He watches the man. He watches the smoke rising from the rock oven. He is quiet. He picks up the bone flute, running his fingers over the smooth surface, but he does not play it yet. The morning is too quiet for music. Outside, the valley is a study in monochrome. The white snow, the gray sky, the black rocks, there is no color. A herd of horses stands on the riverbank. They are dark shapes against the white. They are resting, heads low, tails still. They look like ink blots on a page. One of the horses paws at the ground. It breaks the fresh snow, revealing the hard ice beneath. It strikes the ice. Clack. The sound is dull. It gives up. It moves a few steps to where the wind has exposed some dry stalks of grass. It nibbles them. The grass is frozen and brittle. It shatters in the horse's mouth. A snowy owl sits on a fence of driftwood snagged in the river ice. It is a white statue. Its yellow eyes are the only color in the landscape. It blinks. It rotates its head, scanning the snow for the movement of a lemming. It sees nothing. It fluffs its feathers, becoming a round ball of warmth. It waits. In the shelter, the man checks the progress of the tar. He uses a stick to lift the edge of the flat stone. A thick black liquid has pooled at the bottom of the depression. It is bubbling slowly. Bloop, bloop, he nods. It is ready. He removes the coals. He lifts the bark rolls out. They are charred and brittle. He sets them aside. Now he has the pure tar. It is too runny to use. He takes the charcoal dust. He sprinkles it into the black liquid. He stirs it with a stick. The mixing is mesmerizing. The black dust swirls into the black liquid. The mixture thickens. It becomes a paste. It becomes a glue. This is the substance that holds the spear point to the shaft, the knife blade to the handle. It is the bond that holds their tools together. He takes a stone scraper that needs a new handle. He heats the stone and the wood near the fire. He takes a glob of the hot pitch on the end of a stick. He smears it onto the wood. He presses the stone into the glue. He smooths the edges with his wet finger, shaping the black putty before it hardens. The woman watches him. She is working on a piece of clothing. She is softening a boot sole. She chews the leather, then rubs it with a smooth stone. Chew, rub, chew, rub. It is a rhythm that accompanies the bubbling of the pitch. The morning passes into afternoon. The light outside does not change. The sun is hidden somewhere behind the gray curtain. The valley feels suspended in time. Near the cliffs, a wolverine is on the move. It is a restless spirit. It trots along the base of the rock wall, sniffing every crevice. It finds a frozen hare half-eaten by a fox. It stops. It tears at the frozen meat. Its jaws are powerful enough to crush bone. Crunch, crack. It eats quickly, looking over its shoulder. It finishes the meal and moves on, a dark, loping shadow. The wind begins to stir. It comes from the east today. It is a damp wind. It brings a change in the air. The temperature rises slightly. The snow feels heavier, wetter. Inside the shelter, the glue has hardened. The man tests the scraper. He pulls on the stone blade. It is solid. The pitch has set like rock. He smiles. He places the tool in his pouch. He cleans the stone bowl, scraping out the leftover residue to save for later. The woman puts down the boot. It is soft now. She places it near the fire to dry the saliva from the leather. She stretches her jaw. She rubs her cheeks. The work is hard on the face. The boy moves to the entrance. He pushes the hide flap aside. He looks out. He sees the gray world. He sees a raven flying low, battling the new wind. The bird dips and dives, using the air currents. It calls out, a rough grok that is snatched away by the breeze. The wind picks up the loose snow on the ridges. It swirls it into small devils that dance across the flats. The visibility drops. The horizon comes closer. The mammoth herd appears out of the gloom. They are walking into the wind. Their long hair blows back, revealing the thick wool underneath. They do not stop. They are marching towards the shelter of the canyon walls. They know the weather is changing. They feel the pressure drop in their ears. The lead female rumbles. It is a sound that is felt in the chest more than heard. The others answer, a chorus of low vibrations. They stay close, touching each other with their trunks. The calf holds onto its mother's tail with its trunk, a chain of life in the gray storm. The man joins the boy at the entrance. He feels the damp wind. He smells the moisture. Snow is coming again, heavy snow. He nods. He drops the flap. He secures it with a heavy stone at the bottom. The shelter is sealed. The afternoon light fades quickly. The gray turns to dark blue, then black. The fire is the only sun now. It burns brightly, fed by the resin-soaked bark scraps from the morning's work. The smell of the pitch lingers, a sharp, clean scent. They eat the evening meal. It is dried fish caught days ago, toasted on the hot stones. The heat releases the oil in the fish. It is savory and crisp. They drink warm water. The evening is quiet. The work is done. The tools are mended. The clothes are soft. The bellies are full. The man takes the bone flute. He plays a low, long note. It sounds like the wind outside. He plays another. The boy watches his fingers. The man hands the flute to the boy. The boy tries. He finds the note. Woo, he smiles. The wind outside grows louder. It howls around the rocks. It batters the hide door, but the door holds. The walls hold. The fire holds. The family settles down. The furs are pulled up. The fire is banked. The red glow illuminates the ceiling. The man watches the smoke swirl. He thinks of the pitch, of the black glue that binds the stone to the wood. It is a good bond. The woman closes her eyes. She listens to the wind. She is glad to be inside. She thinks of the horses standing in the snow. She hopes they find shelter. The night is dark and turbulent. The snow begins to fall, heavy wet flakes that plaster the rocks and the trees. It covers the tracks of the wolverine. It covers the tracks of the mammoth. It seals the valley. But deep in the cave, the rhythm of sleep takes over. The breathing is steady. The heartbeats are slow. The mind drifts away from the cold into the warm, dark place of dreams. The earth turns, the storm rages. The time before names continues, indifferent to the weather, carried forward by the persistence of life. The fire pulses in the dark, a small star in a stone sky. The storm has passed, leaving behind a silence so deep it feels like pressure in the ears. The heavy, wet snow that fell during the turbulent night has frozen solid. The temperature dropped, plummeting in the early hours, seizing the moisture and locking it into a hard, armored shell. The valley is no longer soft. It is a landscape of white iron. The drifts are frozen in mid-curl, looking like waves of stone. The branches of the trees are bent low, held fast by the weight of the ice that encases them. Inside the shelter, the air is still and quiet. The heavy snow has piled up against the entrance, creating a thick plug that blocks all light and sound. It is dark inside, a darkness that belongs to the deep earth. The fire is a faint red pulse in the center of the room, the only point of reference in the gloom. The smell of the pitch made yesterday still lingers, a sharp, resinous scent that mixes with the smell of wood smoke and sleeping furs. The man wakes. He knows immediately that the world has changed. There is no sound of wind. There is no sound of the hide flap moving. There is only the stillness. He sits up, the furs sliding off his shoulder with a soft rustle. He feels the air. It is not moving. It is stagnant and cool. He moves to the fire. He stirs the ashes. He adds a handful of dry moss. The fire wakes slowly, pushing back the dark. The yellow light reveals the walls of the cave, the sleeping forms of the woman and the boy, the tools resting against the stone. Everything is exactly as it was left, frozen in time like the world outside. He goes to the entrance. He pushes against the hide flap. It does not move. It is frozen to the snowdrift outside. He has to use his shoulder. He leans his weight into it. He pushes. Crunch. The ice seal breaks. The hide swings outward, pushing a block of hard snow with it. The light that floods in is blinding. It is not the soft, diffused light of the cloudy days. It is a sharp, blue-white brilliance. The sky has cleared completely. It is a dome of intense, pale azure. The sun is just rising, a cold white disk on the horizon. It illuminates the frozen snow, making the entire valley glitter as if it were paved with diamonds. He steps out. He expects to sink, but he does not. The crust on the snow is inches thick, hard enough to support his weight. He stands on top of the drift, looking out over the transformed world. It is a landscape of smooth, hard curves. There are no footprints. There are no tracks. The storm has wiped the slate clean and sealed it under glass. Far down the valley, a herd of steppe bison is moving. They are struggling. They are too heavy for the crust. With every step, their legs punch through the hard layer into the soft powder beneath. Crash, drag, crash, drag. It is exhausting work. The herd moves in a single file, the lead bull breaking the trail. He is a massive engine of muscle, his breath steaming in the cold air. He lowers his head, using his chest to smash the crust. He plows a trench through the valley. The others follow in the trench. They walk with their heads low, their eyes half closed against the glare. They are dark ships navigating a frozen sea. The sound of their passage is loud, a rhythmic breaking of ice that echoes off the canyon walls. Crunch, crack, crunch, crack. In the shelter, the woman wakes to the bright light streaming in. She squints, bringing a hand up to shield her eyes. The day has arrived with force. She sits up and stretches. Her joints are stiff from the cold night. She moves to the fire, warming her hands. She looks at the man standing in the entrance, a silhouette against the blinding white. She begins the morning work. She takes a piece of dried meat from the cache. It is frozen hard. She places it on a clean stone near the fire to thaw. She checks the water skins. The water inside is slushy but drinkable. She takes a sip, chewing the ice crystals. The boy wakes up. He crawls out of the furs. He sees the light. He goes to the entrance and looks out. He sees the glittering world. He smiles. He runs out onto the snow. He runs on top of the crust. He does not sink. It is like magic. He slides his feet, skating across the hard surface. He laughs, a sound that rings like a bell in the thin air. The man watches him. He smiles faintly. He knows this condition will not last. The sun will soften the crust or the wind will scour it away. But for now, the world is a playground. A solitary animal moves across the opposite slope. It is a cave hyena. It is a predator of opportunity, a scavenger of the plains. It is larger than the hyenas of the south, with a thick, shaggy coat of pale brown spots on a dirty yellow background. Its back slopes downward from high, powerful shoulders. The hyena moves easily on the crust. Its large paws spread its weight. It trots with a loping gait, head low, sniffing the air. It is looking for the aftermath of the storm, a frozen carcass, a bird caught in the snow, a bone left behind. It stops at a rock outcrop. It sniffs a crevice. It finds nothing. It moves on, silent and persistent. Inside the shelter, the woman pulls a leather bag towards her. She takes out a piece of mammoth ivory. It is a small, irregular chunk left over from the tusk carving. She turns it over in her hands. It is smooth and cool. She picks up a piece of sandstone, a rough, abrasive block. She begins to rub the ivory against the stone. Scritch, 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 she is shaping a bead. It is a slow process of reduction. She grinds away the corners, rounding the piece. She turns it, grinds, turns it, grinds. The white dust falls onto her leather apron. The sound is hypnotic. It is the rhythm of the morning. The man sits nearby, sharpening a flint knife. Clack hiss, the sounds weave together, the industry of the cave. Outside, the sun climbs higher. The glare becomes intense. The shadows are etched in deep blue ink against the white. The air warms slightly, just enough to make the surface of the snow slick. A pair of saiga antelope appears on the ridge. They are light and agile. They bounce across the crust, their hooves making a light tinking sound on the ice. They stop to nibble at a patch of lichens on a rock face. Their bulbous noses wiggle as they sniff the rock. They are nervous. They see the hyena far below. They watch it. It does not look up. They continue to eat. The bison herd has reached the river. The wind has swept the ice clear of snow here. The bison step onto the black ice. It is slippery. Their hooves slide. They move carefully, splaying their legs for balance. They look ungainly, these massive beasts on the slick surface, but they are sure-footed. They know how to move. They find a spot where the wind has exposed the dried grass on the bank. They crowd around it. They push each other. There is a brief scuffle, a clash of horns, a snort of breath. Then they settle, they eat. The sound of tearing grass replaces the sound of breaking ice. The boy comes back inside. His cheeks are red with the cold. His eyes are bright. He sits by the fire, shivering slightly. The woman hands him a piece of the thawed meat. He eats it hungrily. He watches the woman working the ivory. He watches the shape emerge from the raw material. It is becoming a round, white pearl. The afternoon drift begins. The sun moves past its zenith. The light changes from white to a soft metallic gold. The glare softens. The texture of the snow becomes more visible. The tiny ridges, the wind ripples, the sun cups. The hyena has found something. It is the leg bone of a reindeer buried under a shallow drift days ago and now exposed by the wind. It is old and stripped of meat, but the bone is full of marrow. The hyena clamps its massive jaws onto the bone. Crack. The sound is like a gunshot. The bone shatters. The hyena licks the marrow, grinding the bone fragments with its teeth. It eats everything. It is the ultimate recycler of the steppe. The man puts down his knife. It is sharp. He tests the edge on a piece of leather. It slices through cleanly. He is satisfied. He puts the knife in its sheath. He looks at the woman. She holds up the bead. It is round. It is smooth. It glows in the firelight. She needs to drill the hole. This is the hardest part. She takes the bow drill. She places the ivory bead in a small depression in a wooden block to hold it steady. She places the flint drill bit against the center of the bead. She begins to saw the bow back and forth. ZZZZT, ZZZZT. The drill spins. Smoke rises from the friction. A tiny pile of ivory dust forms around the hole. She blows it away. She keeps drilling. She is focused. Her breath comes in time with the motion of her arm. The boy watches, mesmerized by the spinning shaft. Outside, the sun touches the horizon. The world turns pink. The snow reflects the sunset, creating a landscape of cotton candy and rose quartz. It is a brief moment of softness before the hard blue of twilight returns. The bison herd begins to move back towards the shelter of the canyon. They walk in their own broken trail. It is easier going back. The trench is made. They walk steadily, a train of dark shapes in the pink light. The saiga antelope bed down on the high ridge. They curl up, facing different directions to watch for danger. They blend in with the snow and the rock. They become invisible. The hyena has finished the bone. It trots away, disappearing into the shadows of the rocks. It has a den somewhere, a cave filled with the bones of 1,000 meals. It goes there to sleep. The light fails, the blue hour arrives. The cold drops down like a heavy curtain. The crust on the snow snaps and pops as it contracts in the freezing air. Ping, crack, the valley is settling for the night. Inside the shelter, the woman breaks through. The drill sinks. The hole is complete. She threads the bead onto a piece of sinew. She ties it. She holds it up. It is a small thing, a piece of white stone with a hole in it. But it represents hours of life, hours of peace. She puts it around her neck. It rests against the dark fur of her tunic. The fire is built up. The evening meal is eaten. They share the silence. The work of the day is done. The tools are sharp. The bead is made. The belly is full. The man goes to the entrance one last time. He checks the seal. The snow is freezing hard again. He looks up at the sky. The stars are back, they are fierce and bright. The constellations wheel overhead, marking the passage of the winter. He drops the hide, the world closes in. The warmth of the fire embraces them, they lie down. The furs are heavy and comforting. The smell of the pitch is still there, faint now, a memory of the previous day. The boy closes his eyes. He dreams of sliding on the snow. He dreams of the white world where he can run without sinking. The earth turns, the ice holds. The silence of the night is absolute. The heart of the fire beats slowly in the dark, a companion to the sleeping humans. The time before names flows on, deep and quiet and cold. The night has been a long, quiet vigil kept by the stars. The valley has remained motionless under the dome of the dark sky, locked in the grip of the deep freeze. Now the earth begins its slow rotation toward the light. The blackness of the sky softens, turning a deep, rich indigo that hangs over the white peaks of the mountains. The stars do not disappear suddenly, they simply recede, stepping back into the depths of the universe as the blue light of the morning strengthens. Inside the shelter, the silence is thick and comfortable. It is a silence built of stone and fir. The air is still, holding the accumulated warmth of the night. The fire has burned down to a bed of gray ash, smooth and undisturbed. Beneath the surface, the embers are sleeping, holding a core of dark red heat that pulses with the slow breath of the cave. The man wakes. He lies on his back, looking up at the soot-blackened ceiling. He traces the familiar topography of the rock with his eyes. He knows the shape of every bump, every crack. It is the landscape of his mornings. He listens to the rhythmic breathing of the woman and the boy. It is a soft, steady sound like the tide of a calm sea. He sits up slowly, disturbing the pile of furs. The air that touches his skin is cool but not biting. He reaches for the fire. He does not rush. He uses a small stick to clear the ash from the center of the hearth. He exposes the glowing coals. They blink at him, bright eyes in the gray dust. He places a handful of dry sedge grass on the heat. The grass smokes, twisting and curling, then bursts into a small, cheerful flame. He adds twigs. The fire crackles, a sound like dry leaves being stepped on. The light returns to the shelter, painting the walls in warm tones of amber and gold. The woman stirs. She pulls the heavy bison robe tighter around her shoulders before sitting up. She rubs her face, waking the skin. She moves to the fire, taking her place on the smooth stone that serves as her seat. She reaches for a wooden bowl filled with snow the night before. It has melted into water. She drinks. It is cold and fresh, tasting of the winter air. The morning work begins. It is a day for the hides. In the corner of the shelter, a large reindeer skin has been stretched out on a frame of lashed branches. It is dry and stiff. It needs to be scraped. It needs to be softened. The woman picks up a scraper. It is a tool made of gray flint hafted into a handle of antler. The stone edge is rounded and sharp. She leans forward. She presses the tool against the skin. Scritch. She pulls it towards her. Scritch. A thin layer of dried membrane curls up and falls away. She establishes a rhythm. Press, pull, lift, press, pull, lift. The sound is repetitive and gritty. It fills the cave. Scritch, scritch, scritch. It is the sound of industry, but it is a quiet industry. It is the sound of making warmth. The man watches her for a moment, then picks up a piece of sinew. He begins to separate the fibers, preparing thread for sewing. Outside, the sun rises. It is a cold, pale sun that hangs low in the southern sky. It casts long, pale blue shadows across the snow. The valley floor is a sea of white. The crust that formed yesterday is still hard. It reflects the sunlight, creating a dazzling field of brightness. Down by the river, the willows stand motionless. Their branches are bare, etched in black against the white snow. Among the willows, a movement breaks the stillness. A herd of elk is moving through the brush. They are large, majestic animals. Their coats are a thick, shaggy brown, dark against the snow. The large male leads the way. His neck is thick with muscle. He moves slowly, lifting his legs high to step over the drifts that have accumulated around the bushes. He stops at a red osier dogwood bush. The stems are bright red, a splash of color in the monochrome world. He bites off a twig. Snap. The sound is crisp. He chews, his jaw moving in a slow, circular grinding motion. The others follow suit. They browse quietly. They are not in a hurry. They are eating the winter forest. A flock of waxwings lands in the branches above the elk. The birds are sleek and crested, with touches of yellow on their tails and red wax-like tips on their wings. They are looking for dried berries that might still cling to the bushes. They chatter softly to each other, a high, thin whistling sound. Esri, esri. They are like ornaments on the bare trees. Back in the shelter, the scraping continues. The woman stops to wipe her brow. The work is physical. It generates heat. She removes her outer fur mantle, working in her softer tunic. She runs her hand over the section of skin she has finished. It is becoming suede-like, soft and velvety to the touch. She nods. She resumes the rhythm. Scritch, scritch. The boy wakes up. He watches the dust motes dancing in the shaft of light that comes through the smoke hole. He reaches out and tries to catch them. They swirl away from his hand. He smiles. He crawls over to the man. He picks up a piece of the sinew. He tries to pull it apart. It is tough. The man shows him how to twist it to break the fibers. The boy mimics the motion. He is learning the texture of the world. Outside on the open plain, the wind has begun to blow gently. It is not a strong wind, just a breeze that moves the loose crystals on top of the crust. It creates a low, hissing sound as the snow snakes across the ice. A solitary woolly mammoth is walking near the base of the cliffs. He is an immense bull, a mountain of dark fur. His tusks are long and curved, crossing in front of his trunk. He walks with a rolling gait, his weight shifting from side to side. He looks tired. He is old. He stops at a snowbank. He uses his tusk to gauge the depth. He pushes his trunk into the snow, blowing air out to clear a small hole. He smells the ground. He decides this is a good spot. He begins to dig. He uses his forefoot, kicking the snow back. It is a slow, heavy movement. Kick, pause, he clears away the white cover to reveal the frozen earth and the dried grass pressed flat against it. He uses the tip of his trunk to pluck the grass. He eats. He is a machine of survival, processing the landscape one mouthful at a time. The sun reaches its zenith. The light is blindingly white. The shadows shorten then begin to lengthen again as the earth turns. The day is short. The window of light is brief. The wolf pack appears on a ridge overlooking the mammoth. They are 7 wolves. They are gray and white, blending with the rock and the snow. They are not hunting. They are traveling. They trot in a single file line, stepping in each other's tracks to save energy. They stop. The alpha female looks down at the mammoth. She watches him eat. She knows he is too big, too healthy despite his age. She is not interested. She turns her head and sniffs the wind. She smells the elk in the willows. She decides they are too far, too deep in the brush. The pack lies down on the ridge. The sun warms the rocks here. They stretch out. One wolf rolls on its back, legs in the air, wriggling against the stone to scratch its spine. Another licks the snow to drink. They are relaxed. They are a family resting in their territory. In the shelter, the woman finishes the skin. She unlashes it from the frame. She shakes it out. It ripples like a heavy cloth. It is soft and pliable. It will make a warm robe or a good cover for the sleeping area. She folds it carefully and places it on the pile of finished goods. She sits back and rests her hands. Her fingers are cramped. She flexes them. The man hands her a cup of warm water. She drinks. They share a look of satisfaction. The work is done. The afternoon begins to fade. The light turns gold, casting a warm glow over the cold world. The snow texture pops out. Every ripple, every drift face is highlighted in amber and shadow. The elk herd moves out of the willows. They head towards the river ice. They walk carefully. Their hooves click on the ice. They find a spot where the wind has swept the snow away, exposing the black ice. They lick the ice, getting moisture. Their reflections are dark and distorted in the frozen surface. The waxwings take flight. They rise as a single cloud, turning in the air. Their wings flash in the sunlight. They fly towards the shelter of the spruce forest on the far side of the valley. The sun touches the horizon. The sky turns a soft lavender. The mountains turn pink. It is the alpine glow, the last breath of the day. The cold descends immediately. The temperature drops like a stone. The crust on the snow tightens. The river ice booms, a deep, resonant crack that echoes for miles. Inside the shelter, the fire is built up for the evening. The man brings in a large log of pine. He places it on the back of the hearth. The resin in the wood heats up and begins to hiss. A sweet, piney scent fills the air. The evening meal is prepared. The woman takes a handful of dried berries and mixes them with fat and pounded meat. It is pemmican, the ultimate energy food. She warms it near the fire until it is soft. They eat with their fingers. It is rich and filling. The boy takes the bone flute. He plays a few notes. They are soft and breathy. He is getting better. The melody is simple, just 3 notes rising and falling. It sounds like a bird calling in the distance. The man takes a piece of charcoal and adds a line to the drawing on the wall. He draws the curve of the elk's antler. He is recording the day. He is capturing the memory of the animals. The night arrives. The sky is black and clear. The stars are piercingly bright. The constellation of the hunter stands tall in the south, his belt of 3 stars aligning with the ridge where the wolves slept. The mammoth has stopped eating. He stands still, letting the darkness cover him. He enters his standing sleep, rocking slightly on his massive legs. He is a dark island in the sea of night. The elk have bedded down in the spruce forest. The trees protect them from the radiant cooling of the open sky. They chew their cud, their breath rising in steady puffs. The shelter is warm. The firelight flickers on the ceiling. The man, the woman, and the boy lie down. The new skin is spread over them. It is heavy and warm. It smells of the earth and the work of the day. The silence returns to the valley. It is the deep, restorative silence of the winter night. The wind stops. The animals sleep. The earth waits. The fire pulses. Glow, fade, glow, fade. It mimics the rhythm of the life in the cave. The time passes slowly. There is no rush. The winter is long, but the shelter is good. The night stretches out, a bridge of darkness leading to the next dawn. The dawn arrives in silence. It is a morning of absolute clarity. The sky is stripped bare, a dome of pale, icy violet that fades into a translucent white at the horizon. There are no clouds to hold the heat of the earth. The warmth has escaped into the void of the night, leaving behind a cold that is sharp, dry, and brittle. The air is so still that the smoke from the shelter's vent does not drift. It rises in a perfect vertical column, a gray line drawn against the purple sky. Inside the shelter, the cold has crept in past the heavy hide curtain. It sits on the floor, a layer of heavy air. The fire has burned down to a small pile of white ash. The red heart of the fire is buried deep, protected by the insulating dust. The stones of the hearth are barely warm. The sleepers are curled tight. They are islands of heat in the cool room. The new reindeer skin, finished the day before, covers them. It is stiff and heavy, trapping the body heat effectively. Frost has formed on the fur near their faces, white crystals growing on the dark hair where their breath has touched it. The man wakes. He does not move suddenly. To move is to break the seal of warmth. He opens his eyes and watches the light change on the ceiling. The soot-stained rock turns from black to gray. He listens. The world outside is silent, but the earth itself is making noise. Crack. A tree far up the slope splits its bark in the freezing air. Boom. The river ice settles deeper into its bed. These are the sounds of the cold tightening its grip. He sits up. The movement sheds the frost from the fur. It falls like snow on the bedding. He reaches for the fire tools. He stirs the ash. He finds the ember. He feeds it tinder, dried moss, and the fluff from fireweed plants gathered in the summer. The fire catches. It is a small, quiet flame. He adds a stick of birch. The bark curls and snaps. The smell of burning birch fills the cave, a sweet, sharp scent. The woman wakes. She sees the fire. She sits up, wrapping her arms around her knees. She rocks slightly, generating heat. The boy sleeps on. He is deep in the dreamless sleep of childhood. The flute lies beside him. Today is a day for the river willows. The fuel supply is dwindling. The large logs are gone. They need to gather the brushwood that grows along the frozen banks. It is not heavy wood, but it burns hot and fast. They eat a simple meal of dried fat and warm water. The fat coats the throat. It is energy. It is warmth. They prepare to go out. They layer their clothing. Boots are checked. Mittens are tightened. Hoods are pulled up. The man takes a stone axe. The woman takes a leather strap to bind the wood. They step out into the morning. The cold hits them like a physical wall. It is breathless. The sun is just cresting the eastern ridge. It brings light but no heat. The snow sparkles with an intensity that hurts the eyes. The valley is a bowl of white light. They walk towards the river. The snow crust is hard. Their boots make a loud crunch-crunch sound that echoes in the stillness. They leave no deep tracks, just a scuff mark on the white surface. They walk single file. The man leads, the woman follows. They do not speak. To speak is to waste warmth. Down on the flat expanse of the valley floor, a herd of musk oxen stands. They are the masters of this weather. They have formed a defensive formation, not against wolves, but against the cold. They stand in a tight circle, their rumps facing the wind, though there is no wind today. Their heads face outward. They are massive, dark mounds. Their long, shaggy hair hangs down to the snow, covering their legs completely. They look like haystacks made of dark wool. Frost covers their backs. Icicles hang from their beards. They do not move. They do not eat. They simply stand, conserving every ounce of energy. Their eyes are half closed. They are waiting for the sun to rise higher. The man and the woman give the herd a wide berth. They respect the stillness of the animals. They walk around the perimeter of the invisible circle of safety the herd has created. The musk oxen do not react. They watch the humans pass with dull, dark eyes, then return their gaze to the snow. They reach the riverbank. The willows here are dense. They grow in tangled thickets, their branches red and yellow against the snow. They are frozen hard. The man selects a thicket of dead wood. He swings the axe, crack. The wood shatters more than it cuts. The cold has made it brittle as glass. He breaks the branches. The woman gathers them. She stacks them on the leather strap. She breaks the smaller twigs with her hands. Snap, snap. The sound is sharp and clear. It travels across the river ice. On the ice itself, a phenomenon is happening. The temperature changes are causing the ice sheet to expand and contract. It sings, it makes strange, ethereal noises. Puwa, twang, wump. It sounds like a giant underwater drum being struck. It sounds like lasers in a void. The sounds slide up and down the scale, echoing off the canyon walls. It is the music of the cryosphere. The man stops working for a moment. He listens. He looks at the ice. It is a chaotic surface of jagged blocks and smooth sheets. He hears the song of the river. He nods. It is a familiar voice. They continue to work. The pile of wood grows. It is light, airy fuel. It will burn bright and leave little ash. They bind the bundle tight. The man lifts it onto his back. It is bulky, rustling with every step. They begin the walk back. The sun is higher now. It offers a faint, deceptive warmth on the face while the air remains freezing. They walk past a rock outcrop. On top of the rock, a small creature is sunning itself. It is an ermine, a stoat in its winter coat. It is pure white except for the black tip of its tail and its black eyes. It is long and slender like a furry snake. It moves with a frantic fluid energy. It stands on its hind legs to watch them pass. It dives into a hole in the snow. It pops up again 3 feet away. It is curious. It is a spark of life in the frozen world. The man sees it. He does not stop. He keeps walking. The bundle of wood creaks against his back. The woman walks behind, carrying a smaller bundle of kindling. Her breath plumes over her shoulder. They reach the shelter. The return to the interior is always a relief. The air inside is still and smells of home. The boy is awake. He has added wood to the fire. He is sitting, watching the flames. He looks up as they enter. He sees the wood. He knows the fire will last another night. The afternoon settles in. The light outside turns a soft metallic gold. The glare reduces. The shadows stretch out, painting the snow in shades of violet and blue. The woman sits near the fire. She takes a piece of soft leather. She is making a pouch. She uses the bone needle the man made. She threads it with the sinew. She sews, push, pull, push, pull. The rhythm is soothing. She focuses on the stitch. It must be tight to hold the small things, the beads, the seeds, the flint flakes. The man rests. He leans back against the wall. He closes his eyes. He feels the warmth of the fire on his face. He hears the faint singing of the river ice, muffled by the distance and the walls, but still audible. Twang. Outside, the musk oxen begin to move. The sun has warmed their backs enough. They break the circle. They lower their heads. They begin to sweep the snow away with their horns. They are looking for the dried moss and lichen beneath. They move slowly, heavy steps crunching the snow. They eat. They are the slow grazers of the ice age. A snowshoe hare sits perfectly still near the entrance of the shelter. It is invisible against the snow. Only its movement gives it away. It twitches an ear. It listens to the humans inside. It hops once, then freezes again. It is a ghost in a ghost world. The sun touches the horizon. The sky turns a deep, burning orange. The snow reflects the color. For a few minutes, the valley is on fire. The willows look like copper wire. The river ice looks like molten gold. Then the sun is gone. The gray twilight returns. The cold drops down instantly. The crust on the snow hardens further. The group eats the evening meal. They roast strips of meat over the new willow fire. The willow burns with a bright, clean flame. It does not smoke much. It cooks the meat quickly. They eat in silence, savoring the hot food. The boy takes the flute. He plays the 3 notes he knows. He tries a 4th note. It wavers, then holds. He has added to his song. The sound is thin and sweet. It floats in the small space. The man watches the smoke rise. He is content. The wood is gathered. The shelter is warm. The belly is full. The night arrives. The stars come out in their millions. The Milky Way is a river of light flowing over the river of ice. The constellation of the Bear watches from the north. The musk oxen have bedded down again. They lie in the snow, chewing their cud. They are a dark archipelago in the white ocean. The ermine is hunting. It moves under the snow in the tunnels of the lemmings. It is the terror of the subnivean world, but above, on the surface, all is quiet. The fire burns down. The man banks the coals. He covers them with the white ash. The light fades to a soft red glow. The family lies down. The furs are pulled up. The breathing slows. The silence of the valley is absolute. The singing of the ice stops as the temperature stabilizes in the deep freeze. The world is suspended. The time passes. The earth turns in the dark. The waiting continues. The sleep comes. It is a deep, heavy sleep protected by the rock and the fire. The dream of the winter is long and quiet. The dawn is a slow blue tide that rises from the valley floor. It washes over the snowdrifts, turning them from the gray of night to the cool, pale azure of the early morning. Above, the sky is clear, a vast and empty dome that deepens in color as the sun approaches the horizon. The air is motionless. The stillness of the night has carried over into the day, preserving the frost that coats the world in a delicate white lace. Inside the shelter, the atmosphere is heavy and warm. The seal of the entrance has held. The heat of the fire, though banked low, has saturated the thermal mass of the rock walls. It radiates back into the room, a gentle, invisible warmth that cradles the sleepers. The smell of the air is domestic, cured leather, pine resin, and the faint, earthy scent of the dried grass mats. The man wakes. He does not open his eyes immediately. He lies in the warmth, sensing the day. He feels the stillness. There is no vibration of wind against the hide door. There is no sound of shifting snow. There is only the quiet rhythm of the cave itself, the breathing of the woman, the settling of the ash, the slow drip of condensation in a far corner. He opens his eyes. A single beam of light has found a way through the chinks in the stone blocking the entrance. It cuts through the smoky air, a solid bar of blue-white illumination. Dust motes dance in it, swirling in slow, chaotic orbits. He watches them. They are like tiny stars in a dark sky. He sits up. The movement is slow. He wraps the bison fur around his waist. He reaches for the fire. He uncovers the coals. They are still hot, glowing with a deep, persistent red. He adds tinder. He blows. The fire wakes. The light shifts from blue to gold. The day begins. Outside, the sun clears the ridge. The light hits the snow. It is a blinding, brilliant white. The frost on the willows lights up, turning the valley into a forest of glass. High on a limestone outcrop facing the morning sun, a family of cave lions is resting. They are the giants of the feline world, significantly larger than the lions of later eras. Their coats are thick and plush, a pale, sandy gold that blends with the rock but stands out against the snow. They have no manes. They look like massive, muscular cougars. There are 3 of them, a male, a female, and a subadult. They are lying in a pile. The male is on his back, his massive paws curled in the air. His belly is exposed to the sun. The fur there is lighter, creamy white and soft. He is completely relaxed. His eyes are closed. He is soaking in the solar energy. The female lies beside him, her head resting on his flank. She is grooming herself. She licks her paw, a broad, heavy pad of rough skin. She rubs it over her face. Lick rub, she cleans her ears, she cleans her muzzle, she stops to yawn. Her mouth opens wide, revealing the terrifying architecture of her teeth, then snaps shut. She resumes her grooming. The young one is sleeping on its side, tail twitching occasionally. It is dreaming of the chase, perhaps, or of play. But here on the rock there is no chase, there is only the sun and the full belly. They have eaten recently, they are content. Back in the shelter, the woman is awake. She is preparing the morning meal. She takes a handful of dried roots, bistort, and silverweed dug from the riverbank in the autumn. She puts them in a bowl with water and hot stones. The water hisses. The roots soften. They release a sweet, starchy smell. The boy sits near the fire. He is holding a small piece of soapstone. It is soft and gray. He has a sharp flake of flint. He is carving. He is not making an animal today. He is making a groove. He cuts a line into the soft stone. He blows the dust away. He deepens the line. He is experimenting with texture. The man takes a pair of snowshoes from the wall. They are made of bent willow wood and laced with rawhide. He inspects the lacing. One of the straps is frayed. He sits down to repair it. He cuts a new strip of leather. He wets it in his mouth to make it pliable. He weaves it into the frame. Over, under, twist. His hands are sure. The repair is strong. Outside, the day warms. The sun melts the frost on the south-facing rocks. Water trickles down the stone faces, freezing again as soon as it hits the shadow, forming long, clear icicles. A herd of reindeer moves across the valley floor. They are far below the lions. The lions watch them. The female lifts her head, her amber eyes track the herd. She watches the clicking legs, the swaying antlers. She judges the distance. She judges the snow depth. She decides it is not worth the effort. She lays her head back down. The herd passes, unaware or unconcerned by the golden shapes on the cliff. The reindeer are moving towards a patch of ground where the wind has exposed the lichen. They crowd together. They use their hooves to scrape the remaining ice away. They eat the gray, crisp lichen. It is their winter bread. In the shelter, the repair is finished. The man hangs the snowshoes back on the wall. He takes the flute from the boy. He plays a note. It is clear and high. He hands it back. The boy smiles. The afternoon drifts by. The sun moves across the sky, a slow arc of white fire. The shadows on the snow rotate, lengthening and changing direction. The blue of the shadows deepens. The lions shift their positions. The sun has moved, so they must move to stay in the warmth. The male rolls over. He stretches his front legs, extending his claws. They are sharp, curved hooks. He retracts them. He stands up, shakes his coat, sending a cloud of loose hair and dust into the air. He walks 3 steps and lies down again, closer to the edge of the ledge. A raven flies by. It sees the lions. It croaks. Gruck. The male lion flicks an ear. He does not open his eyes. The raven flies on, heading for the river. At the river, the open water hole kept by the otters is steaming. The difference in temperature between the water and the air creates a column of mist. The raven lands on the ice near the edge. It pecks at a piece of fish scale left by the otters. It drinks from the hole, dipping its beak and tilting its head back. The man and the woman decide to step out. They need fresh air. They need to see the sky. They dress warmly. They crawl out of the tunnel entrance. The brightness is shocking. They stand on the hard-packed snow. The air is crisp. They look up at the lions. They see the shapes on the rock. They know them. They respect them. They do not fear them today. The lions are resting. The truce of the full belly is in effect. The man points to the north. A bank of clouds is building on the horizon. It is white and fluffy like wool. It looks soft, but it brings snow. It is far away. They walk a short distance to a stand of birch trees. The bark of the trees is peeling, revealing the creamy orange wood underneath. The man peels a strip of loose bark. It comes away with a tearing sound. It is oily and flammable. He gathers a handful. It will be good for starting the fire tomorrow. The woman finds a burl on a tree, a hard, knotty growth. She touches it. It would make a good bowl. She marks the tree in her mind. They will come back for it when the weather is warmer. They return to the shelter. The sun is setting. The light turns gold, then orange, then a deep, bruised purple. The snow reflects the colors, a canvas for the sky. The lions wake up as the light fails. The evening is their time. The male stands up. He stretches again. He looks down into the valley. His eyes change. The pupils dilate. The laziness is gone. He is alert. He looks at the female. She stands. They touch noses. A silent communication. They begin to move down the rock face. They move with incredible grace for such heavy animals. They flow over the stones. They disappear into the shadows of the canyon. The hunt begins, but it is a silent, unseen hunt in the dark. Inside the shelter, the fire is the center of the world. The man feeds the birch bark to the flames. It flares up instantly, bright and hot. The boy watches the paper-like bark curl and vanish. They eat the evening meal, dried meat and fat. It is routine. It is survival. The night settles. The cold returns with a vengeance. The moisture in the air from the day freezes. The stars come out. The shelter is sealed. The family sleeps. The fire glows. The cycle continues. The earth turns. The lions walk the night. The reindeer sleep in the snow. The silence of the ice age holds everything in its hand, a long, slow pause in the history of the world. The night retreats with a reluctance that matches the season. It pulls back slowly, lifting the veil of darkness inch by inch from the valley floor. The sky that is revealed is not yet blue. It is a deep, translucent gray, the color of old ice. There are no clouds to catch the morning light. There is only the vast, empty dome of the atmosphere, clear and hard and impossibly cold. In the silence of the dawn, the air itself seems to shimmer. It is filled with diamond dust, tiny hexagonal ice crystals that form directly from the water vapor in the freezing air. They hang suspended, drifting slowly downward, catching the first faint rays of the sun that are still hidden below the horizon. The valley is filled with a glittering mist, a fog made of jewels. Inside the shelter, the world is still dark. The heavy hide over the entrance blocks the spectacle outside. The air inside is still and warm, held in place by the mass of the rock and the remnants of the fire. The scent of the room is the scent of deep winter, wood ash, cured leather, and the sweet, musky smell of the dried grass bedding. The man wakes. He lies perfectly still. He is listening to the earth. He hears the deep, resonant boom of the river ice settling miles away. It is a sound felt in the chest as much as heard. He hears the soft, rhythmic breathing of the woman and the boy. He hears the pop of a single ember dying in the ash. He sits up. The movement is fluid, practiced. He wraps the fur mantle around his shoulders. He reaches for the fire stick. He stirs the gray mound in the center of the hearth. The coals are there sleeping. He feeds them, a pinch of moss, a shaving of birch bark, a small twig. The fire breathes in. The smoke rises, thin and blue. The flame appears, a small, yellow leaf of light that grows and straightens. The woman wakes. She sees the light. She knows the routine. She sits up, rubbing the sleep from her eyes. She reaches for the water skin. It has frozen near the spout. She holds it near the fire, turning it slowly. The heat softens the leather. The ice inside loosens. She drinks. Today is a day for the sinew. On a flat stone near the wall, a pile of dried animal tendons waits. They are stiff and hard like sticks of wood. They need to be processed. They need to be turned into thread. The woman takes a tendon. She puts the end in her mouth. She chews it gently. The saliva and the warmth soften the collagen. She takes it out. She pulls at the fibers. They separate into long, white strands. She rolls them on her thigh, twisting them together. twist, roll, twist, roll. It is a slow, repetitive task. It requires patience. It requires strong jaws and steady hands. The sound of the rolling is a soft shhh against her leather trousers. The man watches her. He nods. It is good work. He takes a finished thread and tests it. He pulls. It does not break. It is stronger than any plant fiber. It will hold the winter clothes together. Outside, the sun breaches the horizon. The light hits the diamond dust. The valley explodes into brilliance. Two bright spots of light appear on either side of the sun dogs. They are rainbows trapped in the ice, standing like sentinels in the sky. A halo forms around the sun, a perfect circle of white light. It is a sky of geometry and physics playing out in silence. Down on the windswept plain, a herd of wild horses is waking. They have spent the night standing in a tight cluster, tails to the wind, heads low. Now, as the sun touches their backs, they begin to separate. They are stocky, powerful animals with coats the color of dun and ochre. Their manets stand up straight, dark brushes against the pale sky. They are covered in frost. Their eyelashes are white with it. Their whiskers are encased in ice. As they move, the frost breaks and falls away like dust. One horse, a mare, shakes herself. The movement starts at her head and travels down her body, a ripple of muscle that dislodges a cloud of snow. She snorts. Steam jets from her nostrils. They begin to graze. They use their front hooves to scrape at the hard snow. Scrape, scrape, pause. They find the brown grass underneath. They nip it off with their teeth. The sound of their grazing is a steady crunching. They are calm. The wolves are far away. The lions are sleeping. The morning belongs to the horses. A foal, nearly grown but still staying close to its mother, plays for a moment. It rears up, boxing the air with its front hooves. It kicks out its hind legs. It runs in a small circle, kicking up sprays of snow. The mother watches. She does not stop eating. The foal burns off its energy and returns to her side, nuzzling her flank. Back in the shelter, the man is working on a tool. He has a piece of antler. He is making a harpoon point for the spring fishing. The antler is hard as stone. He uses a flint burin to carve barbs into the side. Scrape, blow, he works slowly. One slip and the barb will break. He cuts a groove. He deepens it. He smooths it with a piece of sandstone. The boy sits between them. He has the bone flute. He plays a low note. He holds it. He stops. He listens to the fire. He plays the note again. He is learning the language of the silence. He picks up a piece of the sinew thread. He tries to tie a knot. He fumbles. The woman stops her chewing. She reaches over. She guides his hands, over, under, through. The knot holds. The boy smiles. The sun climbs higher. The sun dogs fade, leaving only the blinding white disk in the pale sky. The shadows on the snow are sharp and blue, etched with the precision of a drawing. On the far side of the valley, near the base of the ice sheet, the glacier is moving. It is a river of ice, miles wide, flowing down from the high peaks. It moves only inches a day, but the force is unstoppable. Today, under the stress of the cold, a large block of ice shifts deep within the glacier. Growlyak. The sound is enormous. It rolls down the valley like thunder. It echoes off the cliffs. It vibrates the ground. The horses lift their heads, their ears swivel towards the mountain. They listen, they wait. The sound fades. The silence returns. The horses lower their heads. They know the voice of the ice. It is not a predator. It is just the world adjusting its weight. A snowy owl glides over the river. It is hunting. It flies low, its wings silent. It sees a movement in the snow. A vole has surfaced for a brief moment. The owl banks. It drops. Its talons hit the snow. It misses. The vole is gone. The owl lands on a piece of driftwood. It sits there looking like a white stone. It rotates its head. It blinks its yellow eyes. It is patient. It will wait. Inside the shelter, the morning passes into afternoon. The pile of sinew thread grows. It is wound into small skeins tied with a scrap of leather. It represents future warmth. It represents boots that do not leak, coats that do not gap. The man finishes one barb on the harpoon. He runs his thumb over it. It is sharp. It is smooth. He starts on the next one. The repetition is soothing. The focus narrows the world down to the point of the tool. The light outside begins to shift. The white brightness mellows into a soft gold. The sun is lowering. The texture of the snow comes alive again, the long shadows revealing every drift and ripple. A wolverine trots along the ridgeline. It is a solitary wanderer. It moves with a humpbacked, loping gait. It stops to sniff a rock. It marks the spot. It continues. It is looking for carrion. It finds the remains of a hare killed by the owl days ago. It eats the frozen scraps. It cracks the bones. It leaves nothing. It moves on, a dark shadow on the golden snow. The horses have moved to a south-facing slope where the sun has softened the crust. They stand together, soaking up the last of the rays. They groom each other, teeth gently scratching the withers, necks crossed. It is a moment of social bonding. The herd reinforces its connections. In the shelter, the woman puts away the sinew. Her jaw is tired, she massages her face, she adds wood to the fire. The flames jump up, casting long, dancing shadows on the walls. The man puts down the antler. He stretches his arms. The day's work is done. The evening meal is prepared. A stew of dried meat and fat, thickened with the starch of pounded roots. It bubbles in the leather bag, heated by the hot stones. The smell is rich and comforting. They eat together, the warmth of the food spreads through them. The cave feels smaller, cozier. The vast, cold world outside is held at bay by the stone walls. The sun sets, the sky turns a deep, bruised purple again, the stars emerge. The cold drops down like a hammer. The diamond dust begins to form again, filling the air with invisible glitter. The man goes to the entrance, he checks the seal. He looks out at the night, he sees the stars. He sees the faint outline of the mountains, he breathes the cold air, it tastes of iron and ice. He drops the hide, the family settles down, the furs are pulled up, the fire is banked, the red glow pulses in the dark. The boy holds the piece of sinew he knotted. He runs his fingers over the knot, it is tight, it is permanent, he closes his eyes. The silence of the valley is absolute, the glacier is quiet, the horses are sleeping standing up, the owl is perched on the wood, the wolverine is curled in a den. The earth turns, the winter night stretches out long and deep and peaceful, the waiting continues, the life continues. The darkness of the early morning is thick and textured. It is not an empty blackness but a heavy velvet weight that fills the valley. The stars are hidden behind a veil of high, thin cloud that has drifted in from the west during the night. The moon is gone. The only light comes from the snow itself, which seems to hold a faint, ghostly luminescence, a memory of the day before. Inside the shelter, the air is stagnant and peaceful. The fire has burned down to its absolute minimum, a single dark red eye glowing beneath a mountain of gray ash. The heat in the stones has faded, leaving the air cool and crisp. Frost has grown on the rock walls near the entrance, a delicate garden of ice flowers that bloom in the dark. The man wakes, he does not move, he lies deep in the furs listening. The silence is different today, it is softer. The hard, ringing silence of the deep freeze has been replaced by a muffled quiet. He knows the weather without seeing it, the air pressure has shifted. Snow is coming, but not yet. He slides his arm out from under the bison robe. The cold air touches his skin, he finds the fire stick. He gently probes the ash, he finds the ember, he feeds it a pinch of dry fluff from a fireweed seed head. It glows orange, he adds a shaving of pine, a small flame uncurls, yellow and weak. He nurtures it, he adds a thicker branch, the fire takes hold. The light spreads, pushing the shadows back into the crevices. The woman wakes, she smells the smoke. It is the signal of the new day. She sits up, wrapping a shawl of soft hair skins around her neck. She shivers once, a reflex to generate heat, then settles closer to the growing flame. She rubs her hands together, the dry sound of skin on skin filling the small space. Today is a day for the forest. The bedding in the sleeping area has become flat and dusty. The dried grass has broken down into powder. It offers less insulation against the cold ground. It is time to refresh the floor. It is time to go to the spruce trees. They eat a quick meal of dried meat softened in warm water. They drink the broth. It warms the belly. They prepare to leave. They dress heavily. The air outside is damp, which feels colder than the dry air. They pull on their boots, tying the leather thongs tight. They put on their mittens, large bags of fur that keep the fingers together. The man takes a stone axe. The woman takes a large carrying sling made of netting. They step out, the gray light of dawn is just filtering through the clouds. The world is flat and colorless. The white snow meets the gray sky without a horizon. It is like standing inside a pearl. They walk towards the tree line on the far side of the valley. It is a long walk. They move steadily, their snowshoes distributing their weight over the drifts. Crunch, swish, swish. The rhythm is hypnotic. They do not talk, they save their breath. As they approach the trees, the landscape changes. The snow is deeper here, sheltered from the wind. The spruce trees stand like dark sentinels. Their branches are weighed down by heavy loads of snow drooping towards the ground. The forest looks like a collection of white tents. They enter the tree line. The silence changes immediately. The open acoustic of the valley is gone, replaced by the hushed, deadened sound of the woods. The trees absorb the noise. The air is still and smells of resin and cold needles. They find a large spruce tree. The lower branches are dead and dry, but they want the green boughs from higher up. The man reaches up. He grabs a branch, he pulls it down, he uses the stone axe. Thwack! The frozen wood is brittle, it snaps cleanly. The branch falls, a fan of dark green needles against the snow. The smell is instant. The scent of broken pine needles releases into the air. It is sharp, sweet, and green. It is the smell of life in the dead of winter. It cuts through the cold. The woman breathes it in deep. It reminds her of the summer sun on the trees. She gathers the branch, she shakes the snow off it. A cloud of white powder falls. She places the branch in the sling. They work together. Reach, chop, gather, reach, chop, gather. They move from tree to tree, taking only a few branches from each so as not to harm the trees. They are pruning the forest. High above them, on a thick limb of an old pine, a Eurasian lynx is watching. It is a ghost cat. Its coat is thick and tawny, spotted with dark rosettes. It has large, padded paws that act like snowshoes. Its ears are tipped with long black tufts that twitch as it listens to the chopping. The lynx is lying flat against the branch. It is almost invisible. Its yellow eyes watch the humans below. It is not afraid, only curious. It has a full belly. It has caught a hare in the night. It is resting. It watches the man lift the axe. It watches the branch fall. It yawns, revealing a pink tongue, then rests its chin on its paws again. The humans do not look up. They do not see the cat. They are separated by 20 feet of air and a world of perception. The sling is full. It is a massive bundle of green. The woman lifts it. It is bulky, but the wood is light. The man carries a smaller bundle. They turn back towards the open valley. The walk back is different. They are carrying the forest with them. The smell of the pine trails behind them. The green needles are a shocking color against the white snow. The sky is darkening. The clouds are lowering. A few stray snowflakes begin to fall. They are large and wet. They land on the man's fur hood and stick there. In the middle of the valley, a herd of reindeer is digging. They have found a spot where the wind has thinned the snow. They use their broad hooves to scrape down to the moss. They are busy. Their heads are down. Their antlers look like a forest of dry branches moving along the ground. The leader of the herd looks up as the humans pass. He sees the strange, moving bushes. He snorts. A cloud of steam erupts. The herd pauses. They watch. They decide it is not a threat. They return to their digging. Scrape, scrape, munch. The humans reach the shelter. They drop the bundles at the entrance. They shake the snow from their clothes. They crawl inside. The warmth of the cave welcomes them. But now the real work begins. They clear out the old bedding. They gather the dry, dusty grass and the old mats. They bundle them up and take them out. They will be used to start the fire tomorrow or simply return to the earth. Then they bring in the spruce boughs. The cave is instantly transformed. The smell of the forest fills the small space. It is overwhelming and wonderful. It smells clean. It smells fresh. The woman arranges the boughs. She lays them carefully, overlapping the branches to create a springy, thick mattress. She places the cut ends towards the wall and the soft tips towards the center. She builds a nest. It is deep and soft. Over the boughs, she lays the furs, the bison robe, the reindeer skins, the new blankets. The bed is raised now, insulated from the cold floor by inches of air and wood and needles. The boy helps. He jumps on the new bed. He bounces. He laughs. It is soft. It smells good. He buries his face in the fur. He can smell the pine underneath. The afternoon light fades into a gray twilight. The snow outside begins to fall in earnest. It is a quiet, steady snow. It fills the footprints they made. It covers the old bedding pile outside. It erases the day's work from the landscape. The man sits by the fire. He is tired. The walk was long. The chopping was hard, but he is satisfied. The shelter is renewed. The air is clean. He takes a piece of the spruce resin that stuck to his hands. He rolls it into a ball. He throws it into the fire. It hisses and flares, burning with a bright, smoky flame. The scent intensifies. The evening meal is prepared. They roast the last of the fish. The fish is smoky and rich. They eat sitting on the new bed. It is comfortable. It supports their weight. The lynx in the forest has moved. The snow became too heavy on its branch. It has climbed down and found a hollow log. It curls up inside, dry and warm. It sleeps. The reindeer herd has moved to the lee of a hill. They stand together, letting the snow coat their backs. They are patient. In the shelter, the fire burns down. The light is soft and red. The man banks the coals. He covers them with ash. They lie down. The difference is immediate. The bed is warmer. The dampness of the floor is gone. The smell of the pine is a lullaby. The boy holds the flute, but he is too sleepy to play. He tucks it under the pillow of fur. He closes his eyes. The silence of the valley is absolute again. The snow falls. The world is wrapped in white. But inside the rock, there is a small pocket of green forest, holding the heat, holding the sleepers, holding the life. The earth turns. The winter deepens. The waiting continues. But tonight the waiting is soft and sweet-smelling. The night stretches out, peaceful and dark. The morning light enters the shelter slowly, filtering through the small gaps in the blocked entrance. It is a soft blue-gray light dimmed by the heavy snow that fell during the night. The air inside the cave is transformed. The stale smell of old smoke and dust is gone, replaced by the sharp, invigorating scent of the spruce forest. The new boughs laid down the day before have released their resin in the warmth of the night. The shelter smells of green needles and sap, a scent of summer trapped in the heart of winter. The bed is soft. The layers of springy branches support the sleepers, lifting them off the hard, cold floor. The insulation is perfect. The man wakes, but he lies still for a long time, enjoying the comfort. He breathes in the pine-scented air. It clears his head. It feels cleaner than the air of yesterday. He listens to the silence. The snow outside has acted as a second wall, muffling every sound from the valley. There is no wind, there is no cracking of ice. There is only the stillness of the cave. He hears the woman breathing next to him, a slow, deep rhythm. He hears the boy shift, the furs rustling softly against the spruce needles. He sits up, the air in the room is cool. He reaches for the fire. The embers are buried deep in the ash, sleeping. He wakes them gently. A pinch of dry moss. A shaving of the oily birch bark gathered yesterday. The bark catches instantly, flaring with a bright, smoky flame. He adds a few spruce twigs. They hiss and pop as the needles burn, adding a new layer to the scent in the room. The woman wakes. She stretches, her arms extending above her head. She smiles. The new bed is good. Her back does not ache today. She sits up and wraps her fur mantle around her. She moves to the fire, warming her hands over the growing flames. She looks at the man. They share a quiet nod. The hard work of the previous day was worth it. Today is a day of stillness. The snow is deep outside, too deep for easy travel. It is a day to stay close to the fire, to work with the hands, to rest. They eat a simple meal, dried meat and warm water. They eat slowly, savoring the warmth. After the meal, the man moves to the entrance. He needs to check the world. He pushes against the hide curtain. It is heavy with snow. He shoves it aside. A cascade of white powder falls into the entryway. He steps out onto the platform. The world has been smoothed over. The sharp ridges of the wind-sculpted snow are gone, buried under a foot of fresh, soft powder. The valley looks like a white ocean, calm and motionless. The sky is clearing. The gray clouds are breaking apart, revealing patches of pale blue. The sun is trying to break through, casting a watery, silver light over the drifts. Down in the valley, a herd of woolly mammoths is moving. They are the only creatures large enough to navigate this depth of snow with ease. They are dark islands in the White Sea. They walk in a single file, a slow, majestic procession. The matriarch leads. She uses her massive head and tusks to sweep the snow aside, creating a trench for the others. She stops. She reaches up with her trunk to a willow tree that is buried halfway up its trunk in snow. She snaps off a branch. The sound is a dull crack in the heavy air. She eats. The others wait. They are patient. They stand like statues, their breath rising in slow, steady plumes. The man watches them. He feels the cold air on his face. It is not a biting cold today. It is a wet, heavy cold. He breathes it in, then turns back to the warmth of the shelter. Inside, the woman has started a project. She has a piece of soft leather, the skin of a fawn. She is making a pair of mittens for the boy. She places the boy's hand on the leather. She traces around it with a piece of charcoal. The boy watches, fascinated by the black line appearing around his fingers. She takes a flint knife. She cuts the leather, scritch, slice. The sound is quiet. She cuts 2 pieces for each hand, then she begins to sew. She uses the sinew thread prepared days ago. She uses the bone needle. Push, pull, push, pull. The boy sits beside her, watching the needle flash in the firelight. The man sits on the other side of the fire. He has a collection of small stones gathered from the riverbed in the autumn. They are colorful pebbles, red jasper, green serpentine, clear quartz. He is not making tools. He is making a game. He takes a piece of sandstone. He grinds one side of a red pebble until it is flat. Grind, grind, grind. The sound is a low, rhythmic rasping. He wants the stone to sit flat on the ground. He does this for 5 stones. Then he takes a piece of charcoal and marks a pattern on the flat side of each one. A cross, a line, a circle. The morning passes in this quiet industry. The fire crackles, the needle flashes, the stone grinds. The scent of the spruce boughs stays strong, a constant reminder of the forest. Outside, the sun finally breaks through the clouds completely. The light floods the valley. It is blindingly bright. The fresh snow reflects the light like a mirror. The temperature rises slightly, just enough to make the snow sticky. A small drama plays out on the slope opposite the shelter. An Arctic fox is hunting. It is pure white, a small ghost moving across the drifts. It moves with a light, bounding gait. It stops. It cocks its head. It listens. Under the snow, a lemming is tunneling. It is safe, it thinks. It is covered by 2 feet of insulation. It moves through its dark, white-walled corridor looking for grass roots. The fox hears the tiny scratching sound of the lemming's claws. It triangulates the position. It tenses, it leaps high into the air, arching its back. It dives nose first into the snow. Whump, its tail waves in the air for a second, then it emerges. Its muzzle is covered in snow. It has missed. The lemming has frozen, heart beating fast, then scuttled deeper. The fox shakes the snow from its face. It trots on. It is not discouraged. It will try again. The mammoths have reached a stand of aspen trees. They surround the trees. They strip the bark. The sound of the stripping is a wet tearing noise. Rip. They chew the bark, grinding the wood fibers. They are reshaping the forest, opening up clearings that will become meadows in the spring. In the shelter, the woman finishes one mitten. She turns it inside out so the fur is on the inside. She hands it to the boy. He puts it on. It is soft and warm. He claps his hands. The sound is muffled by the fur. Thump, thump. He smiles. She starts on the second one. The man finishes the game pieces. He clears a space on the floor. He draws a circle in the dust. He takes the stones in his hand. He throws them into the circle. They land with a soft clack. Some land flat side up, showing the marks. Some land round side up. He counts. He nods. It works. He shows the boy. He hands the stones to the boy. The boy throws them. He laughs. It is a simple game of chance, of gravity and stone. It passes the time. The afternoon light begins to shift. The white snow turns a creamy gold. The shadows stretch out, long and blue. The silence of the valley is deep. A herd of reindeer appears on the ridge. They are silhouetted against the sky. They are moving fast, a long line of clicking hooves and swaying antlers. They are running from something or running towards something. They flow over the ridge like water and disappear into the next valley. The man goes out to fetch snow for the evening water. He takes the wooden scoop. The snow is pristine. He scrapes the top layer. The crystals are large and wet. He packs them into the skin bag. He looks at the sun. It is a ball of orange fire touching the western hills. The air is cooling rapidly. The wet cold of the day is turning into the hard ice of the night. He returns to the shelter. He hangs the bag near the fire. The snow begins to melt. Drip, drip. The evening meal is prepared. They roast chunks of fat on sticks. The fat sizzles and drops into the fire, causing small flares of light. They eat the fat hot. It coats the mouth and warms the chest. The woman finishes the second mitten. The boy puts it on. He now has 2 warm hands. He claps again. He picks up the game stones with his mittened hands. It is harder, but he manages. The sun sets. The sky turns a deep violet. The stars appear. They are not as sharp as on the coldest nights, softened slightly by the humidity in the air. The mammoths have stopped eating. They gather in a group. They lean against each other. They enter their standing sleep. The heat from their massive bodies creates a microclimate in the center of the herd. They are a fortress against the night. The fox has found a meal. It curls up in a ball, nose under its tail on a rocky ledge. It sleeps. Inside the shelter, the fire is banked. The man places a large piece of slow-burning driftwood on the coals. It will hold the heat until morning. The red glow illuminates the spruce boughs. They lie down. The bed is still soft, still fragrant. The boy keeps his mittens on. He snuggles into the fur. The man listens to the silence one last time. The wind is still quiet. The valley is at peace. The earth turns. The winter night is long. The snow lies heavy on the land, a blanket of white protecting the sleeping earth. The time passes slowly, measured in the beat of a heart, in the drip of melting snow, in the slow burning of the wood. The night has been a deep, soundless ocean of time. The valley has drifted through the dark hours, anchored only by the weight of the snow and the permanence of the rock. Now the tide of darkness begins to recede. The sky above the mountains shifts from absolute black to a deep, resonant charcoal. The stars, which have burned with a fierce, cold intensity all night, begin to soften. They do not vanish instantly. They simply step back into the depths of the sky, growing fainter with every breath of the coming morning. Inside the shelter, the air is thick and still. The scent of the spruce boughs laid down fresh days ago has mellowed. It is no longer the sharp, green smell of broken needles, but a warmer, deeper aroma of cured resin and forest floor. It mixes with the scent of the wood ash and the faint, sweet musk of the sleeping firs. The fire has burned down to a landscape of its own. It is a miniature range of gray mountains and valleys formed from the ash of the consumed wood. Deep within the largest mound, a faint red glow persists. It is the memory of heat waiting to be recalled. The stones of the hearth are barely warm to the touch. The cold of the earth is pressing up through the floor, but the thick layer of pine branches keeps it at bay. The man wakes. He lies on his back, his eyes open to the dimness. He does not move. He practices the stillness of the winter. He listens to the rhythm of the cave. He hears the slow, heavy breathing of the woman. He hears the lighter, faster breath of the boy. He hears the tiny, microscopic shifting of a log in the fire pit as it settles into dust. He slides his arm out from the warmth of the bison robe. The air of the room touches his skin. It is cool but not freezing. The snow seal on the entrance is doing its work. He reaches for the fire stick. He disturbs the ash mountains. He uncovers the red valley. He feeds it. A pinch of dried fireweed fluff, a curl of birch bark, a small twig of willow. The fire breathes in. A thin line of smoke rises straight and true, seeking the vent. Then a small yellow flame appears. It is a fragile thing flickering in the still air. The man adds another twig. The flame grows. It strengthens. It begins to cast light, painting the rock walls in trembling shades of amber. The woman wakes. She turns, the spruce boughs rustling beneath her. She sees the fire. She sits up, pulling the fur mantle around her shoulders. She moves to the fire, taking her place on the smooth stone. She holds her hands out. The heat is faint, but it is there. She rubs her palms together. Swish, swish. The sound is dry and comforting. Today is a day for the wood. In the corner of the shelter, a large burl of birch wood sits. It was harvested weeks ago, cut from the side of a tree. It is a hard, knotty lump of wood, heavy and dense. It is destined to become a bowl. The man pulls the burl towards the fire. He places it between his knees. He takes a small ember from the fire with a pair of green willow tongs. He places the ember in the center of the flat side of the burl. He leans down. He blows on the ember. The ember glows bright orange. It begins to burn into the wood. Smoke rises, smelling of burning birch. The man blows again. He is using the fire to carve. It is a slow, controlled destruction. He moves the ember around, guiding the burn. He wants to hollow out the center without cracking the rim. The boy wakes up. He smells the burning wood. He crawls out of the furs. He still has his mittens on. He sits beside the man. He watches the ember eating the wood. He watches the man blow. He mimics the shape of the man's mouth. Outside, the sun clears the horizon. It is a cold, yellow sun. There are no clouds today. The sky is a terrifyingly empty blue. The light hits the snow and reflects back with blinding power. The valley is a bowl of light. Down on the river, the ice is thick and black. The snow has been blown off the center channel by the wind of the previous days. A family of river otters is active. They are the playful spirits of the ice. They slide on their bellies across the smooth surface. They chase each other. They dive into their open hole and disappear, then pop up seconds later with a fish or a clam. One otter climbs onto a snowbank. It shakes itself. Water droplets fly into the air and freeze before they hit the ground. Click, click, click. The otter rolls in the snow to dry its fur. It grooms itself, biting at the thick coat to remove ice and align the hairs. It is meticulous. A wet otter is a dead otter. A dry otter is a warm otter. Farther up the valley, a solitary woolly rhino is browsing. It is a tank of an animal. Its body is covered in thick, reddish-brown hair. Its two horns curve upward from its nose, the front one nearly 3 feet long. It uses the horn to sweep the snow away from the base of a cliff. The rhino moves with a slow, deliberate weight. It does not hurry. It has no predators. The lions leave it alone. The wolves leave it alone. It is an island of safety. It finds a patch of woody shrub. It crops the branches with its wide, square lips. Crunch, grind. The sound is loud in the silence. It chews, eyes half closed, ears swiveling to listen to the wind. In the shelter, the bowl making continues. The ember has burned a shallow depression. The man tips the burl over, tapping it on the stone floor. The charred wood falls out as black dust. He takes a flint scraper. He scrapes the burned area. Scritch, scritch. He removes the charcoal down to the fresh, brown wood. Then he puts a new ember in. The process repeats. Burn, scrape, burn, scrape. It is a rhythm of patience. The woman is working on the other side of the fire. She has a pile of dried berries. She is pounding them with a round stone. She crushes them into a sticky paste. She mixes in melted fat. She is making food for the journey, whenever that journey might be. The boy takes a piece of charcoal from the floor. He finds a smooth patch of stone near the entrance. He draws a circle. He draws a line. He looks at the rhino he can imagine outside. He tries to draw the horn, a long, curved line. He is satisfied. The sun climbs to its zenith. The light is flat and harsh. The shadows are pools of dark ink. The air is so clear that the distant mountains look like they are cut from paper and pasted against the sky. A herd of horses moves along the skyline. They are silhouetted against the blue. They are walking head to tail, a long line of shapes. They are moving to a new grazing ground. They do not stop. They are travelers. A gerfalcon sits on a high pinnacle of rock. It is the largest of the falcons, pure white with black speckles. It is a statue of intensity. It watches the ptarmigan moving in the willows far below. It launches itself. It falls like a stone. It opens its wings at the last second. It strikes. It rises again, heavy with its prey. It flies back to the rock. It eats. Life feeds life. Inside the shelter, the bowl is taking shape. It is getting deeper. The smell of the burning wood is strong. The man stops to rest his lungs. He wipes the soot from his face. He drinks water. The woman offers him a cake of the berry paste. It is sweet and rich. He eats it. He nods. It is good. The afternoon begins to wane. The sun starts its slide down the western sky. The light turns gold. The snow texture reveals itself again, the tiny ridges, the tracks of the fox, the sweep of the rhino's horn. The rhino has moved on. It is now a dark speck in the distance. It walks towards the setting sun. Its shadow stretches out behind it, long and thin. The man puts the burl aside. It is deep enough for now. He will finish the smoothing tomorrow. He rubs the wood with a piece of fat to condition it. The grain of the birch shines. It is a beautiful object born of fire and stone. The woman adds wood to the hearth. The evening fire is built. Larger logs are added. The flames leap up, eager and bright. The temperature outside is dropping rapidly. The blue hour returns. They gather close. The boy sits between them. He holds his mittens. He looks at the bowl. He runs his finger around the rim. It is rough but warm. They eat the evening meal, a soup made from the bones of the reindeer boiled with the last of the dried herbs. It is hot and restorative. The steam rises, mixing with the smoke. The night falls, the sky turns black, the stars return, reclaiming their watch. The Milky Way is a band of diamond dust. The aurora borealis begins to flicker in the north, a faint green glow that stays low on the horizon like a sleeping dragon. The shelter is sealed against the night. The hide curtain is heavy and still. The air inside is warm. The man banks the fire. He covers the coals. He leaves a single piece of pine to burn slowly. The light dims to a soft red. They lie down on the spruce boughs. The scent is still there, faint but present. The boy curls up. The woman pulls the furs over them. The silence of the valley is absolute. The otters are asleep in their den. The falcon is asleep on its perch. The rhino is standing in the dark, chewing its cud. The earth turns. The ice age night is long and deep. The waiting continues. But inside the rock there is warmth, there is a new bowl, there is peace. The darkness of the pre-dawn hours is absolute. The valley is held in a suspension of black silence, a void where the earth meets the sky without a visible horizon. There is no moon. The stars are hidden behind a high, thin veil of ice clouds that spread across the heavens like a sheet of spun silk. The air is still, heavy with the accumulated cold of the long night. It presses against the hide covering of the shelter entrance, seeking any gap, any weakness in the stone seal. Inside, the warmth is a fragile, precious thing. It is contained within the small circle of the firelight's memory. The fire itself is asleep, buried under a thick blanket of gray ash that insulates the few remaining coals. The heat radiating from the hearth is faint, just enough to keep the water in the skin bags from freezing solid. The air smells of the spruce boughs, which are now drying out, releasing a deeper, woodier scent than the sharp green of the first day. The man wakes. He does not move. He lies in the center of the fir nest listening. He hears the silence of the cave. It is not an empty silence. It is filled with the microscopic sounds of the earth settling. He hears the faint tick of a cooling stone. He hears the soft rush of air as the woman exhales in her sleep. He hears the thump-thump of his own heart, slow and steady in the quiet. He slides his hand out from under the bison robe. The air is cool. He finds the fire stick, a charred branch of willow. He gently disturbs the ash mound. A faint red glow is revealed, a single eye opening in the gray dust. He feeds it, a pinch of dried moss, a curl of birch bark. He blows softly. The glow brightens, it turns orange. A small flame uncurls, licking the air. He adds a larger twig, the fire wakes. The light returns, soft and amber, pushing the shadows back into the corners of the rock. The woman stirs. She feels the shift in the light even with her eyes closed. She sits up, pulling the reindeer skin around her shoulders. She moves to the fire, warming her hands over the growing flames. Her movements are slow, heavy with sleep. She rubs her face, smoothing the skin. She reaches for the water bag. She drinks. The water is cool, tasting of leather and snow. Today is a day for finishing. The birch bowl, hollowed out by fire the day before, sits on the flat stone near the hearth. It is rough. The inside is charred and uneven. The rim is jagged. It needs the hand of the maker. It needs time. The man picks up the bowl. He holds it in his hands. It is light, lighter than stone but strong. He takes a piece of sandstone, a rough, gritty rock gathered from the riverbed. He begins to sand the inside of the bowl. The sound is rhythmic and dry. It is the sound of the morning. He works in a circle, grinding away the charred wood, smoothing the ridges left by the fire. He blows the black dust away, PFFFT. A cloud of carbon floats into the fire and vanishes. He feels the wood with his thumb. It is getting smoother. He sands again. The boy wakes up. He watches the man. He sees the black dust on the man's hands. He crawls out of the furs. He sits by the fire. He picks up a small piece of the charcoal dust. He rubs it on his arm, making a dark smudge. He looks at it. He rubs it off. The woman prepares the morning meal. It is simple, dried fat and strips of smoked meat. She warms the meat on a stone near the fire. The smell of the warmed fat mixes with the smell of the spruce and the sanding dust. It is a savory, earthy smell. They eat in silence. The chewing is slow. The swallowing is deliberate. Every bite is fuel. Every sip of water is life. After the meal, the man returns to the bowl. He changes the stone. He takes a piece of dried horsetail stem, a plant gathered in the summer swamps. It is rich in silica, a natural sandpaper. He uses it to polish the wood. The sound changes. It becomes a soft shhh. The wood begins to glow. The grain of the birch, a landscape of swirling lines, appears through the soot. Outside, the sun rises. It struggles through the high clouds, casting a diffused milky light over the valley. The shadows are soft and gray. The snow looks flat, a white sheet with no texture. The man decides to go out. He needs to check the perimeter. He needs to read the snow. He puts down the bowl. He dresses, boots, leggings, tunic, parka. The layers are familiar. They are a second skin. He steps out. The cold is dry and stable. The air is thin. He breathes in, feeling the chill expand his chest. He walks onto the platform. The view is calm. The valley is a study in white and gray. Far down the slope, near a frozen pond formed by a bend in the river, a solitary woolly mammoth stands. It is a young male, perhaps cast out from the herd to find his own way. He is smaller than the great bulls, but still massive. His coat is a dark chocolate brown, shaggy and thick. The mammoth is testing the ice on the pond. He places one large forefoot on the surface. He presses down. The ice holds. He presses harder. Crack. A white spiderweb of fractures appears. He lifts his foot and brings it down again. Thump, the ice breaks. Dark water wells up, slushing with the white fragments. The mammoth waits. He lets the water settle. Then he lowers his trunk. He drinks. The sound of his drinking is a loud slurp, audible even from the shelter. He lifts his trunk and sprays the water into his mouth. He is calm. He is just taking a drink on a quiet morning. The man watches him. He stands perfectly still. He is not a hunter today. He is an observer. He watches the mammoth finish drinking. He watches the animal turn, his long hair swinging. The mammoth uses his tusk to scrape the snow from the bank, looking for grass. He finds it. He eats. A pair of snow buntings lands on the mammoth's back. They are tiny white birds. They hop along the spine of the giant beast, peeking into the fur. They are looking for seeds or insects trapped in the wool. The mammoth does not notice them. He is a walking landscape for the birds. The man turns back to the shelter. The cold is seeping through his boots. It is time to return to the warmth. Inside, the woman has taken up the bowl. She is rubbing it with a piece of soft leather. She is burnishing it. The friction heats the wood and makes it shine. She takes a small lump of animal fat. She warms it in her hand until it is oily. She rubs the fat into the wood. The thirsty wood drinks the oil. The color deepens. It turns from pale yellow to a rich golden honey. The grain pops out dark and swirling. It is beautiful. It is no longer just a piece of a tree. It is a vessel. It is a tool. The man sits down. He watches the transformation. He smiles. It is a good bowl. It will hold water. It will hold soup. It will last for years. The boy takes the bowl. He holds it with both hands. It is smooth. It smells of fat and birch. He puts it on his head like a hat. He laughs. The man laughs softly. The afternoon passes in a drift of quiet time. The light outside begins to fade early. The clouds thicken. The gray sky lowers. It feels like snow is coming again. The mammoth has moved on. He is just a dark shape near the tree line now. He fades into the gloom. The woman takes out her sewing. She is working on the boy's tunic. A seam has come loose. She uses the bone needle and the sinew thread. Push, pull, push, pull. The rhythm is the heartbeat of the afternoon. The fire burns steadily. The man adds a log of pine. It crackles and spits. The sap boils out of the end of the log, sizzling in the heat. The evening meal is prepared. They use the new bowl. The woman pours the warm broth into it. The wood holds the liquid perfectly. It does not leak. She hands it to the man. He drinks from it. The rim is smooth against his lips. It is better than the rough stone bowls. It is warm to the touch, not cold. He passes it to the boy. The boy drinks. He looks into the bottom of the bowl. He sees the grain of the wood through the broth. It is a new way to eat. The sun sets unseen behind the clouds. The darkness falls quickly. The valley disappears. There is only the wind starting to pick up again, whistling softly around the rocks. The family settles for the night. The spruce boughs are still soft. The firs are warm. The fire is banked, the coals covered with the gray ash. The red glow is the last thing seen before the eyes close. The man thinks of the bowl. He thinks of the mammoth breaking the ice. He thinks of the birds. It was a good day, a day of making, a day of seeing. The silence of the cave returns. The breathing slows. The dreams come. They dream of the golden wood. They dream of the warm water. They dream of the slow, steady walk of the giants in the snow. The earth turns. The winter holds its grip. The time before names flows on, a river of ice and silence, carrying the sleepers through the long night. The wind that whispered around the rocks during the night has vanished completely. It has been replaced by a silence so profound that it feels like a physical weight pressing against the earth. The valley is held in a vacuum of stillness. The sky has cleared of all clouds, revealing a dome of intense, saturated blue that darkens as it reaches straight up into the void of space. The sun is a cold, bright star on the horizon, casting a light that is sharp and crystalline. The temperature has dropped to its absolute bottom. It is the kind of cold that freezes the sap in the trees with a loud crack. It is the kind of cold that turns the air into a lens, magnifying distant objects and bringing the horizon closer. The snow on the ground is no longer soft. It has hardened into a surface like unpolished marble, glittering with millions of tiny facets. Inside the shelter, the atmosphere is heavy with sleep and warmth. The stone walls have absorbed the heat of the fire for weeks now, creating a thermal battery that holds the chill at bay. The air is layered with the scent of the drying spruce boughs, the rich smell of the cured firs, and the faint, sweet aroma of the birch wood bowl that sits near the hearth. The man wakes. He does not move. He lies deep within the nest of firs, listening to the silence. He hears the slow rhythm of his own blood in his ears. He hears the fire settling, a soft hiss as a piece of charcoal collapses. He hears the woman breathing, a steady, peaceful tide. He slides his arm out from the warmth. The air of the room greets his skin. It is cool, refreshing. He reaches for the fire stick. He disturbs the gray ash. The red eye of the fire blinks open. He feeds it, a pinch of dry moss, a sliver of fat, a small twig. The fire wakes up slowly, reluctant to burn too hot in the quiet morning. The flames are small and blue at the base, yellow at the tip, dancing silently. The woman stirs. She opens her eyes to the amber light. She sits up, wrapping the heavy reindeer skin around her. She moves to the fire, taking her place on the smooth stone. She reaches for the new birch bowl. She fills it with snow from the skin bag. She places it near the fire. The snow melts. She drinks the water. It tastes of the wood, a subtle flavor of the forest. Today is a day for the high rocks. The man stands and moves to the entrance. He pushes the hide flap aside. The light floods in, blindingly bright. He squints. He steps out onto the platform. The cold hits him, freezing the moisture in his nose instantly. He breathes shallowly, letting the air warm in his throat before it reaches his lungs. He looks up at the cliffs that line the northern side of the valley. They are sheer faces of gray limestone, stripped bare of snow by the wind and the angle of the rock. They look like fortress walls protecting the valley. High up on the face, movement catches his eye. It is a herd of ibex. They are the masters of the vertical world. They are stocky, powerful goats with coats of thick chocolate-brown fur. The males carry immense horns that curve backward in a long, segmented arch reaching almost to their rumps. The horns are heavy, ridged with growth rings that mark the years of their lives. The herd is moving across a face of rock that looks smooth from the valley floor, but holds tiny ledges no wider than a hand. The ibex move with a slow, fluid confidence. They do not jump, they flow. They place a hoof on a microscopic ridge. They test it. They shift their weight. They step. Their hooves are miracles of engineering. The outer edge is hard and sharp, gripping the rock like a crampon. The inner pad is soft and rubbery, molding to the texture of the stone to provide traction. They walk where nothing else can walk. The man watches them. He sees a large male stop. The ibex lowers his head to a patch of orange lichen growing on the stone. He scrapes it with his teeth. Scrape, scrape, he eats. He lifts his head and looks down into the valley. He sees the man. He does not care. He is safe in his castle of stone. Back in the shelter, the woman is checking the food stores. The pile of dried meat in the corner is getting low. It is time to visit the main cache. This is a secure storage pit dug into the permafrost near the entrance, covered with heavy stones to keep the wolverine and the bear away. They dress for the work. Heavy boots, mittens, hoods, they step out into the brilliant morning. The snow crunches loudly under their feet. Squeak, squeak. It is the sound of snow that is too cold to melt under pressure. They reach the cache. It is a mound of snow. They use the shoulder blade shovels to clear it. The snow flies sparkling in the sun. They reach the stones. The rocks are frozen together. The man uses a sturdy stick as a lever. He pries at the largest stone. Crack, the ice seal breaks. He rolls the stone aside. Underneath in the dark, cold hollow lies the meat. It is frozen solid, hard as wood. There are legs of reindeer, ribs of bison, slabs of fat. It is wealth. It is security. The woman reaches down. The cold of the meat penetrates her mitten. She selects a haunch of reindeer. She lifts it out. It is heavy and stiff. They select a slab of back fat. They select a few marrow bones. They replace the stones. They pack the snow back over the top. The cache is sealed again. They carry the prize back to the shelter. Inside, the warmth is welcoming. They place the frozen meat on a clean skin near the fire, but not too close. It must thaw slowly. If it thaws too fast, it will spoil. They watch the frost on the meat turn to water droplets. The afternoon settles in. The sun moves across the blue sky, a slow, blinding arc. The shadows in the valley shift, rotating around the rocks like the hands of a clock. The ibex on the cliff have found a sunny ledge. They lie down, they tuck their legs under them, they chew their cud. They are brown spots on the gray wall. They are absorbing the solar energy, banking it against the coming night. A golden eagle soars past the cliff. It is hunting, but the ibex are too big for it. It ignores them. It scans the scree slopes below for a marmot or a hare. It drifts on the thermal currents, barely moving a feather. It is a silent observer of the high places. Inside the shelter, the man takes a piece of bone. It is the leg bone of a crane, long and hollow. He is making a needle case. He has a small piece of sandstone. He begins to grind the ends of the bone, smoothing the jagged breaks. Scritch, scritch. The woman is working with the sinew. She is braiding a stronger cord today, mixing the animal fibers with fibers from the nettle plant gathered in the late summer. The nettle adds strength and resistance to water. She twists the strands together on her thigh. Roll, twist, roll, twist. The boy watches the meat thawing. He touches it with his finger. It is still hard, but the surface is becoming tacky. He is hungry. He looks at the fire. He adds a small chip of wood. The fire snaps. Outside, the light begins to change. The intense white of the midday sun softens to a pale gold. The blue of the sky deepens. The air seems to thicken with the cold as the sun loses its power. A small flock of snow buntings lands on the snow near the shelter. They are tiny birds, white with black wingtips. They move constantly, hopping and fluttering. They peck at the seeds of the dried grasses that poke through the snow. They call to each other with soft, tinkling notes. Tink, tink, they are like animated snowflakes. The man finishes smoothing the bone tube. He takes a small flint burin. He begins to carve a pattern on the surface. Simple lines, cross-hatching, it gives the fingers grip. He blows the bone dust away. He fits a small plug of wood into one end. It fits perfectly. He smiles. It is a good case. The meat is thawed enough to cut. The man takes his flint knife. He slices thin strips from the reindeer haunch. The meat is dark red and lean. He hands a strip to the woman. She threads it onto a green willow stick. She holds it over the fire. The smell of roasting meat fills the cave. It is the primal scent of home. The fat drips into the fire, causing small flares. Hiss, pop. The smoke is savory. They eat. The meat is hot and chewy. It warms the body from the inside. They eat the fat, letting it melt on their tongues. It is the fuel they need to keep the internal fire burning through the night. The sun touches the western ridge. The valley turns pink. The cliffs where the ibex live glow with a rosy light. The ibex stand up. They stretch. They begin to move again, climbing higher, seeking the safety of the uppermost crags for the night. They disappear into the shadows of the peaks. The light fails. The blue hour arrives. The cold descends like a heavy blanket. The river ice booms, a lonely sound in the dusk. The man goes to the entrance. He checks the sky. The stars are appearing sharp and bright. The constellations are familiar friends. He sees the great bear. He sees the hunter. He drops the hide curtain. The world is shut out. The family settles for the night. The fire is banked. The coals are covered. The red glow illuminates the ceiling, casting shadows that look like the ibex on the wall. The boy crawls into the furs. He holds the new needle case. He likes the feel of the carved lines. He puts it under his pillow. The woman lies down. She listens to the silence. It is a good silence. The cache is full. The tools are made. The belly is full. The man lies down last. He thinks of the ibex on the impossible ledge. He admires their balance. He closes his eyes. The earth turns. The shadow of the planet covers the valley. The cold deepens. The waiting continues. The night stretches out, a long, dark river of time. The sleepers drift on it, safe in their stone boat, carried towards the next sunrise. The dawn arrives as a subtle lightening of the obsidian sky. The deep, infinite black that held the valley for hours begins to dissolve, turning into a shade of dark, cool iron. The stars, which had been piercingly bright, lose their hard edges. They seem to retreat into the depth of the atmosphere, fading one by one until only the morning star remains, hanging low and brilliant in the east like a drop of frozen water. The silence of the valley is absolute. The wind has not returned. The air is motionless, held in a state of suspended animation by the extreme cold. The snow on the ground is a landscape of frozen waves, hard and unyielding. The trees are statues of dark wood and white ice. Inside the shelter, the air is still and layered. Near the floor, the cold radiates from the earth, seeping up through the stones. Near the ceiling, the warmth of the previous night's fire lingers, trapped in the soot-stained rock. In the center, where the sleepers lie, the air is temperate, warmed by the slow, steady combustion of their bodies and the insulation of the heavy furs. The man wakes. He does not move. He lies on his back, eyes open, watching the darkness turn to gray. He listens to the cave. He hears the settling of the charcoal in the fire pit, a faint tink sound as a structure of ash collapses. He hears the breathing of the woman, a soft, rhythmic sigh. He hears the silence of the stone itself, a heavy, grounded quiet. He slides his arm out from under the bison robe. The air touches his skin, cool and dry. He reaches for the fire stick. He disturbs the mound of gray ash. The red ember is there, a sleeping eye. He feeds it, a pinch of dry moss, a shaving of birch bark. He blows gently, the ember glows, the moss smokes, then catches. A small yellow flame stands up, wavering in the still air. He adds a twig of willow. The fire grows. The light returns, painting the walls in soft, flickering orange. The woman stirs. She pulls the reindeer skin up to her chin. She watches the firelight dance on the ceiling. She waits for the warmth to spread. She sits up, wrapping her shawl around her shoulders. She moves to the fire, warming her hands. She reaches for the water skin. It is slushy. She holds it near the flame, turning it slowly until the ice melts. She drinks. Today is a day for the earth. In a leather pouch near the wall, the man keeps a supply of red ochre. It is a soft, iron-rich clay gathered from a riverbank miles away in the autumn. It is the color of blood, the color of life. He takes the pouch. He pours a small pile of the red earth onto a flat, smooth stone. He takes a round hammerstone. He begins to grind the clay. Grind, hush, grind, hush. The sound is soft and rhythmic. It is the sound of stone on stone, reducing the earth to a fine powder. The dust rises slightly, smelling of iron and damp soil. The woman watches him. She knows this work. She takes a small lump of animal fat from a storage bowl. She places it on a stone near the fire to soften. The boy wakes up. He smells the ochre. It is a metallic, dusty scent. He crawls out of the furs. He sits by the fire. He watches the red powder spread across the grinding stone. He touches it with his finger. His fingertip turns bright red. He looks at it, fascinated by the change. Outside, the sun clears the horizon. It is a white, cold sun. The light floods the valley. It is blinding. The snow reflects it perfectly. The world is a bowl of light. Down on the valley floor, a herd of steppe bison is moving. They are massive animals, dark brown mountains of wool and muscle. They are wading through the deep drifts. The snow reaches their chests. They move slowly, plowing a furrow through the white. The lead bull stops. He is covered in frost. His beard is a block of ice. His breath comes out in thick, heavy clouds that hang in the air around his head. He lowers his massive neck. He uses his head as a shovel. He swings it side to side, clearing the snow. Whoosh, whoosh, he exposes the frozen grass. He eats. The sound of his chewing is a slow, wet grinding. The others follow him. They step in his tracks. They widen the clearing. They are a community of warmth. They stand close together, their flanks touching. They share their heat. They are calm. They do not look around. They trust the silence. Back in the shelter, the ochre is ready. It is a fine red flour. The man takes the softened fat. He mixes it with the powder. He works it with his fingers. Squish, mix. The red dust becomes a thick, dark paste. It is paint. He looks at the wall of the shelter. There is a smooth patch of limestone, pale gray and clean. He dips his fingers into the paint. He touches the wall. He draws a line. It is vivid red against the gray. He draws another line. He is not making a picture of an animal today. He is making a mark of presence. He places his open hand against the rock. He traces around it with the red paste. He pulls his hand away. The outline of his fingers remains, a red handprint on the stone. It says, "I was here." It says, "I am alive." The boy watches. He holds out his hand. The man smiles. He puts a dab of paint on the boy's palm. The boy presses his hand against a smaller stone on the floor. He lifts it. A small red handprint, the boy laughs softly. The morning passes in this quiet ritual. The fire crackles. The smell of the ochre and the fat fills the room. The red marks glow in the firelight. Outside, the sun climbs to its highest point. The shadows are short and sharp. The air warms slightly, just enough to make the snow surface tacky. A snowy owl is hunting. It sits on top of a lone, dead spruce tree that pokes out of a drift. It is pure white, invisible against the sky and the snow. Only its eyes, bright yellow circles, give it away. It sees movement. A snowshoe hare has ventured out from under a bush. The hare is white too, but its shadow betrays it. The owl launches. It does not flap, it glides, it is silent. Its feathers are fringed to cut the air without a whisper. The hare freezes, it senses something. It bolts. It kicks up a spray of snow, the owl banks. It extends its talons, it misses by an inch. The hare dives into a hole in the snow. The owl lands on the snowbank, it looks at the hole, it blinks, it turns its head, it flies back to the tree, it is patient. The hunger is old, but the patience is older. The bison herd has moved on. They have left a chaotic landscape of churned snow and dark earth behind them. They are heading for the river, seeking the open water kept clear by the current. In the shelter, the man wipes the red paint from his hands with a piece of moss. The stain remains, coloring his skin. It will stay for days, he likes it. It warms him. The woman is working on a basket. She has a pile of willow shoots soaked in water to make them pliable. She weaves them. Over, under, twist. She is making a container for the dried berries. She works steadily. The basket grows ring by ring. The afternoon light begins to shift. The white glare softens to a buttery yellow. The shadows lengthen, stretching out across the snow like blue fingers. The temperature begins to drop again. The brief warmth of the midday sun is gone. The man goes to the entrance. He pushes the hide aside. He looks out. The air is crystalline. He can see for miles. He sees the dark line of the bison herd in the distance. He sees the white speck of the owl on the tree. He sees the blue shadow of the mountain creeping across the valley floor. He breathes in, the air tastes of ice and distance. He turns back to the warmth. Inside, the fire is built up for the evening. The man adds a log of pine. The resin hisses. The flames leap up. They eat the evening meal, a stew of reindeer meat and fat. It is hot and rich. They eat from the birch bowl. They pass it around. It connects them. The sun sets. The sky turns a deep, burning orange, then fades to violet. The stars return. They are the watchers. The Milky Way appears, a river of light. The owl on the tree tucks its head under its wing. It sleeps. The bison herd finds a sheltered spot near the riverbank. They lie down, they chew their cud. The shelter is sealed. The hide curtain is heavy and still. The air inside is warm. The red handprint on the wall dries in the heat of the fire. It is a permanent mark now. The family settles down. The furs are pulled up. The spruce boughs are soft. The breathing slows. The man closes his eyes. He sees the red hand on the gray rock. He feels the peace of the work. The silence of the valley is absolute. The earth turns. The stars wheel overhead. The time before names flows on, silent and deep. The night stretches out, a long, dark road to the next sunrise. The night has been a long, silent passage through the deepest part of the winter. The valley has remained motionless, held in the stasis of the dark and the cold. Now the earth begins to roll back towards the light. The sky, which has been a ceiling of solid black stone, begins to soften. The stars do not fade so much as they recede, pulling back into the depths of the universe, leaving behind a sky of deep, monochromatic blue. Inside the shelter, the darkness is nearly complete. The fire has burned down to its lowest point, a bed of gray ash that hides the faintest pulse of heat. The stones of the hearth have cooled, returning their borrowed warmth to the air of the cave. The temperature inside has dropped, but it is still a refuge compared to the frozen world outside. The air is still layered with the scent of the spruce boughs, the cured furs, and the faint, metallic tang of the red ochre paint that dried on the wall yesterday. The man wakes. He lies perfectly still in the nest of furs. He keeps his eyes closed for a moment, listening to the morning. He hears the silence. It is not empty. It is filled with the tiny, settling sounds of the earth. He hears the tick of a stone contracting in the cold. He hears the soft, rhythmic breathing of the woman and the boy. He hears the silence of the wind, which has gone to sleep somewhere far away. He opens his eyes. The first gray light of dawn is filtering through the cracks in the entrance seal. It falls on the wall, illuminating the red handprint. The mark is dry now, a permanent stain on the limestone. It looks dark in the dim light, a shadow of a hand left behind by the day before. He sits up. The movement is slow, careful not to let the cold air rush into the warm pocket of the bedding. He reaches for the fire stick. He disturbs the ash. The red eye of the fire blinks open. He feeds it, a pinch of moss, a shaving of birch bark. The bark curls and smokes, then bursts into a small, cheerful flame. He adds a twig of willow. The fire grows. The light shifts from gray to gold, warming the rock walls. The woman stirs. She pulls the heavy bison robe up to her chin. She watches the firelight dance on the ceiling. She waits for the warmth to spread. She sits up, wrapping her shawl of hare skins around her shoulders. She moves to the fire, taking her place on the smooth stone. She reaches for the water skin. It has a crust of ice inside the neck. She breaks it with her thumb. Crunch, she drinks. The water is freezing, waking her throat. Today is a day for the willow. The fuel supply is adequate, but they need something else. They need cordage. The sinew is strong, but it is precious. For tying bundles, for lashing frames, they need the strength of the tree. They need the inner bark of the willow. They eat a simple meal. Dried meat softened in warm water. They eat slowly. They do not speak. The chewing is a meditation. After the meal, the man prepares to go out. He dresses in layers. Boots, leggings, tunic, parka. He takes a flint knife. The woman stays inside to tend the fire and prepare the space. He steps out. The cold is a physical presence. It presses against his face. It tightens the skin. The sun has cleared the horizon. It is a bright white disk in a pale sky. The snow reflects the light with a dazzling intensity. The valley is a world of crystal. He walks towards the river. The snow crust is hard. He walks on top of it, his boots making a loud squeak-squeak sound. He heads for a thicket of willows that grows in a sheltered bend of the frozen stream. Down in the valley, a solitary figure stands in the snow. It is a woolly mammoth. It is a massive bull, larger than the others that have passed through. He is a mountain of dark fur. His tusks are immense, curved scimitars of ivory that reach down to the snow and curl back up. The mammoth is sleeping. He stands on 3 legs, resting the 4th. His trunk hangs loose, the tip resting on the snow. His eyes are closed. His breath rises in a slow, steady column of white steam that hangs in the still air above his head. He looks like a part of the landscape, a hill that happens to breathe. The man stops. He watches the mammoth. He is respectful of the giant. He keeps his distance. The mammoth does not move. He is deep in the standing sleep of the winter. He is conserving every ounce of energy. His heart beats slowly. Thump, 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 a drum in the silence. The man reaches the willows. He looks for the long, straight shoots of the new growth. He selects a branch. He cuts it near the base with his knife. Slice. The wood is frozen and hard. It takes effort. He cuts another, and another. He gathers a bundle of the straight wands. He turns back. The walk back to the shelter is accompanied by the sound of the mammoth waking up. The bull shifts his weight. The snow crunches under his massive feet. It sounds like a tree breaking. The mammoth lifts his trunk. He tests the air. He smells the man. He smells the willow. He is not interested. He lowers his trunk and begins to sweep the snow away from the grass. Inside the shelter, the man drops the bundle of willow shoots. The woman takes one. The heat of the cave begins to thaw the frozen wood. The bark becomes pliable. The work begins. She takes a flint scraper. She makes a cut along the length of the shoot. She peels back the outer gray bark. It comes away in a strip. She discards it. Underneath is the inner bark, the bast. It is creamy white and fibrous. She peels the inner bark. It comes off in long, ribbon-like strips. It smells green and sharp. It smells of the riverbank in spring. She hands the stripped wood to the boy. He puts it on the fire pile. It will dry and burn hot. The man sits beside her. He takes a strip of the inner bark. He begins to twist it. He rolls it on his thigh. Roll, twist, roll, twist. He feeds in another strip. The cord grows. It is rough and strong. The sound of the work fills the cave. The peeling of the bark, the rolling of the fibers, the crackle of the stripped wood in the fire. It is a peaceful industry. Outside, the sun climbs to its zenith. The light is blinding. The shadows are short and sharp. The air warms slightly, just enough to make the snow surface glisten with a microscopic layer of water. A flock of ptarmigan is moving through the willows near the mammoth. They are pure white birds, invisible against the snow except for their black eyes and beaks. They move with jerky, nervous steps. They peck at the buds on the willow branches. Suddenly, a shadow passes over them. A gerfalcon is hunting. The birds freeze. Then, as one they dive, they do not fly up, they fly down. They dive headfirst into the soft snow under the bushes. Whump, 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 they disappear. The snow closes over them, they are gone. The falcon circles. It sees nothing but the white snow. It screams once a high, piercing cry. It flies on. The ptarmigan wait. They are safe in their snow burrows. They are warm. They will wait for the danger to pass. In the shelter, the pile of cordage grows. It is coiled into a neat circle. The woman stops to rest her hands. Her fingers are stained green from the sap. She smells her hands. It is a good smell. The boy takes a piece of the stripped willow wood. It is white and smooth. He uses a piece of charcoal to draw on it. He makes stripes. He makes dots. He is decorating the fuel. The man smiles. He does not stop him. The afternoon begins to fade. The sun slides down the sky. The light turns gold. The shadows stretch out, reaching across the valley floor. The mammoth is still eating. He has cleared a large circle in the snow. He is a dark spot in the golden light. The man goes to the entrance. He pushes the hide aside. He looks out. The air is cooling rapidly. The blue hour is returning. He sees the mammoth. He sees the tracks of the man in the snow. He sees the first star appearing in the east. He drops the curtain. The world is shut out. The warmth of the fire embraces them. They eat the evening meal, a stew of fat and berries thickened with the crushed roots. It is hot and sweet. They eat from the new birch bowl. The wood of the bowl is warm to the touch. The work is put away. The coil of willow cord is hung on a peg on the wall. It dries in the heat of the fire, becoming tough and durable. The fire is built up. A large log is added. It burns slowly. The light is soft and red. The man looks at the red handprint on the wall. It glows in the firelight. It looks like it is pushing through the stone from the other side. The family settles down. The spruce boughs are soft. The firs are heavy. The boy curls up. He holds the piece of striped wood. The woman lies down. She closes her eyes. She can still smell the willow sap. It is a scent of promise. It reminds her that the sap will run again in the trees when the sun returns. The man banks the fire. He covers the coals with the gray ash. The room darkens. The silence of the valley is absolute. The mammoth enters his standing sleep. The ptarmigans sleep in their snow tunnels. The falcon sleeps on the high cliff. The earth turns. The stars wheel overhead. The winter night is long and deep. The waiting continues. But inside the rock, the cord is made, the fire is kept, and the sleepers are safe. The dawn arrives as a whisper of light in a world of heavy silence. The sky, which has held the valley in a grip of absolute blackness for hours, begins to dilute. The darkness thins, turning to a deep, resonant charcoal, then to the color of wet slate. There is no wind to usher in the morning. The air is perfectly still, frozen in place by the weight of the cold that has settled into the valley floor during the long night. Inside the shelter, the atmosphere is deep and restful. The air is layered with the sense of the winter habitation, the resinous tang of the spruce boughs, the earthy smell of the cured firs, the faint, lingering aroma of the wood smoke. The fire has burned down to a landscape of gray ash, masking the deep, steady heat of the coals beneath. The stones of the hearth are still warm, radiating a gentle, invisible energy into the small space. The man wakes. He does not move. He lies deep within the nest of firs, listening to the morning. He hears the silence of the cave. It is a dense, protective silence. He hears the slow, rhythmic breathing of the woman. He hears the soft, shallow breath of the boy. He hears the tiny, microscopic sound of a log settling in the ash, a soft hiss of disintegration. He slides his arm out from under the heavy bison robe. The air of the room touches his skin. It is cool, carrying the chill of the earth, but it is not the biting, deadly cold of the outside. He reaches for the fire stick. He disturbs the gray mound. The red eye of the fire blinks open, a single spark of life in the dust. He feeds it, a pinch of dry moss, a shaving of birch bark. The bark curls and smokes, then bursts into a small, yellow flame. He adds a twig. The fire wakes. The light returns, soft and golden, pushing the shadows back into the corners. The woman stirs. She pulls the reindeer skin tighter around her shoulders. She watches the firelight dance on the ceiling, illuminating the soot stains and the rough texture of the rock. She sits up, moving slowly. She reaches for the water skin. It is slushy with ice. She holds it near the flame, turning it until the liquid moves freely. She drinks. The water is cold and clean. Today is a day for the stone. In a leather bag near the wall, the man keeps a supply of flint nodules, gathered from the riverbed before the snow fell. They are cold, gray stones with a chalky outer rind. Inside, they hold the sharpest edges in the world. He takes a nodule. He holds it in his left hand, protecting his palm with a pad of thick leather. He takes a hammerstone, a rounded river rock, in his right hand. He studies the flint. He looks for the platform, the angle of the strike. He is not making a large tool today. He is making small blades, microliths, to replace the ones that have dulled. He strikes a clacker. The sound is sharp and clear. A flake of flint flies off, ringing like a bell. It lands on the leather mat spread before him. He turns the stone. He strikes again. Clack. Another flake. It is a rhythm of creation. The sound is the heartbeat of the morning. The boy wakes up. He watches the man. He sees the sparks that sometimes fly when the stones hit. He crawls out of the firs. He sits by the fire. He picks up one of the waste flakes. He runs his thumb along the flat side. It is smooth as glass. He places it in a small pile. He is the keeper of the stones. Outside, the sun clears the horizon. It is a white, cold sun. The light floods the valley. It is blinding. The snow reflects it with a mirror-like intensity. The world is a bowl of white light. The shadows are deep blue, etched sharply against the drifts. Down on the valley floor, the landscape is empty of movement. The snow is deep and hard, but near the edge of the forest, a herd of elk is resting. They are massive animals, their dark brown coats standing out against the white. They are lying down in the snow, legs tucked under them to conserve heat. The large male, the stag with the scars where his antlers used to be, is chewing his cud. His jaw moves in a slow, sideways rhythm. He looks out over the valley with calm, dark eyes. He is not afraid. The wolves are not hunting today. The cold is the only enemy, and he is built to defeat it. His coat is thick, each hair hollow to trap the air. He is a furnace of life in the frozen world. A jay flies down from a spruce tree. It lands on the snow near the elk. It is a flash of pink and brown and blue. It hops closer. It finds a spot where the elk have pawed the ground, exposing the earth. It pecks at the soil. It finds a frozen beetle. It eats. It flies back to the tree. It screams once, a harsh squawk, then falls silent. The man in the shelter puts down the hammerstone. He has a pile of small, sharp blades. He selects the best ones. He takes a wooden handle, a small knife that needs repair. He heats the pitch, the mixture of pine resin and charcoal made days ago near the fire. It softens into a sticky black glue. He pulls the old, dull blade from the handle. He puts a dab of fresh pitch in the socket. He inserts the new flint blade. He presses it in. He smooths the pitch with his wet finger. He holds it until it cools and hardens. The knife is renewed. It is sharp again. The woman is working on the bedding. The spruce boughs are flattening out. She fluffs them up, turning them over to expose the fresher needles. The scent of the pine rises again, filling the cave. She shakes out the furs. She sweeps the floor with a goose wing, moving the dust and the stone chips towards the entrance. The afternoon settles in. The sun moves across the sky, a slow arc of cold fire. The light changes from white to a pale metallic gold. The texture of the snow becomes visible. The wind ripples the tracks of the elk, the deep wells around the trees. A wolverine is on the move again. It is the restless spirit of the north. It trots along the top of a ridge, silhouetted against the sky. It stops to sniff the air. It smells the smoke from the shelter. It knows the smell. It does not come closer. It turns and heads down the other side of the ridge, looking for something dead, something frozen, something left behind. Inside the shelter, the work is done. The man puts the tools away. The woman puts the broom away. They sit by the fire. The boy plays with the game stones, sliding them across the flat rock. Click, clack. The man reaches for the fire drill set. It is a hearthboard of soft wood and a spindle of hard wood. He is not making fire, he is maintaining the tool. He checks the notch in the hearthboard. It is worn smooth. He uses a flint flake to rough it up so it will bite better next time. He checks the bow string. It is frayed. He replaces it with a new strip of rawhide. He tests the tension. It is tight. The sun touches the horizon. The sky turns a deep, burning orange. The snow reflects the color, turning the valley into a landscape of fire and ice. The elk stand up. They stretch. They begin to move into the deeper forest for the night. They walk in a single file, disappearing into the shadows of the trees. The light fails, the blue hour arrives. The cold descends like a heavy curtain. The air tightens, the moisture freezes, the stars appear. The man goes to the entrance. He pushes the hide aside. He steps out onto the platform. The air is incredibly clear. He looks up. The aurora is back. It is faint tonight, a pale green wash across the northern sky. It does not dance, it just hangs there, a curtain of light. He looks down at the valley. It is silent, it is still. The snow is blue in the starlight. He breathes in the cold air. He feels the peace of the winter. He feels the endurance of the land. He turns back to the warmth. He drops the hide curtain. The world is shut out. The cave is a universe of its own. They eat the evening meal, a soup of dried meat and fat heated in the birch bowl with hot stones. It is warm and filling. They eat slowly. The fire burns down. The man adds a large log of slow-burning driftwood. It will hold the heat until morning. The flames are low and blue. The family settles down. The furs are heavy. The spruce boughs are soft. The boy curls up. He holds the smooth flint flake in his hand. The woman lies down. She listens to the fire. Pop, hiss. She listens to the silence outside. She knows the winter is deep, but she knows the sun is coming back. Every day it stays a little longer. The man lies down. He closes his eyes. He sees the spark of the flint. He sees the orange sun on the snow. He sees the breath of the elk. The earth turns. The stars wheel overhead. The night is long. The waiting continues. The silence holds the world in a gentle embrace. The heart of the fire beats in the dark. The transition from night to day is a movement so gradual it can only be measured by the breath. The sky, a deep and limitless vault of black stars, begins to lose its density. The darkness does not break, it dissolves. It thins out, turning to a deep charcoal, then to a cool iron gray. The stars are not extinguished. They simply step back, receding into the depth of the universe, waiting for the rotation of the earth to reveal them again. The silence in the valley is absolute. It is the silence of deep geological time. The mountains stand motionless, their peaks wrapped in the eternal white of the glaciers. The valley floor is a frozen sea of snow, sculpted by the wind into waves that never break. The air is still. There is no wind to stir the branches of the spruce, no breeze to lift the loose powder from the drifts. Inside the shelter, the atmosphere is suspended in a state of warm, heavy peace. The fire has burned down to a bed of ash, a soft gray landscape that hides the heat within. The stones of the hearth are still radiating warmth, pushing back the chill that presses against the walls. The air is thick with the scent of the spruce boughs, now fully dried and fragrant, mixing with the faint, sweet smell of the wood smoke. The man wakes. He lies on his back, his body heavy in the furs. He does not move. He opens his eyes and watches the ceiling. He sees the faint light beginning to filter through the cracks in the entrance seal. He traces the patterns of the soot on the rock. It is a map of 1,000 fires, a history written in smoke. He listens. He hears the slow, steady rhythm of the woman's breathing. He hears the soft sigh of the boy in his sleep. He hears the silence of the stone. It is a comforting weight. It tells him that the shelter is sound. It tells him that the night has passed without event. He slides his arm out from the warmth. The cool air touches his skin. He reaches for the fire stick. He stirs the ash. He finds the ember, the seed of the sun kept in the dark. He feeds it, a pinch of moss, a curl of birch bark. He blows gently. The ember glows. The light returns, a small golden heart beating in the center of the room. He adds a twig. The flame grows. It casts long, soft shadows that flicker on the walls. The woman stirs. She feels the warmth increase. She sits up, wrapping the shawl around her shoulders. She moves to the fire. She warms her hands. She reaches for the water skin. She drinks. The water is cold and clear. Today is a day of simple existence. There are no urgent tasks. The tools are made. The clothes are mended. The food is stored. The cache is full. It is a day to be present. They eat a quiet meal. Dried meat and warm water. They eat slowly, savoring the food. The man stands. He goes to the entrance. He pushes the hide curtain aside. The light floods in. It is the light of a clear, cold winter morning. The sun has just cleared the horizon. It is a pale, white disk. The snow reflects the light, turning the valley into a world of silver and crystal. He steps out. The cold is dry and pure. He breathes it in. It tastes of the high atmosphere. He looks out over the valley. In the distance, the herd of mammoths is moving. They are dark shapes against the white. They are moving slowly with the inevitable momentum of glaciers. They are heading towards the sun. The matriarch leads. Her long hair sways with each step. Her tusks gleam in the light. She is calm. She knows the valley. She knows the winter. The man watches them. He feels a kinship with the giants. They are both walkers in the cold. They are both survivors of the ice. He turns back to the shelter. He drops the hide. The warmth embraces him. Inside, the woman is sitting by the fire. She has the ivory bead she made. She is polishing it with a piece of soft leather. Rub, rub, the bead shines. It is a small piece of light in her hand. The boy is awake. He sits near the fire. He has the bone flute. He plays a low note. Woo, it sounds like the wind. He plays it again. He smiles. The morning passes in a drift of quiet moments. The fire crackles. The light changes on the floor, moving as the sun moves across the sky. The afternoon arrives. The light turns gold. The shadows lengthen. The valley outside begins to cool as the sun loses its height. A snowy owl sits on a rock near the river. It watches the sun go down. It blinks its yellow eyes. It fluffs its feathers. It is ready for the night. The mammoths have found a place to rest. They gather together. They stand in their circle. They are a fortress of warmth. The man adds a large log to the fire. It is a piece of pine heavy with resin. It catches slowly. It burns with a steady, bright flame. The smell of the pine fills the cave. They eat the evening meal, a soup of bone marrow and herbs. It is rich and warming. They pass the birch bowl around. They share the food. They share the warmth. The sun sets. The sky turns a deep indigo blue. The stars appear. They are the same stars that have watched over the earth for eons. They are sharp and bright. The Milky Way flows across the sky, a river of light mirroring the frozen river below. The man goes to the entrance one last time. He checks the seal. He looks at the night. It is vast, it is beautiful, it is cold, but the cold stays outside. He drops the curtain, the shelter is sealed. The world is reduced to the circle of the firelight. The family settles down, the spruce boughs are soft, the firs are heavy, the boy curls up, he holds the flute. The woman lies down, she watches the fire, she feels the peace of the cave. The man lies down, he closes his eyes, he listens to the silence, he listens to the breathing. The fire pulses, glow, fade, it is the heartbeat of the home. The earth turns, the shadow of the planet covers the valley, the ice holds the land in a gentle grip. The time before names flows on, a slow, deep river of moments. There is no end to the winter yet, but there is no fear. The cycle continues. The sun will rise again, the fire will be fed, the sleepers will wake. But for now, there is only the night. The long, quiet, peaceful night. The waiting continues. The resting continues. The silence holds the world and everything in it in a perfect, frozen stillness.